non-profit world governing body for surfing, recognized by the IOC, the ISA has been crowning surfing world champions since 1964 and continues to develop and expand the sport of surfing. From its humble beginnings off the shores of Hawaii and Polynesia to massive global expansion, surfing is ready for the sporting world's greatest stage. Join us.
Welcome to the 2014 ISA World Stand-Up Paddle and Paddleboard Championships. We are at the beautiful place here at La Boquita Beach for the SUP surfing. My name is Bo Hodge along with Dan Gravier. We're going to be broadcasting for the next 3 days here at La Boquita. Aloha and welcome and hola, Dan.
Yeah, it's beautiful here, Bo. You know, we showed up last night. We had some really nice food and really getting a great experience of the whole culture here. Looks like we got some nice waves breaking out outside here, and everyone's been here since early morning warming up.
Yeah, we're going to get into our SUP surfing for men, SUP surfing for women. We'll have the qualifying rounds today. It is a double elimination format, so that does mean that the competitors have not one but two chances to compete in this contest. So again, all today, men and women qualifying rounds, winners rounds. We're going to be seeing these guys in four-man heats. You can see the free surf that's going on actually this morning. These guys will be in jerseys of red, white, yellow, and black. And we do have a declining swell, checking out the surf forecast. So we do have high tide conditions right now. So tide conditions are going to improve, and we just heard the horn, and we're going to get underway with our first heat. Let's introduce our first heat, Dan. In the red jersey from France, he's the 2012 gold medalist. That's Antoine Delperro. In the white jersey from Venezuela, Jose Magra. And there goes Jose up and riding. Also in this heat will be Ricardo Cherry from Panama in yellow. And Kevin Talma from Brazil. He'll be in the black jersey.
That's right, and we're starting off with a stacked heat with Antoine Delperro. It's certainly a favorite whenever it comes to wave surfing. Keep an eye on this. We've got a lot of up-and-coming riders here at the 2014 ISA World Paddleboard Championships, and looks like we've got Kevin Talma up and riding.
Yeah, he's from Barbados, excuse me. So nice cut turn. Here he goes back into the pocket and for the goofy footer. And that's what the judges want to see here in SUP surfing, Dan, is what the athletes are able to do with their paddle. Now, talk about the board designs and the type of boards these guys are riding.
Well, it looks like the common theme here is a short and narrow. I've seen a lot of guys walking up the beach holding their boards under their arm, which you don't see too often with the wider stand-up paddle boards. So a lot of these riders on 7-foot and maybe 24 to 26-inch wide boards. So these boards are a challenge just to stand on, let alone be ripping these waves.
Here we go. Bronze medalist from last year, gold medalist from 2 years ago. This is Antoine Delperro from France, one of the top-seeded surfers in this competition. Here we go. Back up and riding. This is Talma from Barbados.
Antoine with a couple nice little cutbacks there on his backside. Looking out at the kind of the beach scene there, as you can see, a pretty dramatic drop from shore down into the ocean. It's a nice steep beach. We've got some pretty big beach break when the waves get large here.
You see some of the spectators as we're starting here, and there's the lineup in red, Antoine Delperro from Venezuela, Jose Magra in the white jersey from Panama, Ricardo Chayari, and in the black jersey from Barbados, Kevin Talma. So again, this is heat one, round one. This is our first heat. Antoine Delperro, a medalist in the first 2 years of the ISA World SUP Paddleboard Championships. He was a gold medalist in 2012. in Peru, and then last year in Miraflores, he backed it up with a bronze medal. And there's Colin McPhillips and Team USA, Ian Kearns and Sean Pointer, and there's a gold medalist to the right. That's Emmy Merrill. So the Team USA watching with interest here. Let's watch a last replay. This is going to be Surfer in Red. This is our former medalist, Antoine Del Perro, Dan.
Taking a look here, Antoine going onto his backside, kind of fading there into the left. Nice off the top. You see how he's utilizing that cross bow maneuver with his paddle as he cuts back off the lip. Some nice maneuvers there on his backside.
Antoine, also the 2009 ISA World Longboard Champion, so very diverse, and France coming in with a very stacked team. And look for France to give Australia a run for the money in the team running this year. We can tell you Antoine Del Perro in the lead with an opening wave of a 6.5. So those transitions, and what the judges are looking for is progressive, radical maneuvers in the most critical sections of the wave. And let's watch Ricardo right now. And they want to see the usage of the paddle there in the transition there on the turn. As he'll kick out.
Nice little cutty there for Ricardo Chiari.
Ricardo opened up with a 2.83. He's currently in 4th place, now needing a score. Just needing a fraction of a point as we have 16 minutes remaining. All heats will be 20 minutes in length. We'll have a peak situation, meaning both rights and lefts will be judged equally out here. And we've already seen surfers go to the right, to the left. And you see some of the surfers putting on the 50th anniversary of the ISA stickers when they have to get their board checked by the officials, by the beach marshal, make sure it measures up to the specs of the competition. And there's the lineup. A surfer in red and white, Jose Magra to the right, and you've got Antoine Del Perro, heat leader in red to the left side. Heat 1, round 1, opening day here at the ISA. Now needing a 4.9.
That's right, as he takes off another goofy footer in this heat, utilizing that left-hander. And that wave just kind of peters out for him, gets a couple nice little turns there before kicking out. And he's going to need to up his score to advance on. Antoine Del Perro onto another wave here. Currently our heat leader, freeing up the fins there a little bit. Nice vertical attack onto the lip there. Now he's going to work it into the inside section here, Bo. Let's see what he can do. You see as he moves forward on the board, generating some speed, kind of pumping that board. It looks like the quad fin setup is very popular this year at the 2014 ISA Worlds, and a nice little cross step onto the front there for some style points as he exits.
That's going to be a keeper wave. Let's watch on the turnaround. This is going to be Chiari from Panama. Nice clean takeoff. Big bottom turn now. Cuts on the open face of the wave. 12 minutes remaining in this heat, just about halfway through this 20-minute Heat 1, Round 1. Now a smaller section on the inside. He stays with it, uses his paddle. Not much of an open face for him to turn on, and this is not going to be one of his top 2 waves. We'd like to thank all of our sponsors here at the 2014 ISA World Stand-Up Paddle and Paddleboarding Championships. We are being presented by Intour, Nicaragua's Ministry of Tourism, also being sponsored by Avianca, Voss TV, Tigo, Channel 6 in Nicaragua, and our media partners include SUPRacer.com, Sophos, Latin America's leading surf publication, Passion Extrema on Fox Sports Latin America, and the SUP Club and Waves Brazil. There's Team France and their flag. You can see some of the other members of the team cheering on Antoine Del Perro. And here we go, Jose Magra, currently in second place with 11 minutes remaining. Last wave for Del Perro, Dan, a 6-point ride. So he matches his first score of a 6.5. So he's got a good lock on first place. The battle for second, and Jose has second place right now.
That's right, from Venezuela, taking off on his forehand. A few goofy footers in this round. Currently sitting in second. He's looking for a 5 or 6 point ride here to try and close the gap on Del Perro and solidify himself to move on in this round. With a double elimination format, you want to be in the top 2. Here at 8 a.m., we have started 12 heats of men in the qualifying. We will be running that till 12 p.m. We're currently operating on Mountain Standard Time. At 12 p.m., we will then head into 5 heats of the women's qualifying. And at 1:40, we have 6 heats of the second round in the qualifying heats. That'll last till 3:40 p.m. At 3:40, then we will go into our second round of qualifying for the women.
So taking a look at our heat sheets, we're going to see all our top competitors surfing today. Hector Gonzalez from Mexico will be coming up in heat number 2. We can tell you that Josh Gordon from Canada coming up in heat number 3. One of the top Aussies, Bo Nixon from Australia, and Sean Pointer from the USA, both seated in heat number 4, so that's going to be a great heat. Colin McPhillips, the 3-time ASB World Longboard Champion, also up against Aussie Jackson Close coming up in heat number 5. We can tell you Talma Martino from Peru coming up in heat number 6. So just dropping some names for you. Mike Young, the oldest competitor in this event, representing Ireland, 62 years of age, will be coming up in heat number 7. We can see Oliver Soles from Nicaragua, one of the local contenders, coming up in heat number 8. Justin Bing from South Africa. And Justin last year finishing 8th place in the SUP down in Miraflores. He'll be coming up heat number 9. Carlos Bahia from Brazil, one of the top competitors, seated number 9 in this year's event. He'll be coming up in heat number 10. We're also going to be seeing Lucas Medeiros from Brazil, his teammate, coming up in heat number 11. And our final heat, Brandon Ribbink from South Africa in heat number 12. 8 minutes, 35 seconds remaining. We can tell you Antoine Del Perro in red in first, Jose Magra in white in second, Kevin Talma in black in third. And here we go, split screen. We've got our leader, Antoine Del Perro, up and riding.
That's right, with another nice wave, Bo. He's looking really solid out here. No surprise there. Some nice turns. We'll have to see if he can match that 6.50 score, currently his top ride, and so far the highest point score of our competition so far. We're about 12 minutes into heat number 1 at the 2014 World Stand-Up Paddle and Paddleboard Championships here in Nicaragua in the beautiful town of La Buquita. Nice little beach town here, Bo. We spent the day yesterday in Granada for the opening ceremonies. Just an awesome event they had there in downtown Granada. Right now, white up and running. Jose?
Yeah, let's watch Jose Magra right now. Currently holding down second place. Kevin Talma and Ricardo Chiari trying to catch Jose up here. And Jose working his wave all the way onto the inside from Venezuela. Checking out Jose's bio. One of his favorite surf spots, Huntington Beach, California. And there's Team Venezuela. You see the backdrop and the cliffs here at La Boquita on the Pacific side of Nicaragua. And coming up on Thursday, we're going to be moving to Lake Granada and the SUP surfing technical distance paddleboarding portion of our competition, and the first time the ISA has taken the racing portion over to the lake area.
That'll be exciting. That'll actually be on Lake Nicaragua, on the near the town of Granada. We'll be looking forward to that. The ISA making that lake venue very important here to show their dedication to the racing side of the sport here.
Nice quick turnaround. Here's your gold medalist from 2012, bronze medalist from last year, Antoine Del Perro, getting caught up, digging in an inside rail on that first top turn. He's counting a high of a 6.5 and a low of a 6.0. Jose Magra still in second place with a 4.17 and a 3.57, but we're on standby for scores. Last of Talma in black coming in at a 2.77, so he's moved up to third place with the man in yellow on the outside on your screen, Ricardo Chiari from Panama, now needing a 4.91 to move out of fourth into second. Time check, 5 minutes, 55 seconds remaining. Heat 1, round 1. And here we go, paddling, Kevin Talma from Barbados.
Talma up and riding, looking to switch sides on his paddle, just lets that one pass by. Antoine Del Perro has got his eye on something here. He's got a nice takeoff with a nice little pocket here. He should get a nice takeoff here on his backside for the goofy footer.
And watch the transitions of the paddle, both on his forehand and his backhand. Boom. And that's what the judges want to see, is that transition and how he uses that paddle for his maneuvers, whether he's carving a turn off the top or onto the bottom.
Antoine looking really solid on his backhand there. I love how he utilizes that cross bow stroke technique. It gives him the best of both worlds. He can use the backside of the blade on his bottom turn, and he can use the power face of the blade on the toe edge as he carves off the top. Right now, yellow up and riding, Ricardo Chiari from Panama.
Up and down for Chiari, currently in fourth place, needing a 4.91. Talma in black, also needing a 4.97. So very close between third and fourth place at this stage. You can see just under 5 minutes remaining. The surfers for the next heat getting ready to paddle out. That's a yellow and white. We can see Reagan Farley in the yellow jersey, and in white, that is Felix Palmero from Spain. They'll be paddling out. There'll be a three-man heat coming up. We'll have three-man, four-man heats, and in the three-man heats, again, top two advance. In the four-man heats, also top two advance. We'll have four-man heat formats all throughout this SUP surfing. Let's watch the last left of Antoine Del Perro here, Dan, and describe the transitional moves that he uses here with his paddle.
Well, like I was talking about earlier, Bo, really utilizing that cross bow maneuver where he reaches across the front of his board, grabbing the water, giving him a lot of torque, and really able to lead into the turns like we might see a shortboard surfer doing. So really leading with that upper body and that lead hand, and holding that paddle in that position really helps wind the body up for the most explosive surfing.
Chiari up and riding currently right now from Panama in fourth place, seeking a 4.91. Last wave score for Antoine Del Perro, his best wave yet. So I think the combination of that crossbow maneuver, the 7.1 score, has him in the lead. Here we go. Kevin Talma from Barbados up and riding.
Kevin on his backside, utilizing that same kind of style. Didn't have quite enough time to get his hand on the grip, but some nice turns there. And white up and riding, Jose coming out of Venezuela with some nice turns there on his backside as well. A lot of these guys utilizing that same technique we keep talking about. That's going to become the theme of the day, I think, Bo, for that backside turn, because it really helps wind up the upper body, like I was saying, and makes for some very explosive surfing and some critical turning positioning of the body.
Well, check this out, Dan. We got Clipper fans down here in Nicaragua.
That's awesome. I think we have fans for all types of teams and sports here, and it's great to see the local support and the community come together for our beloved sport of stand-up paddle surfing. Really only been around for about 10 years, Bo, so a fairly new sport, and it's great to see the explosive growth that we're having, too. Let's see if our man here, the leader in the round, can up his score here, looking maybe to throw the fins free there, or maybe get a little bit of air under his board here. Coming into the inside section here, it's pretty heavy beach break. Seen a couple of these guys ride it right up onto the sand. Jose Del Perro from France with just 2 minutes left on the time check.
Well, Dan, you brought up a great point there. We're seeing a lot of crossover athletes. Antoine Del Perro, a world longboard champion, has crossed over into the SUP world. We're seeing professional windsurfers crossing over into SUP surfing with Rano Ibala from Spain. We're seeing, people in your category, in the whitewater kayaking area, crossing over. So SUP surfing really lends itself to cross-training, cross-sports, and cross-competing.
Absolutely, and it's pulling from all sorts of crossover athletes, from triathletes to Olympic flatwater paddlers to professional surfers, as you mentioned, to even people who might not have been a professional at anything. And this is now, it's their sport. This is what they're going to do, and this is what they've dedicated their lives to. And pretty much everyone here competing for their teams, stand-up paddling has become a way of life for them. And it's great to see that because it is such a healthy sport. Gets you out on the water, gets you outside, away from the screen, and away from the motors, and really is great for the mind and the body.
Here we go. Jose Magra currently in second place with under a minute to go. You saw Antoine Del Perro conversing with his coaches on the team on the shoreline there as he's already on the beach with a commanding lead. So Jose in white holding down second place as he paddles back through the whitewater section here. Kevin Talma needing a 4.97, as we said earlier. And for Ricardo Chayari, and look at these guys are in third and fourth. They need a score here in the 5-point range to advance into the top two with just 30 seconds remaining.
And a bit of a paddle battle there, and we see as Kevin Talma taking an aggressive maneuver there to get on that wave and position himself well for a nice little ride there. We'll have to see if that's enough to keep him in that third spot or if he's going to be able to advance on second. I don't think that'll be enough.
Kevin Talma, 51 years of age. He is the only participant representing Barbados, and he is a Barbados Waterman Festival champion in 2012. He's competed in other events, and the sound of the horn rounds out our first heat. Heat one, round one, and it is our former gold medalist from 2012, Antoine Del Perro, just dominating in this heat. And let's watch him from the get-go here on the ISA replay.
That's right, with another fade there. I think this is his top scoring wave with a 7.10, I believe. And as you see him just throwing that board around on his offside, nice speed, flow, and use of the paddle, and that's exactly what the judges are looking for. So Antoine Del Perro freeing up the fins a little bit on that first turn, a nice vertical attack on the lip.
But I tell you what, Dan, I like the way he mixed it up, forehand, backhand, transitional maneuvers. You can see him even pushing length of ride here to the shore break area, trying to milk every point on this wave.
That's right, and just really kind of setting the tone and the pace for what the judges want to see out here. So I think some of his competitors taking notes.
And here's his backhand, his 7-point ride as he mixed it up. And that's what the judges want to see, transitional use of the paddle. Stick around. We've got round one, heat number 2, coming up next here at the ISA World SUP and Paddleboard Championships live from La Paquita, Nicaragua. Welcome back to the beautiful country of Nicaragua for the 2014 ISA World Stand-Up Paddleboard Championships. We are at La Boquita Beach, and we are surfing in heat number 2, round number 1, a 3-man heat. And let's introduce our surfers. The man in red there is Hector Gonzalez from Mexico in red. We have Felix Palmero from Spain in white, and Reagan Fairley from New Zealand in yellow. And up and riding, this will be Felix, and let's introduce Jody Nelson to the webcast. Good morning, Jody.
Morning, Bo. Thanks for having me. And yeah, it's great surf out there this morning. The guys in that first heat were getting lots of great waves, and it's going to be an exciting heat. We've got Hector Gonzalez, like you said. This is Reagan or Felix Palmero right here out of Spain, and he's 41 years old. You know, you see all different ages. In this heat, we've got a 28-year-old Hector Gonzalez out of Sayulita, Mexico at 28 years old. Reagan Fairley is out of New Zealand, 35 years old, and Felix Farley here is 41.
Yeah, Felix, second place in Spain's SUP National Championships. His favorite place to surf, and he hails from the Canary Islands. You see Team Costa Rica watching all the action here in Nicaragua as we're in day number 1 of our SUP surfing. So all qualifying rounds, all winter rounds. We're going to have rounds 1 and 2 for the men and women being conducted today. And then starting tomorrow, we'll be getting into our rubber charge rounds. All qualifying rounds or winners round will be 20 minutes, and our rubber charge loser round will be knocked down to 15 minutes. So there'll be quick turnaround heats for them as they come around. So first opening score for Felix Palmero from Spain in white, a 3.5. You can see red and yellow jockeying there. There's Reagan in yellow. It looks like he's got a wave here, Jody. He's going to paddle into this. And Reagan Fairley, not able to get on this one.
I mixed up their last names earlier. Sorry about that, everybody at home watching. But yesterday, the opening ceremonies were so cool, Bo. Reagan and the New Zealand team got up there on stage and did their little their dance there.
Their haka.
Their haka, and it was intense. And Reagan was probably one of the most intense out of the whole group. And if he surfs anywhere like he does the haka, I'm going to be worried for his competitors.
Hector Gonzalez there with a nice carving forehand turn there from Mexico, getting his scoring underway. We'd like to thank all of our great sponsors making the 2014 ISA World Stand-Up Paddle and Paddleboard Championships all possible. We are being presented by Intour, Nicaragua's Ministry of Tourism, sponsored by LuxDev, the European Union, and Viva Nicaragua Channel 13. Our media partners also include Surfers Village and StandUpLatino.com. So there we can see Gonzalez paddling back out. On the outside, Reagan Fairley in the yellow jersey, and in white, that's Felix Palmero. So a 3-man heat, and in this 3-man heat, top 2 will advance into the qualifying rounds. On the outside, Reagan sees a wave. Jody, let's see if he can get this one.
Oh, he's scrapping. These guys are on such small boards, Bo. It's crazy. This morning I saw some of the teams getting out of the water from warm-ups, and they were actually fitting their stand-up paddle surfboards under their arms, which means they're like 25 inches wide, which is ridiculously thin or, narrow. And for everybody watching at home, it's really hard to paddle into small waves like this on a real small SUP surfboard like that. And, it's hard to gain that momentum. And you'll see these guys kind of struggling, even though they're professional stand-up paddleboarders. But if you stop paddling on these narrow boards, it's hard to keep your balance. So that's why
we're seeing the boards get smaller and smaller every year, aren't we, Jody?
It's crazy, but, it's that fine line of being able to have a board that's more maneuverable on the wave, but still being able to paddle into waves on it.
Here we go. Felix Palmero up and riding, opened up with a 3.5. He's currently in second place because Hector Gonzalez in red opened up with a 3.9. So possibly a throwaway wave there for Felix. And we've just passed high tide. High tide earlier this morning was at 8 feet at about 6 o'clock this morning, and our low tide coming up at 12 noon. And there's a 7-foot tidal difference here. So that's why we're seeing such the lackluster of the punch of the waves right now, because the tide is starting to go down.
Yeah. Well, we just saw on screen Team Mexico and Hector Gonzalez and his whole team. I got to spend some time with them last year at the World Stand-Up Paddle and Paddleboard Championships in Peru, and they're such a passionate bunch, all from Sayulita, Mexico, and there they are on screen, and they're just they're such a great crew of colorful characters.
Well, that's Fernando Stala. He's one of the premier SUP distance racers and technical racers, and of course he did the distance race in his Nacho Libre mask, his wrestling mask last year. And
That's
there's
right.
his compadre right there, Hector. He's from Leon. Second place recently at the C Street in California, so he's been competing both in Mexico and in California. He's looking back towards Fernando and the rest of the Team Mexico, getting some coaching from his team. And we'll be on standby for his second wave score. Again, open up with a 3.9. Let's watch the last ISA replay. This is Hector Gonzalez in red, and open up with a nice transition there.
Yeah, that first snap was really zippy and quick, and then he was able to get a couple little floats off the section there. And, you know, it's not a super large wave, but he's just trying to get his campaign started here. He's got that 3.90 for his first wave, and scores are dropping for the second one for Hector.
Yeah, Felix Palmero from Spain, second wave score now in at a 2.0 and waiting for Hector's wave because he'll remain our leader with his two-wave minimum. And there's Fernando Stala using his paddle as a flagpole. And we just need one more judge to punch in, and then we'll have a tally up. There's Hector's other two competitors, Felix and Reagan, on the outside waiting for the next set. 11 minutes, 55 seconds, and now the score coming in at a 2.83. So you know Hector doesn't want to keep a 2.83 as one of his low scores because that is his second score. His high score right now is a 3.9.
So top two waves score, right? There's how many judges on the panel here?
Here we go, paddling. This will be Felix Palmero.
And Felix up and riding on this nice right-hander, using his paddle really well. It's unfortunately just getting unstuck there, but you know the paddle is such a crucial tool, and the judges, like Dan was saying in the last heat, they really want to see you utilize that paddle. As we see Reagan Farley up and riding in yellow right here from New Zealand, and you know Reagan's doing a great job utilizing that paddle to really benefit, and you can see he tried to save himself there by falling, and you can almost use that paddle as like an extension of your body. And I think the ideal situation on a wave is you don't actually want to notice that the person's using the paddle. It should just flow and fit right in there. It shouldn't be excessive use, but just complementary to your surfing.
Yeah, we just saw Team Australia watching patiently. The Aussies are coming up heats 4 and 5. Bo Nixon in heat 4 and Jackson Close in heat 5. They also have the American Sean Pointer in heat 4 and Colin McPhillips in heat 5. So that's going to be a couple of great surfing heats. As we watch here, this is Hector Gonzalez currently in the lead with a 3.9 and a 2.83, and small wave on the inside, but he's not giving up on this, Jody. Nice carving turn in the whitewater, foam climb, and finishes up strong here, pushing length of ride. Can he get one more maneuver? No. He'll kick out here with just about halfway through this heat, 10 minutes, 10 seconds remaining.
I mean, the great thing about stand-up paddling is even in smaller high tide waves like today, I mean, we actually have some swell out in the water, but you're able to really generate your own power out there, complementing what the wave's providing. But we saw in that last wave from Hector, he really was able to put a lot of power into that turn by utilizing his paddle. And smaller wave, but I think he'll get a pretty good score there.
So we'll be on standby for scores. You can chat with us on Instagram and our social media outlets on Facebook at facebook.com/International Surfing Association as we watch Reagan up and riding from New Zealand. On Twitter, we're at ISA Surfing. On Instagram, we're at ISA Surfing. And also hashtag it's ISA Worlds and WSUPPC. That is the World SUP Paddleboard Championships as we watch Fairley up and riding here. Fairley placed third place in the New Zealand Nationals, representing New Zealand. That'll be a good scoring wave. And this is the final maneuvers here of Felix Palmero from Spain.
Felix able to get one of those right-handers on the inside, but he's looking to replace a 2.0, his lower scoring waves. This is his fourth wave of the heat, and you know Reagan's only got a 0.50 and a 2.40, so that left of Reagan is going to be a great score for him. As we look up and riding, this is a replay of Felix Palmero.
Yeah, nice carving turn to open up here, Jody, as he sets up for his next maneuver.
You know, it's not really didn't get it super on rail right there, but this maneuver right here, nice little off the top, almost goes down but saves himself. So he'll definitely, I think that'll improve his 2.0. We'll see what the judges have to say. I know the judges really want to see these guys putting it on rail, really laying it down.
Felix paddling back out. We'll be on standby for scores. Last of white, last of yellow. But here's your heat leader. This is Hector Gonzalez, scored a 3.83 on this last wave. Nice carving turn. Look at the forehand spray. That shows the power in the maneuver there. Climbs over the whitewater foam. That's going to be a big maneuver score for Hector as he works this wave on the inside section. Look at the speed he's generating. Nice carving cut turn on the inside. And this is going to be a great score for Hector Gonzalez.
Well, he's kind of putting on a clinic in this heat. He's surfing really well. That board looks really good under his feet, and looks like just a really fun surfboard.
Well, you're going to see the best surfers in the red jersey. Those are the top-seeded surfers in all these heats as the red jersey, as we saw Antoine Del Perro in the last heat. Coming up in the next heat, we're going to see from Peru, Sebastian Costello, as we're up and watching. This is Reagan Fairley, kicks out on the closeout.
So Reagan on his last wave got that 3.93 on that left. So that's moved him into second place. Currently, we've got Hector Gonzalez in first. And we're going to take a quick look at the replay of Hector's last wave. You can see he's generating, getting that section, really putting it on rail, really utilizing that paddle and throwing tons of spray, and that's what the judges want to see. Right here, he's doing a lot of work. It's not a pretty sight, all that pumping and paddling, but, he's trying to get the most out of this wave, and he was able to get one more turn in on the end right there, and, probably add a couple more points, but he's really going to get the bulk of his score from that first turn, and it's looking like the judges really like that.
Well, he's dominating in this heat right now, and here we go. Fairley up and riding in yellow. He's going to work off his forehand for the goofy footer. He has now moved into second place, as you just said, Jody, with that last wave of a 3.87. Needs to hit that lip harder. You don't see the big power sprays you saw from Hector Gonzalez, and that's what the judges want to see. That tells them how much power the surfers are putting into these maneuvers there. So a 3.87 to 2.4 for Reagan Fairley, and here we go. This is Felix Palmero out of Spain up and riding.
Well, Felix now is down in third place, and he's looking for a 6.27 to get into – oh, no, he's looking for a 2.78. Sorry, thank you, Bo. As he pulls off this, he's got a little left-hander here. It's not a big wave, but I think he's just trying to keep busy, and he's been going on the rights a lot, so mixing things up, looking for a little left, see what he's got going on over there. But, right now he's good to just kick out because that wave's not really offering much more.
And you can see the rocks there. There's some shallow sections, even though we have some high tide conditions, and especially low tide about midday, these rocks and the reef's going to play a factor.
Definitely, yep.
6.67 for Hector Gonzalez in red, dominating in this heat. His backup score now a 3.9. So for Reagan Fairley in the yellow jersey, he's counting a 3.87 and 2.4. We're on standby for his final two scores, and we're on standby for last of white. Here we go, our heat leader. This is Hector Gonzalez.
Well, it's really fun watching Hector surf. He's really able to read those waves well and get to the power source of the wave. Here he's connecting another section, trying to get on that inside, but that wave didn't want him on there anymore. Said, see you later.
Reagan finishing up. This will be his sixth wave as he paddles back out onto the outside. Welcome to day number one, surfing competitions of the 2014 ISA SUP Paddleboard World Championships here in Nicaragua. We're at the beautiful location of La Boquita on the Pacific Coast. Our first of 3 full days of competition in the SUP surfing for men and women. Wednesday we'll have a lay day, and Thursday through Sunday at the end of the week we'll transition to Lake Nicaragua for the transition of the paddleboard and SUP technical and long distance racing in the lake format this year, and that's going to be quite exciting as we have the second half of the week. And let's watch a replay last. This is a surfer in yellow, Reagan Fairley.
So he kind of caught that wave late, but was able to get out to the open face here. Little turn, he kind of misread that a little bit. He switches the paddle to get a nice cut back here. Roundhouse, able to hit the whitewash, but unfortunately comes off the back of that wave and isn't able to continue riding.
Well, just about 0.3 of a point separate advancing and elimination, and that man holds it right now. Reagan with 0.3. He has 6.27 over Felix's 5.97, so that's how close this heat is. And Felix only needs a 2.78, Jody, and that's very capable. His last score, a 2.77. So he just missed it by 1/100th of a point.
Well, that
so
hurts.
Felix paddling back out right now from Spain needed 1/100th of a point more to pass Reagan for second place. So that's how close this heat is coming down to.
But Hector Gonzalez in red from Mexico, Sayulita, is holding down that lead pretty strong. Second place needs a 6.70 to move up into first, but it's first and second that advances on. And nobody loses, though, in this round. There is a loser's round, a repechage, so everybody gets to surf twice. As we see Hector Gonzalez looking at this right-hander, he gets into it.
Nice carving turn. Let's watch Hector here. He's trying to do better than his opening wave of a 3.9. Nice transition. Look at the power and the snap of the tail as he moves on that open face, and that's where you're going to get the point scored. Cut back into the foam section. 2 minutes, 27 seconds remaining. His final maneuver on the shore break, generating some board speed. Bounces, rebounds right off the whitewater, and a good scoring wave for Hector Gonzalez here, and he's going to improve his margin definitely here, Jody.
Well, he's all the way onto the shore. He can't go any further. I'd be curious to see if Hector's riding a quad.
A lot of these guys are riding quads.
Yeah.
And there's Fernando Stala. He is psyched. And there's the rest of Team Mexico.
Yep. He's on a quad. And those quads just have a lot of speed, and they're able to just really generate speed on a real mushy nothing wave, you know.
But also riding on the left, as we were watching Hector on the right, this is Reagan Fairley from New Zealand, currently in second, trying to improve his position here, Jody.
He gets it on rail there, gets a little turn. It's still a pretty small wave, but he's looking to improve 2.40. But it looks like those lefts are kind of dying out over on the end, so they're not super long.
Well, he does get a 2.40, so that matches his low wave, so he does not improve himself. So here, Felix Palmero still needing that 2.78 with just about a minute 19 and couldn't get into this. Now up and riding, we see Reagan Fairley.
And we can see the winds kind of picking up. That's coming into play. These guys, you know, standing up, hard to get into the waves when you get that offshore breeze. This is kind of a cross shore, but, you know, Reagan getting another little left. Nice little connection onto the inside there. I'm not sure that's going to be better than his 2.40, but it's, you know, we're only got 54 seconds left in this heat, and Felix is still looking for that 2.78.
There's Team Canada as they get ready for their competitor coming up in the next heat, heat number 3, Josh Gordon. He'll be in the white jersey for the Canadian team.
All right.
And here we go. Felix Palmero still not giving up. He knows he needs a 2.78 with his competitor on the inside, and that margin could boost up on that last wave from Reagan Fairley. So he needs a good 5-point score.
Well, this is the moment of truth right here. 24 seconds to go, and we've got Felix paddling into this wave out the back. Is it going to offer him the opportunity? Oh, unfortunately, he doesn't get into it, but he's still got 14 more seconds to go. But I don't know if he's going to get the opportunity to catch another wave. As we see Hector doing a little victory lap here. He's comfortably advanced, won this heat, which I'm sure
Hector Gonzalez dominated in this heat, Jody. He was putting on a clinic, and as so is the top seed coming into this heat. There's Team Mexico bringing on home their champion from Heat 2, round number 1, as Fernando Stala and the rest of the Mexican team welcome him back. Last wave score for Reagan Fairley, a 3.30, so Felix Palmero needed a 3.68 on this last wave and was unable to catch it. And let's watch the heat recap here, Heat 2, round 1, Jody. It all began with Reagan Fairley.
We saw Reagan. He started off with the rights, you know, exploring over there, getting a couple turns. He ended up spinning the rest of the heat over on the lefts, but this was his first wave, a 3.87.
Hector Gonzalez opened up very strong here. Big forehand turn. Nice little foam climb on the inside section, and he pushes the length of right here, and I like the way he generates sport speed.
He nearly got a 7-point score on this wave, mainly just for that one big maneuver on that first turn. And then
But this last maneuver there really helped his score, and Hector really putting on a clinic. And like the transition of the paddle here as he works it from the forehand to the backhand.
Well, he's reading the wave really well. You can see he's keeping his board right in the power pocket source of the wave. And, you know, just maneuvering around the wave's really smart, knowing that he wants to get that opportunity on the inside section so he can get that last maneuver where it kind of stands up again on the inside.
As a victory lap here for Hector Gonzalez. Stick around, more exciting action as we celebrate 50 years of surfing here at the ISA World Championships. You are watching the 2014 ISA World SUP Paddleboard Championships live from La Poquita in Nicaragua.
And welcome back to the World Stand-Up Paddle and Paddleboard Championships ISA 2014 here on the banks of the beautiful La Boquita, Nicaragua. Here we're looking at heat number 3. Who do we have in this heat, Jody?
We have Sebastian Del Castillo right up here, up and riding in black right there. We've got Pedro Vergara out of Guatemala, Josh Gordon out of Canada in white, and Karsten Kummis out of Germany in yellow. As we see out the back, it looks like a little set's coming in. We've got yellow taking a look at this left. Unfortunately, goes down. There.
Nice little ride there for...
So Pedro getting started. Judges just dropping that last score. Nothing really that he's going to want to keep. It's around a 1-point ride. So these guys just getting out the back, hunting, waiting to try and find a set coming through. And as you can see, it's hard for these guys. You can't really stand still on those little boards. You got to constantly be moving. And when you look at these guys, you can also see, you know, they're not standing completely parallel, and that's just because they're on such narrow boards. You have to almost have a staggered surf stance even when you're just standing on the board paddling to catch a wave. And here we see up and riding in white from Canada, Josh Gordon.
Josh Gordon, the goofy footer on his forehand.
He's 30 years old, out of Ontario, Canada, and sponsored by Boardworks. We see up and riding there. Just going down, Karsten Kummis from Germany in yellow. Karsten Kummis from Germany there, representing his landlocked country. I know he gets out and spends a lot of time on the coast, as much as he can, down in Spain, Italy, and France, surfing as much as he can. But he also spends a lot of time practicing and surfing on the rivers in the Austrian Alps. And this is 16-year-old Sebastian de Castillo out of Peru. Youngster, laying it on rail right there. That was a great turn. Really surfing good. That board looks really, really spicy under his feet.
That's right. Snappy little turns there. He's generating some speed. As you can see, a couple of rocks poking their heads up through here in the break, so the paddlers do have to be careful here.
Well, you can just see the difference in equipment here. So here we've got Pedro Vergara out of Guatemala. He's, obviously on a much bigger board. You see a 16-year-old Sebastian, who was in red on that wave prior to Pedro's. His board's much smaller, much more high performance. So, the judges are going to take note of that and score accordingly, because they really want to see these guys, doing turns and putting these boards on rails.
And you can see there, Team Peru cheering their fellow teammates on. For our paddler in red. Welcome to the beautiful country of Nicaragua for the 2014 ISA World Stand-Up Paddle and Paddleboard Championships. Right now looking at surfer in yellow, Karsten Kummis from Germany. I believe he's on the 7-4. We're seeing a paradigm shift this year, Jody, from bigger equipment of the past into much more performance-driven equipment, smaller boards, and much, much smaller and especially shorter paddles. Since you're in that staggered stance, as you mentioned earlier, it's a lot more comfortable and a lot better on the shoulders to be paddling with a much shorter paddle. In white, Josh Gordon up from Canada.
Josh getting a nice little first turn there, cutting back, utilizing that paddle. He's not doing a full roundhouse cutback, but he is doing a couple of cutbacks. But, you know, the judges are going to take that into note. We saw in the previous heat, you know, even out of New Zealand, our surfer out of New Zealand, Reagan, you know, was able to do those real big roundhouse cutbacks all the way back into the whitewash. And, you know, that's going to score higher than just a regular cutback. But, you know, doing a roundhouse cutback on a stand-up paddle surfboard it's pretty challenging, and you either got it or you don't. So up in right now we see in black, this is Pedro Vergara out of Guatemala looking to get into another left. You know, when the waves are a little bit more high tide like this, Dan, it's easier to get in the waves on those bigger boards. But then once you're on the wave, you know, it's harder to do any performance maneuvers. When you can see he's on a longer board, it's much thicker, it's wider, and so he's not able to really maneuver it around and really get up on the lip and do those roundhouse cutbacks and get the board on rail. So, you know, he's got his work cut out for him going up against a little whippersnapper like Sebastian Del Castillo, who's 16 years old on probably, how big do you think his board is? Like 7 foot, maybe even under 7 foot?
Probably 7 foot by 24 or 25 inches wide, whereas the rider in black, we're going to be looking at a replay here from Sebastian Del Castillo from Peru. Let's check it out right there. Look at that snappy little board right off the lip there. This is exactly what the judges are going to be scoring very well in the pocket of the wave, or the most powerful part, catching a rail there just a little bit. As you see that wave kind of tried to double up on the inside.
Yeah. We saw earlier Peruvian flag right there. That's it's a creative pedicure right there. But, you know, we can see that Sebastian's really good at keeping that board in the power source, that pocket of the wave.
That's right, deciding to let Karsten take the priority on this one. Karsten doing a little bit of hair farming, I think, there, out of Germany.
Fellow hair farmer?
Fellow hair farmer. I got a chance to spend about 2 weeks traveling all through the Austrian Alps with Karsten last year, and we got into some awesome situations and some wave surfing in the river. So it was a lot of fun.
Cool.
We're utilizing inflatable paddle boards that are actually filled with air and gives you the ultimate performance as far as durability for the river. So that was a lot of fun. Karsten Kermis coming out and representing his home country of Germany. There we saw Red Sebastian looking for something there as the
you
ocean
see him
goes a little
take
flat.
a little break. It's exhausting just paddling on those little boards, you know, and so every now and then you got to take a little breather. Sebastian has only been surfing for 3 years, and he's national champion. His sponsors are El Faro, Pack, how do you say that? And Patch K. So he loves skateboarding, and you know, it's really cool to see all these young kids getting into stand-up paddling, because for a while there it was like kind of an older crew, but now we're seeing the young guys get into it, and as you can see, Sebastian is flourishing. As we see Sebastian in red just catching another right.
Nice little takeoff on his forehand. He's got a wall to work with. Let's see if he pops the fins loose. A beautiful maneuver, one of the most dynamic maneuvers we've seen so far in the competition. That's going to be good to up his score, I believe, from a 5.5. Let's see if he can get into the 6 range and start throwing up some scores like we've seen from the likes of Antoine Del Perro currently with our highest combined score total.
Well, right now Sebastian is sitting on that 5.50 and a 3.83. So he's comfortably in the lead. Second place is Karsten Kermis, who needs a 4.26 to move into first. He's got a 2.30 and a 3.17. And in third, we've got Josh Gordon from Canada, as we saw him just trying to pick off a left right there. Josh is sitting on a 2.0 and a 2.60. He needs a 4.83 to advance. So first first and second advance, and third and fourth go into a repicharge. We're going to look at a quick replay here of Sebastian Del Castillo, the 16-year-old out of Peru. That first slash, he utilizes that paddle really well to do almost like what would be a layback. Gets the fins free and recovers. Dan, it's, you know, the advantage to stand-up paddle surfing is that paddle is like an extension of your body. It's like, you know, you're able to really utilize it but to keep yourself from falling, and we're seeing Sebastian use that paddle really, really smart.
Absolutely, and some nice paddle work there on the transition. Unfortunately, lets that wave pass. But with a score of 7.50 on his last wave, Sebastian Del Castillo from Peru.
He has time to goof around now because he's comfortably in the lead. So now this is just like, you know, fun for him. He's able to let go and just have a free surf out there. As we see Karsten Kermis in yellow out of Germany getting into this left.
That's right, the goofy footer taking off on his forehand, going to the left, switching his paddle up for that paddle transition, that wave kind of fading down. Let's see if he can find a couple points on the inside here as it breaks up on the beach, and just not much to work with there. Out of Guatemala in black, Pedro Vergara up and riding.
This is Pedro's fourth wave. Unfortunately, he's unable to break the 2-point zone. He's got a 1.67 and a 1.87, and looks like this score from that last wave is probably going to come in under the 2-point range too. And really that just comes down to you know, equipment. His equipment's much different than what the other guys are on, and like I said, longer, thicker. He's harder for him to put it on rail.
Absolutely.
As we see Sebastian here on probably like a 7, you know, it's like a 7-foot board. It's probably a quad, and he's able to really, you know, get back into the whitewash, do those roundhouses. Josh Gordon here from Canada in white on the left, trying to get it on rail, but kind of just getting unstuck. You know, stand-up paddle surfing for all the viewers at home can be one of the most humbling things in the world. You know, doesn't even matter how good of a surfer you are. You put a bigger board under your feet and a paddle in your hands, and all of a sudden everything's new and very humbling. So we see Pedro in black.
That's right, and it also comes to skill level and time on the water, Jody, because everyone's going to start out on a bigger board. You know, we're not seeing these kids actually start out on the boards this small because most people won't even be able to paddle these on a flat water lake. So it really takes a lot of time on the water, a lot of skill, and then as you get better, you can match your skill set with the equipment to give you the ultimate performance. And obviously, the young man, Sebastian Del Castillo, has had plenty of time, plenty of water time out there.
I mean,
as you
look
can
at
see,
his
that
board.
board
If
is
he stops
teeny.
paddling, he just is going to sink. You have to like constantly be paddling. And I mean, really what it comes down to is just committing to, hey, I'm only going to stand up paddle surf and I'm going to ride the smallest board possible and just dedicate myself to that. And a lot of people, like myself included, I have trouble committing because I always want to take out my 5'6" shortboard and just go surfing. But, you know, the more time you spend on these boards, the better you're going to get. And it's muscle memory too, because you're using so many little like fast twitch muscles just to balance yourself on the board. You know, all the hard part is prior to catching the wave. Once you catch the wave and you have a smaller board, then it's like game on. As you can see, the way Hector was surfing in the last heat, Sebastian surfing in this heat. But it is the skill level to be able to balance on those small boards, get into the waves on those small boards is through the roof.
And I think that gives the nod to the smaller physique riders. I mean, really, the lighter riders, the Groms, the younger riders there, they have an advantage just because of their size and weight. Right off the bat, they're able to ride a much smaller board, and I think we're seeing this right here in the physique of many of our top stand-up paddle surfers. Hardly any of them over 170 pounds, and the average weight of those surfers is probably about 150 pounds, and that really allows them to ride a much smaller board, maybe something that's got less than 100 liters. So for someone who weighs 200 pounds, if they jump on a board that's 100 liters, it's basically going to sink, Jody. So it's not even a possibility for them to utilize that type of equipment. So the smaller riders definitely have a bit of an advantage, I believe, in the wave surfing because the equipment is so much smaller.
Hello, everybody. Welcome to beautiful Nicaragua. I just got in yesterday, and it's been a treat. It was beautiful in Granada yesterday, and now down here at La Boquita, got some great waves and able to work with some great crew like Dan Gravier here and Bo Hodge. And tomorrow we're going to get Jamie Mitchell, and we've got Chris Parker for the race portion of the event.
That's right. And we also have a whole Spanish crew here doing the whole live broadcast in Spanish. So big shout out to Philip from SUP Latino. Check out his website at suplatino.com. We also have Andreas also bringing it to you live, and a whole big competent crew here behind the scenes. It takes a lot of effort, a lot of expensive equipment in pretty harsh conditions here. So a big shout out to the whole ISA crew for putting together a great show here, and stay tuned. Throughout the next 8 days, we're going to be bringing to you the highest quality and highest level of stand-up paddle surfing and paddleboarding for the 2014 ISA World Stand-Up Paddle and Paddleboard Championships right here in Nicaragua. And it's been a treat. Let me tell you, I've never been here. I've been to several other countries, but I've always wanted to come to Nicaragua, and it's just a beautiful country, and a lot of smiles here from the locals. And I think everyone who's visiting, competing, and or supporting their teams is really turning this into a bit of a vacation as well.
Yeah. Definitely. And we've got just under 3 minutes remaining in this heat, and really now the battle's going to come down for that advancing spot. So it's between, Karsten, Josh, and Pedro. Karsten's currently in that advancing position in yellow out of Germany, and he's not leading by too much. He's got a 2.47 and a 3.17, and in third place, Josh Gordon out of Canada. He's looking good to be that next guy who's going to challenge Josh or Carson and maybe bump him out. He only needs a 3.05 to get into that advancing position. And Pedro Vergara in fourth in black out of Guatemala. He needs a 3.77, and so far he's ridden quite a few waves, but has been unable to score over a 2.0. So it's really between Josh Gordon and Karsten Cummins, and things are going to start to get serious here as Karsten's trying to replace a 2.47 and so that he can secure and be a little safer in that second place advancing position.
That's right, and we'll have to see if he can do it on this little wave right here as he decides to fade onto his forehand going left and then maybe back to the right. Looks a little unsure of where that wave's going to give him the most opportunity to score. Up and riding right now, red, Sebastian Del Castillo from Peru, absolutely dominating the heat with another nice cutty off the top, throwing the fins free just a little bit there, and you can see he's utilizing a thruster setup, so that might be a little bit different. And as we were talking about a little bit before, the fins are the single easiest way to tune your existing stand-up paddleboard for turning performance. A lot of the riders here I've seen utilizing that quad setup, which I believe allows you to take a higher line on the wave and kind of pump the wave like you would in a skateboard park to generate speed, whereas the thruster setup is a little bit maybe more performance driven in bigger groundswell, where it allows you to kind of make a more vertical attack on the wave where you have a little bit more power behind you. Yellow up and riding on the 7.4, I believe. Karsten Kermis coming out of Germany. He's currently sitting in second. Needs a 7.09 to take the lead with 40 seconds left. Closely followed by Josh Gordon from Canada, still needs a 3.05 to advance. And in fourth place, Pedro Vergara from Guatemala needs a 3.77 to advance.
This is a nice wave for Pedro. It's good size. The judges want to see him utilizing that paddle more, but he's definitely got a bigger size board. Unfortunately, coming in stuck, just tried to do a little off the lip there. But, like you were talking about generating the speed we saw on Sebastian's last wave, the thing that the judges want to see and that's just more pleasing to the eyes is putting it on rail instead of pumping up and down or using your paddle a lot to try and generate speed. It's doing more of those S-turns to stay into the power source of the wave if you're going through a flat section, to get past those flat sections. As we see the winner of that last heat by commanding lead, this is 16-year-old Sebastian Del Castillo, who had a 5.50 and a 7.50. And here's a heat recap. And Sebastian, 16-year-old out of Peru, just putting on a
Ripping
clinic.
it off the top there.
And we know that high seeds are in the red jerseys, and Sebastian definitely deserved to be in a red jersey today, and he showed why he is a highest seed right here, because the performance surfing that he just displayed in that last heat was remarkable.
That's right, and we're going to see a lot of athletes competing in all disciplines here, so it'll be interesting. I believe Sebastian Del Castillo committed to the SUP surfing, and for good reason here, just
I think
tearing
this is
the
his
top
seven.
off here.
Yeah, that's his
Look at him
7.50. Got the fins free, was able to pull that off, and I'm sure we're going to be seeing a lot more of this kid for years to come, and definitely in this event. So that wraps up heat number 3. We'll be right back.
Welcome back to the beautiful countryside here of Nicaragua for the 2014 ISA World Stand-Up Paddle and Paddleboard Championships. We are in beautiful La Boquita Beach for the SUP surfing portion of our competition. Day number 1. We are in heat number 4, round number 1. Let's introduce our surfers. There's the man in red from Australia, Bo Nixon. It'll be a 3-man heat. Our defending gold medalist will be in the white jersey. He's off to the left there. That's Sean Pointer from California. And from Japan in the yellow jersey, Toshihito Harada. So a 3-man heat, top 2 advancing. I'm Bo Hodge along with Dan Gravier. Welcome to the action. 20-minute heats. Each rider is allowed to catch a maximum of 10 to 15 waves per heat. They'll be scored on a 0 to 10-point scale. Top 2 surfers will advance, keeping their best 2 scores. And here we go on the outside. This will be surfer in yellow, Harada from Japan.
Hoshihiro up and riding. Let's see if he can keep himself on the face of this wave, having to kind of work hard to get in there into the scoring face of the wave there, what we call the pocket out in front of the whitewash. Nice little cutty off the top there, trying to complete those maneuvers with big turns. Coming off the top there, not as much speed as we'd like to see maybe, but nice little warm-up wave for Toshihiro Harada from Japan, utilizing that wood paddle. Right in front of that rock there, you see poking its head up through the break there. Paddlers really need to keep an eye on some of the hidden dangers out here, but just a few little rocks poking their head up, and a little bit of a breeze starting to come up, texturize the water here. Last year's defending champion from USA, Sean Pointer, on the wave with a nice aggressive turn off the top there, taking the vertical approach to hitting the lip there. That's what the judges want to see, that wave fading a little bit, and as it does so, Sean fades back to the left to find the pocket with some quick little cut turns. Nice work there, doing the best he can with kind of a less than ideal wave, but making the most of it, and he's already got 3 waves under his belt, so getting off to a quick start right now. Red
Yeah, let's
from
watch
Australia.
Bo Nixon right now from Australia. This will be his second ride. Nice carving turn on the open face. Nixon working down the line. Some of the top competing surfers already in this first round heat with Nixon and Pointer. Nice carving turn back into the pocket of the wave. He needs to get to the open section. There he goes again.
Looking very confident. Some nice transitions there with the paddle and some great spray there, throwing off the big, deep rail turn, 22 years old, coming out of Australia, paddling in the SUP surfing division here. His favorite surf breaks are Chopu, Tahiti, South Stradbroke Island, and of course, the Gold Coast of Australia. Big events include the SUP Surfing Australian National Champ for 2012.
Yeah, let's watch the last of opening wave for our gold medal champion from last year. This is Sean Pointer from California. And you described this one well, Dan. Look at the carving turns. Pivots in, almost losing that back foot on the pad.
That's right, but throwing the fins loose, he really put a lot of weight on the front foot there to get the max show out of that turn. I think a bit of a flat turn, but still throwing those fins loose and really snappy and really read that wave very well. Bo Nixon up and riding for his third wave. Currently leading the heat with a 6.50.
Well, this is his 6.5. This is still the replay that we're watching. This is not live action. So this is the way Bo was carving his turns onto the inside section of 4.67. Last for Sean Pointer. So Nixon in the lead. This is live action as we're watching Harada from Japan up and riding. Open note with a 2.73. Needs to get on the board because he's got two of the world's best SUP surfers up and riding. We see Sean Pointer.
And these guys are just catching waves left and right and keeping the action coming to you live and fast and furious from the 2014 Stand-Up Paddle and Paddleboard Championships. And celebrating 50 years of surfing with the ISA.
Yeah, 50 years ago, 1964, Midget Farley was the first ISA world champion down in Australia. And the ISA celebrating its 50th anniversary with the World Surfing Games coming back to Peru in November later this year. If you log on to isasurf.org, you can find the calendar of events still yet to come this year. The World Bodyboarding Championships, the World Longboarding Championships, all listed right there onto your guide there as we watch Harada and Pointer paddling back out. We can tell you Bo Nixon's in the lead, two-wave combo of a 6.5 and the 3.83. Surfer in red in first. Our defending gold medal champion, Sean Pointer, in second place. Now needing a wave score. Well, they're not giving us what he needs to go to first, but he has a 4.67 and a 2.63 for Harada in yellow. Surfer out of Japan with Team Japan cheering him on the beach. He has a 2.73 and a 1.5 to his credit. Now needing a 4.58 to move up into the top two. Remember, top two of these 4 or 3-man heats will be advancing on in to the second round, and that qualifying winners round will be run today. So both men and women, rounds 1, round 2 of the qualifying winners round will be conducted today by Days Inn. So we'll have 12 heats of the men in the qualifying rounds, and then we'll move on into the women's format where the first 5 heats of the ladies will be coming up, and we'll move back into 6 heats of the men, and then 3 heats of the women coming up. So that's the format of day number 1.
Toshihiro Harada there just a moment ago with his support crew from Japan. Now looking on to some of our competitors getting warmed up for the next heat. Guys having a lot of fun.
There's Team Chile getting ready for his heat. That's Alan Gunther Vaught, or Peru.
Back to the live action, you can see as the wind is starting to come up just a little bit here with some white caps on the outside. It's going to make it a little more challenging for those who brought the smaller equipment and the smaller boards. The waves kind of dropping off here as the swell, kind of some remnants of last week's 6 to 8 foot.
See the lifeguards on the beach telling this lady that she could be in a little bit of danger. And plus, there's a surfing competition. They don't want her getting hit on the shore break area when these guys come in on the inside.
Maybe she's just looking for some attention from the Cabana boys. I think she's having a great time.
Yeah. Here we go. There's Sean Pointer to the left. See Harada in the yellow on the right. Again, we're about mid-tide right now from high to low. So about another 3 hours, we're going to be maxing out. 7-foot tidal difference here in Nicaragua. So it is playing a factor. We're in between swells. We did have a 6-foot swell prior to the competition. So this is the declining swell. Another 6-foot plus swell forecasted for next weekend. So we're right in between the two swells. So the tide playing a major factor here as we are competing in our first round.
And you know, Bo, I always say it's the small waves that bring out the best surfers, because it really is difficult to surf well in smaller and less ideal conditions. As we all know very well, maybe one of the best surfers in the world, Kelly Slater, coming from Cocoa Beach. So known for not its biggest waves, but certainly if you can rip in a small wave conditions, then you certainly can tear it apart when you have a bigger wave and a little bit more power behind you.
And you saw the wave selection there. Sean Pointer put himself in position to paddle for that wave, but as he looked at it, as you can still see, that wave hasn't broke yet. So very wise decision from Sean. And Sean has been a medalist in both years at the ISA SUP Surfing World Championships. He was a bronze medalist in Miraflores in 2012 and a gold medalist last year in 2013 in Peru. So he's made the finals 2 years in a row, along with Antoine Del Perro, who was the gold medalist reversed in 2012 and the bronze medalist last year. So there's a bit of a rivalry between Sean and Antoine. And look, he is really getting onto this wave, and Dan, he's going to get it.
That was amazing there, really utilizing some power there to get on to this wave. Beautiful turn there, throwing some spray into the air. Big rail turn, throwing the fins free in the whitewash there. I think all that paddling paid off for him right there, Bo.
Yeah, two big maneuvers there and stroking into that wave. So 4.67 high right now for Sean and a 2.63 low. You know, he's definitely topped that last wave, but it all began way back on the outside. Let's watch the instant replay here of Sean Pointer.
Boom, right there. Nice big rail turn, cutty off the top, throwing some spray into the air. This is what the judges are looking for, those really radical, snappy turns, and not where the board is really flat, where we see the board up on edge. And when we say rail turn, we're referring to the side of the board, the edge of the board, really getting that board basically vertical, up on edge, and utilizing the edge or the rail to turn rather than just turning off of the fins.
Well, there's Team Australia as they're cheering on their heat leader in red, Bo Nixon. They are the defending gold medal champion team 2 years running.
Coming again this year with a very strong team, Bo. So certainly I give them the nod for being in contention for the gold medal for a third year in a row. Team Australia always bringing a packed team and specialists in each and every discipline of the sport.
Bo Nixon on screen in red was the copper medal winner. He made the final last year in Miraflores, so he knows what it takes, and we've got our gold and copper medal champion already in this first round. Just the way the team seeding has been done. The seeding has been done by your team placings from the prior years, so Australia having the top seeds and following down from there. Here we go. Sean Pointer, gold medalist from last year.
That's right. Originally out of Florida, Sean Pointer, now out of Southern California, where you'll find him sharpening his stand-up paddling skills. Former professional shortboarder. Has spent some time at Pipeline in the North Shore of Hawaii, surfing some of the world's finest waves. Has now taken his skills to the stand-up paddling discipline. And a little bit different strategies being used by our two leaders right now, actually looking at Toshihiro Harada, 35 years old, coming out of Japan.
Just losing in the backside of that wave. You can see Bo Nixon on the outside. There's Team Japan on the inside. And what the judges are looking for here, Dan, is a multitude of criteria. A surfer must demonstrate board handling skills in the transitional phase with the paddle and in the surfing phase in their performance to be judged. And the surfer will be performing radical control maneuvers using the paddle as a key tool in the critical sections of the wave with speed, power, and flow. And let's watch Harada here from Japan. Nice carving turn And this is his big money turn right there on the forehand. Needs to get bigger sprays as Nixon and Pointer are doing, but he's giving his best try right here as he loses the backside of this wave on his next maneuver.
Unfortunately, that wave went a little flat there, but you can see as he's really moving around, some nice footwork there on the board for Toshihiro Harada from Japan, and that's what's required on these larger stand-up paddle boards, as opposed to maybe a traditional shortboard where you really don't ever have to move your feet once you stand up. So some of the best paddlers here are really able to read the wave and feel the board for the ultimate glide and change their stance accordingly. And I think that's why we've seen a paradigm shift to these shorter boards, because the shorter boards don't require you to move back and forth on the board quite as much, and so it allows you to really get the most performance out of the board and the quickest transitions. So here, taking a look at maybe some of the riders for our next heat.
We got Jackson Close there in red and Colin McPhillips in white. So Australia in red and United States in white. And Jackson coming in as the number 1 seed, Colin the number 24 seed for Team USA. But Colin did quite well last year. McPhillips, he placed 9th place, 6th place in 2012. So he's a 3-time former ASP World Longboard champion. So he crosses over from longboarding into SUP surfing, and he's had a great career of SUP surfing, especially here at the ISA World Championships.
I got to hang out a little bit with Colin last weekend in North Carolina for one of the bigger events in the United States called the Carolina Cup. And Colin McPhillips came out to race. And I said, "What are you racing?" He's like, "Oh, just a race board, but I have my surfboard too, so I wanted to catch some waves." So he was out there doing some flat water racing on a grueling 13-mile race, but he also had a short board in tow just in case he'd catch a little bit of surf, try and get some practice here for the World Championships. So great to see
Ian Kearns, his team coach, team captain. Of course, Ian, one of the forefathers in professional surfing in the early 70s, one of the bronze Aussies, and he's made the transition from as a team captain and coach of the Surfing America team for the U.S. national team, now into the SUP surfing. Sean Pointer trying to scratch into that wave. 3 minutes, 40 seconds remaining. Nixon in first in red, Pointer in white in second, and in fourth, Harada in yellow, now needing a score of a 6.94. Here we go. Here's your heat leader in red, Bo Nixon, stroking into this wave. He'll have priority. He's deepest in the fit. Nice carving turn on the opening section. He looks down the line. He's going to be setting up. Look at the transition as he crosses both forehand and backhand with the paddle down the line. Big off the lip maneuver on the crashing lip. Nice carving turn right on the inside pocket. This is going to be a good keeping score. Sean's counting a low of a 3.83. He could improve his position right here on this wave, Dan.
That's right, and you see a little bit different strategy being displayed by Bo Nixon and Sean Pointer. Sean Pointer has about 6 or 7 waves under his belt, whereas Bo Nixon only had 2 or 3. So Bo really being patient, taking his time to catch the best possible waves, looking for quality, whereas maybe Sean going out there and looking for a little bit more quantity. And he's really racked up quite a few waves, but Bo's still in the lead with those quality waves and high-scoring rides right now. In yellow, Toshihiro Harada from Japan, 35 years old, up and riding as that wave doubles up on the inside. It's going to give him a nice little section here with some opportunities to put some more digits on his scorecard. The regular footer coming out of Japan. Some nice maneuvers there, utilizing that wood paddle. So we're seeing some different equipment out here, Bo, with the paddles and the boards, and that composite. Nice job there, holding it together, doing all he can there for 35-year-old Toshihiro Harada. I believe that'll probably be his highest scoring ride so far.
Yeah, but he needs a 7-point range. He needs a 6.94 to untopple Sean Pointer for second place. And we're on standby for the last wave of Bo Nixon. Here we go, Pointer, live action. 1 minute, 40 seconds remaining. Pointer still not yet on this wave as he's stroked on. He needs to get that downplane. There he goes again. Now, nice carving turn. Hits the top of the wave. Cuts back into the whitewater section. And this will be a smaller scoring wave. And like you said, the better wave selection has gone to Nixon. And a 6.9 score for Nixon. Match that with a 6.5 second wave score. Bo's currently comfortable lead. Sean Pointer also in second place. He could improve his margin here if he scores anything over a 4.67 for Harada. he needs to get on the board with a 6.94 or better. And time is of the essence. We're at 1 minute remaining.
That's right, and all these guys know this. They are experienced competition surfers, so as time winds down, they're going to start scrambling for the best waves. Let's see, Bo Nixon looks like he's going to pass this one up as it breaks a little bit outside. See that technique as he actually gets back into the surfing position to get over that whitewash, and this is a technique that we're seeing works very well on these smaller boards. It's very challenging getting out over the whitewash on these smaller boards, but in fact, it can actually be easier as the waves get bigger than trying to do it on a larger board. These boards will actually start surfing for just a second as you come over the whitewash, and that allows the boards to stay on the surface and really pop up and accelerate.
And very much like a windsurfing board, they want to keep the nose up where the whitewater or the nose doesn't prone the board back into a wipeout section. Here we go. This is final seconds here for Sean Pointer. Victory lap as he'll advance on along with Bo Nixon on into qualifying round number 2. And Harada will be delegated into the reprecharge round. And here's Bo Nixon wave right after the horn, so he'll be coming in. But what a display from Bo Nixon and for Sean Pointer, both finalists last year. Nixon, a 4th place finish and a copper medalist. And for Pointer, he's our defending gold medal champion from Miraflores last year. Here's the heat recap. Heat number 4, round number 1, and it all began with Sean Pointer.
Sean Pointer with a beautiful snap off the lip. You can see as he really maneuvers that carbon starboard around. A lot of these paddlers utilizing that carbon fiber material because it makes the board so much lighter than your traditional epoxy glass. So it allows the board to be a little bigger but also a lot lighter. And you see there Bo Nixon with a vertical tack under the lip. Beautiful floater right into the inside section. This wave really held up for him on the inside, Bo, and gave him, I believe, his highest ride score. Right now in yellow, we're looking at our heat recap. Toshihiro Harada coming down the line, getting a nice little opening here on the wave for another scoring possibility. I believe this is the one he rode all the way into the beach. And this last turn, one of his most radical turns right here, as you see, his actual back foot will come off the board, but he somehow manages to just about recover that. And right here, watch his back foot. Nice vertical attack, almost being able to recover from that beautiful maneuver there.
Well, there's Team Australia. They're going to welcome home Bo Nixon and Sean Pointer as Team USA will advance on in. You're watching the 2014 ISA World Stand-Up Paddle and Paddleboarding Championships as we're broadcasting for 50 years here of surfing. And you're watching live from La Boquita in Nicaragua. Stay tuned. Heat number 5 on deck next. Welcome back to the beautiful country of Nicaragua for the 2014 ISA World Stand-Up Paddle and Paddleboard Championships. We're at La Boquita Beach, and we are surfing in heat number 5, round number 1 of the qualifying heat. And let's meet our competitors. Our top seed, Jackson Close, out of Australia, will be in red. Colin McPhillips from California, representing the United States in white. And Alan Gunther Vaught from Chile will be in the yellow jersey. No surfer in black, as some of the seedings has been done with 4- and 3-man heats as we move on in to the opening round here. My name is Bo Hodge, along with Jody Nelson, and welcome to our broadcast of our first of 3 days of SUP surfing for men and women. Today, qualifying rounds, winter rounds for both men and women for both rounds 1 and 2 for today, and then tomorrow we'll move into repechage heats, losers round, as this is a double elimination format, not only individual competition, but very much a team competition, as Team Australia is our 2-time defending ISA SUP World Champion team. So just underway, no waves been ridden in the first 2 minutes of this 20-minute heat. As you can see on screen, 3-time ASP World Longboard Champion, that's Colin McPhillips, and there on to the right, there's Jackson Close and Alan Vaught in yellow on the inside. Looks like Alan's found a wave, and looks like Jackson's maybe going for this wave. Who's going to get it, Jody?
Well, looks like red is going to catch it, but yellow might be able to get into the left. We got a little bit of a situation here. Red kicks out Jackson, which was a smart move, because the last thing you want to do is get an interference. We've got Allen out of Chile on this right-hander, getting his campaign started. And he was smart. He could have gone left, but he kept Jackson Close from Australia off of that wave.
Well, knowing Jackson's the top seed, he wants to make sure he can control possibly a wave selection. Here we go. Colin McPhillips, 9th last year at the 2013 ISA World Surfing Championships, SUP Surfing Championships, and Colin up and riding on his first wave.
Well, Colin is out of San Clemente, California, no stranger to stand-up paddling, and he's been, like you said, a longboarder for a long time, and getting that board right up on the lip. Colin's on a 710 Hobie board, and interesting fact that he's on a thruster too. You know, a lot of people switching over to the thrusters. We saw Hector earlier on a quad. We saw Sebastian on a thruster. Sean Pointer was on a 7.7 starboard, which was also a thruster setup. So maybe these guys thinking, you know, they can get a little more performance in the mushier waves on the thrusters. But
well, we're seeing a single fin there up there from Team Costa Rica, and another guy with a thruster there. So they're mixing it up, and it's personal preference. You know, some guys like 3 fins, some guys like 4, some guys like using 5 fins. You know.
Yeah. I always thought, you know, the quads. It seems like, you know, last few years, they just seem a lot faster, you know, like they got a lot more squirt out of them, and, you know, from the board. But, you know, maybe these guys are getting a little more maneuverability on the thrusters out here. And so, you know, the interesting in this heat, two longboarders, Jackson Close was a competitive longboarder, as well as Colin McPhillips, as we see Alan out of Chile just kind of getting out of the back of that wave.
Colin McPhillips taking a look there, not opting to go for that wave. He's opened up with a 3.33. Jackson Close had to kick out in his opening wave, so thus getting under 2 points, a 1.83. And for Alan Gunther Vaught from Chile in yellow, a 1.67 and a 0.5. We say aloha to all those watching live in Hawaii on OC Channel 250, the Surf Channel. And Dean Luke and all those waking up very early, making sure the broadcast also on HD at 1250. And in the Southern California areas on tape delayed. In Los Angeles on 101, the Desert Cities 111, San Diego 411, also on delay on Time Warner Sportsnet. Check your local broadcast channels. And welcome to day number 1 of the 2014 ISA World SUP Paddleboard Championships. First 3 days of competition, SUP surfing for both men and women. Here on the west coast of Nicaragua, we're at La Boquita. Wednesday, we'll have a transitional lay day as we move over to Lake Nicaragua for the technical paddleboard, SUP, long distance, and paddleboard races in Lake Nicaragua. That will be happening Thursday through Sunday, and also the relay portions of this competition. So a very exciting week of action, and we're just in day number 1 of all this. And here we go. On the outside, a wave approaching, Jody.
Yeah, we can see all 3 guys scrambling. Colin really putting a lot into this. He sees something out the back. He's going to try and flip around here. It's going to be pretty exciting to see who gets this one. The wind's kind of blowing. And we've got White up and riding. That's Colin McPhillips. He's able to get into that wave, but it didn't really have much to offer, Bo. And
I think the tide really mushed that out. And then, again, Jackson Close getting caught under the gun from Alan Vaught. So maybe this is a bit of a strategy of sitting on the top seed and making sure he doesn't get his wave selections, because right now we're seeing Jackson Close in third place, needing a score of just a fraction of a 0.34. Still early days in this heat with 13.34, but a little bit of a head game being played.
Well, yeah, Alan out of Chile is definitely playing the strategy game out there, and you can see, he's been blocking and keeping Jackson off of those waves, which is smart. I've yet to see Jackson surf out here. I saw a couple waves of Colin this morning, and he's looking pretty strong out there. Jackson 29 out of the Gold Coast of Australia. Australia has a really strong team, so does the U.S., and we saw the standouts this morning so far for me have been Hector Gonzalez out of Sayulita, Mexico, was ripping. Sebastian, 16-year-old De Castillo out of Peru, absolutely ripping. So those are some previews to possible final contenders, and that last heat was probably the most high-performance heat we've seen so far today with Bo Nixon and Sean Pointer just ripping.
Both those guys were in the final last year.
Exactly.
With Pointer the first place, and for Bo Nixon, he was fourth place, but Bo got the better of him. As we watch Colin McPhillips, a three-time ASP World Longboard champion, he's got onto this wave. He's looking left, he's looking right. Which way is he going to go, Jody?
Yeah, that's an interesting wave choice for Colin, and he must just want to get his campaign going. He's got a nice roundhouse cut back there, all the way back to the whitewash. Another off the lip, so he's kind of caught this wave on the inside, but it reformed on the inside, and with just 12 minutes remaining in this heat, you can tell Colin just wants to get some waves under his belt, because as you've seen, Jackson hasn't gotten anything yet, and Alan out of Chile has only got 2 waves under the 2-point score. So
well, for Jackson Close from the Gold Coast, as you said, Jody, he is a 6-time Australian national champion in longboarding, but he is a first-time competitor for Team Australia. Last year, Team Australia sent for their 2 representatives in the SUP surfing, Bo Nixon and Justin Holland. And Justin Holland was a silver medalist in 2012 and a 5th-place semifinalist last year. So for Jackson to make the team to upend Justin Holland, he had to really qualify through the Aussie titles.
Well, we see Alan Gunther Voigt on his 4th wave, but here's Jackson on his 2nd wave, looking to get his campaign started. He only has a 1.83, so he wants to get a mid to high scoring range wave as he's getting busy on this right-hander all the way to the inside section, doing a couple nice layback snaps. The judges really want to see these boys put it on rail, and he'll probably get definitely improve his 1.83 on that wave.
Well, yeah, he only needs half a point to get out of 3rd place to pass our surfer in yellow. And there you can see some of the competitors there for Team Australia as they're cheering on, as they're watching their countrymen compete out here. Team Australia, the defending gold medal champion from 2012, 2013. And they bring another stacked team coming up this year. And we have one of the gold medalists from the last 2 years, Jamie Mitchell. He'll be joining the broadcasting team up here later in the week. As we watch Up and Riding, this is Colin McPhillips.
So Colin taking a really nice high line at the beginning of that wave to generate speed, get a nice cut back there. That's his 2nd roundhouse cut back. He's just going to try and stay in that power source of the wave to get to the inside for this last section. And Colin looking really smooth. You can see he's utilizing the paddle really well and just flowing. No real jerky moves, real nice style, power and flow, and the judges are going to like that. He's got a 3.33 and a 4.50, so he's going to be looking to replace that 3.33. Let's take a look at his replay here. You can see he gets started early, goes high line there to generate speed, digs his paddle in, nice layback, cut back all the way to the roundhouse into the whitewash, another roundhouse hitting. You get extra points going all the way back to that whitewash. The judges want to see that, and he's just keeping busy right there, really just generating speed to get that last off the lip there section on the closeout on the inside, and that'll be a good score for Colin. So that's his 4th ride, and like I said, he'll be looking to replace a 3.33 as we see.
Here we go, our surfer out of Chile up and riding back onto his forehand section. Now he's going to break away from Jackson Close. We're still waiting for Jackson's last wave score to see what he registered here. But, Colin's kind of staying away from these two, isn't he?
Yeah, he's going hunting and pecking and catching some waves that are on the smaller side. but not all the way out the back, but on the inside. But he's seeing something where he's seeing those reforms on the inside section. And the U.S. team's they've got a coach down here. They've got Ian Cairns. He's got a lot of competitive knowledge. Colin McPhillips has tons of competitive knowledge. All those years surfing professional as a longboarder, and heat strategy really comes into play.
Here we go. Jackson Close up and riding on this third wave. He has scored a 3.67 on this second wave. Now in second place. Let's see what he can do on this third wave. Keeping the board busy. You can see some of the shallow rocks he's avoiding. Nice carving turn, throwing the tail around. Can he stay on this wave? Utilizing the paddle. Back on the open section. That's where the scoring part of the wave area. Nice cut turn on the inside, pushing length of ride all the way to the shoreline. So this will be a keeper wave, and up and riding Colin McPhillips.
Colin does a nice big off the top for that first turn. And you'll see Colin when he does his roundhouses. Unfortunately, that one just kind of mushed out. But the difference between Colin and what I'm seeing with even just Jackson on his last wave is Colin's wrapping his roundhouse cutbacks all the way to the whitewash, where Jackson was just doing just a cutback, not a roundhouse cutback. And so the judges are going to notice that, and they're going to, reward the points accordingly. As you'll see, the scores dropping for Colin's wave, not that last one, but the wave before. And so far we've got 2 6s. So the judges will drop, once they put all their scores in, they drop the high and the low and take the average. And there's how many judges we got? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 judges. Yep. So you drop the high and the low and average that out.
So you got the medium score of the 3 judges, and we're still on standby for last of red, last of white, as the top 2 seeds, as you see, paddling back out. There's surfer in white, Team USA, Colin McPhillips, and there's Team USA, and Ian Kearns right there on the left.
Yep.
And you can see, is that Emily Merrill, the gold medalist from 2012. She's back this year. She was absent last year.
Yeah, it's good
for
to see
Team
Emmy.
USA. And Team USA has a really packed team. They brought Slater Trout for the distance and technical racing, and they've really they're going to give Australia a run for their money.
Yeah, it's good to see Australia. I mean, the U.S. really put a team together and come down, and Surfing America get behind them, and sending down Ian. It's great to have a coach like that on your side, just giving you pointers and taking care of the team and making sure like logistics and everybody's prepared and practicing. They trained yesterday out Lake Nicaragua. And I heard that course is really cool, like all through the islands, and there's crocodiles and bull sharks and all kinds of crazy stuff. But it sounds like that course is going to be really exciting, going through the islands and weaving in and out. So it'll be exciting to see.
So not only gold medalists Emmy and Sean for Team USA, you got Slater Trout, you got Chuck Glenn coming and competing both in the distance and the technical. You got Dean Lawrence, you got Carter Craves, you got Jimmy Terrell from Quickblade as one of the team officials, Ian Kearns. So they've got a really good stacked team, Team USA. And look at that score, 6-point ride for Colin McPhillips, a 5.17 for Jackson Close. So they have really narrowed down the top 2 spots. And there's Jordan Mercer, the 2-time defending champion, the 3-time Molokai champion. And she is one to beat on the paddleboard. She is in a field by herself. But Anna Naughton has been giving her a run from New Zealand last year. So there's your heat leader, Colin McPhillips, the 3-time ASB World Longboard Champion, 9th place last year at this SUP surfing event in Peru, in the lead with just about 5 minutes remaining. So on the bubble right now is the surfer in yellow from Chile. He needs a 7.17, Alan Gunther Vaught. So he's on the bubble right now. So he needs the best wave of the heat so far to get out of that 3rd place standing. There's Shakira Westrop. She will be competing in the women's portion of not only the SUP surfing, but in the distance and technical races, too.
Yeah, Shakira really putting in work at this event. But she'll be coming up in heat number 1 of the women's SUP surfing up against Emmy Merrill and Yuka Hirashaki from Japan. So that's going to be a really good heat between those 3 girls. And
yeah, Shakira, runner-up in the first 2 years. 2nd place, silver medalist in 2012, 2013. And she's the top seed as they seed the competitors as per their team standings, not how the placing standings. So Sean Porter, not the number 1 seed, even though he's the gold medalist from last year. It is the team standings. So that's Shakira getting the top seed, as she's been looking for gold for the last 2 years, and now she's going to try to make it a run this year. So there's the competitors getting ready for their next heat number 6, as they get ready to paddle out. We'd like to thank all of our great sponsors making the 2014 ISA World Stand-Up Paddle and Paddleboard Championships possible. We'd like to thank our presenting sponsor, Intour, Nicaragua's Ministry of Tourism. We are also being sponsored by Avianca, Voss TV, Tigo, Channel 6 in Nicaragua, and our media partners include SUPRacer.com, Surfos, Latin America's leading surf publication, Passion Extremo, and Fox Sports Latin America, and SUP Club in Waves, Brazil.
Colin McPhillips up and riding, getting busy on this wave. 2 big roundhouse cutbacks, and he had a nice turn at the beginning of that wave. Keep him busy all the way to the inside. Kicks out of that one. As we see out the back, we've got Jackson Close doing a big layback turn, and he went down on a knee, but he was able to hold on, and here he's just going to try and see if he can stay on the wave and get that reform. He gets one more turn in. He's going to cut back to the whitewash so he can get the reform here, see if he can get one more turn on the inside, a nice little cutback, and this will be a good wave for Jackson. It'll be interesting to see what the judges do with that turn. He kind of dropped a knee there, but was able to hang on, and he's still going on the inside. Couple more taps, and finishing off pretty strong. He really rode that wave for all it had, and we're going to
Jody, let's watch the ISA replay.
Oh, wow.
Fins free,
Wow.
losing his feet, as you said, but holding on position, and this is what the judges called a controlled radical maneuver. A little bit of instability there, but he still held on and finished the ride.
So the turn was amazing. He did come down. It's like I said, it's going to be interesting to see how the judges deem that. He's looking to replace a 3.67, which he'll definitely do with this wave. But man, that first turn is going to be a great photo. It's awesome to watch that on replay. And it's great to see what these guys are doing on these boards. And fins free surfing on a stand-up paddleboard is what we want to.
But he's pushing the limits, and that's what the judges want to see. And using the transition with the paddle, and if he would have fell off, it would have been an incomplete wave and maneuver for him. But he was able to hang on by the hair of his chinny chin chin, and especially by his heels there, and to complete that score. So we're on standby for last of red. There's your heat leader, Colin McPhillips.
And he did it right in front of Colin.
Yeah, he's going game on. So Aussie won the last heat. The United States leading in this heat. And let's see what Colin McPhillips can do here with 1 minute, 20 seconds remaining, and falls off the back end of that board. And scores are coming in large here in the excellent range for Jackson Close. So he's going to move back into the lead. So Australia pushing the limits here. An 8-point ride everywhere from a 9 to a 7. So good scoring wave for Jackson Close with 1 minute to go.
Yeah, they definitely like that. I mean, it was really exciting surfing to watch. And he really maximized that wave all the way to the inside. And it was crazy he was able to hang on to that. As you see, Colin McPhillips is sitting on a 4.50 and a 6.0. So we're still waiting for the scores from his last wave to drop in. And it looks we're just waiting for one more judge as we see yellow up and riding.
Yeah, this is Alan Gunther Vaught. He is in almost the combination position. He needs a perfect wave score of near 10. He needs a 9.73. So he's being upended by the top contenders here as we're here in the final countdown and the two horns to end this heat. And with Sebastian from Peru earlier scoring a 7.5, Jackson Close betters that with that 8-point radically controlled maneuver. And here's the heat recap here in heat number 5, qualifying round number 1 of the SUP surfing men. And it began with Colin McPhillips really taking this wave to town.
Well, this is Colin's earlier high-scoring wave was a 4.50. He gets those nice roundhouse cutbacks where he's going all the way back to the whitewater. And that's what the judges want to see. And, Colin's just got that nice, smooth style. He's not jerking that paddle around. He's using it just to, he's not overusing it. So nice, long, sweeping roundhouse cutback. That's beautiful surfing by Colin McPhillips. This was his 6.0 ride. And, he dominated the majority of this heat. But then all of a sudden, Jackson Close just woke up and threw down that.
But look at the speed he generated to get the fins free there and then holding on for this 8-point ride, Jody.
Yeah, no, that was an amazing turn. He did it right in front of his fellow competitor. Colin McPhillips is just watching going, oh, no. But you see Jackson, he hung on to this wave. He wasn't really doing much after that big turn until he got to the inside. He was real patient, just hanging on. And here's where it starts to reform on the inside, and he gets a couple little taps on the inside. But really, the majority of his points were from that first big maneuver.
Well, controlled radical maneuvers is what the judges want to see, especially with the transition of the paddle. You are watching the 2014 ISA World Stand-Up Paddle and Paddleboarding Championships live from La Boquita Beach here in beautiful Nicaragua. Stay tuned. Coming up next, Heat 6 of the men's surfing round number 1.
And welcome back to the 2014 ISA World Stand-Up Paddle and Paddleboard Championships. My name is Dan Guevara. I'm joined here by Jody. We're here in the announcer's booth on the beautiful shore of La Boquita, Nicaragua, checking out our first event in the 2014 ISA World Stand-Up Paddleboard and Paddleboard Championships. In heat number 6, we have Tamil Martino from Peru, Melvin Palmiano, Moritz Mausch, and Brian Sandoval. Right now, looks like Tamil up and riding. Look for this rider, top seed. I think he's got some moves in store for us, Jody. I saw him warming up, and he looked pretty well good to go. Right now in white from Canada, Melvin Palmiano. I just had an opportunity to talk to Melvin a little bit. Originally from South Korea, now residing in Vancouver, Canada. Wants to send a big shout out to all of his friends and family back at home in both locations. Right now looking at Team Costa Rica, cheering on Brian Sandoval on the water. Looks like Jenny Kalmbach there, joined by some of her teammates from Costa Rica.
I didn't know Jenny was from Costa Rica.
She's going to be paddling in the distance event just last weekend, taking second out there in the grueling race at the Carolina Cup. Just passing up Lena Agaitis, who is also going to be here for the racing portion at this event. So I think we'll see another heated battle between those two lovely ladies. Up and riding, looks like Tamil paddling hard for that one, almost losing his stroke there. Kind of pushing himself there a little bit. I think it would behoove him to relax a little bit. He knows he's got plenty of time.
Well, we've had some pretty exciting heats so far this morning, Dan. I mean, I've been really impressed by, especially Sebastian out of Peru. But, I mean, the last few heats we've seen what will be final contenders, and Tamil also, he was a standout last year at his home in Peru for the World Stand-Up Paddle and Paddleboard Championships, and I'm sure he's going to be putting up another display here as we've got up and riding in white out of Canada, Melvin Palmiano.
Out there on the 711 carbon. Behind him in yellow, we see Maurice Mausch from Germany, with a couple nice maneuvers there. Just behind Melvin. Melvin working it to the inside, looking for a little bit of speed, maybe a section on the inside, as Maurice also looking for a section on the outside. And here's Tamil charging down the line with a nice big roundhouse cut back into the whitewash. As that wave doubles up, let's see if it's going to give him a nice critical section to make a big maneuver here. Nice off the lip there. Deep rail carves there. Looks like he's changed his board up a little bit since last year. Now riding, I believe, a hand shape. Looks like about a 7-4.
Yeah, well, that board looks like it's it's really zippy. It's got a lot of speed, and then, really loose, too. As we're going to take a quick look at Moritz Mauch out of Germany. He's a pretty young kid. I remember he competed last year, and really good surfer. As you can see him on his backhand, just doing a couple taps there. And surfing on the backhand on those SUPs with the paddle and stuff takes some skill. It's a lot harder on your backhand than it is your forehand. But these guys, obviously professionals, as we see Moritz is sitting on that 2.50 and a 8.7. We're still waiting for his third ride. Currently, the situation is Tamil out of Peru is in first with a 3.33, and his last score was a 5.83. Here we've got Melvin out of Canada. He's got a 0.87 and a 1.37, so he's looking to kind of get probably replace both of those scores. And Moritz Mauch has a 2.50 and a 0.87, and we're just waiting for his third wave to drop, and he's going to get a better score on his third wave. It's looking like we're waiting for one more judge to drop his score, as we see
some of next heat's riders getting warmed up there with the official ISA 50-year anniversary inspection sticker. Each one of our paddlers has to have one of those stickers on their board once it passes inspection. There in black, Brian Sandoval. Couple maneuvers on that wave there as we see strong support from Team Costa Rica on the beach. Team Costa Rica also fielding a full team here. Moritz Mauch in yellow up and riding on the 7.4, I believe, by starboard. It's only about 25 inches wide, and you can see how quick and snappy that board is. Some of these boards coming in at a mere 12 or 15 pounds, making it a lot easier to throw those boards around. It comes down to swing weight and how easy it is to throw that board around. Really makes a big difference. You see, it's got a very short paddle. A lot of our stand-up paddle surfers in the extreme performance category looking at paddles that are no taller than they are tall, so from the ground to head high. Looks like we're going to get a little replay from a wave of Tamil Martino. Here he goes, taking off. Nice full roundhouse cutback off the top there, bouncing off the foam a little bit, generating some speed in the pocket. Another nice roundhouse cutback, looking for that reverse, trying to kick the fins out and maybe spin that board around. You see the wind has really come up here in the last 20 minutes.
It's kind of like a side shore wind there, as we see Brian Sandoval out of Costa Rica on his third wave. He's got a little left there, trying to take this one all the way to the inside, see if he can get a little reform here. One last hit, and he gets it. And you can see the rocks popping up on the inside there on the left. And Moritz Mauch, his previous wave was a 2.97, so now we're waiting for his fourth wave to drop.
There's
and
Karsten Kermis. That's actually Moritz Mauch's teammate
so
from Germany.
He's just 18 years old, so another younger competitor. He's the three-time German champion. His sponsors are Starboard, Killerfish, Garmin, 71%, and Ion. And he's comes from that windsurf background. He's a windsurfer and a stand-up paddler, and he's definitely a contender here in the SUP surfing division. As we see our next heat getting ready. That's one of our competitors out of Mexico. You can see Team Mexico there. They've got their coach. They've got Fernando. They got the boys. They're all psyching up. That's Vazquez.
Getting fired up to get out there, get on the water.
And they have a solid team. They've got some great surfers. They've got great racers. And, they did some damage last year, and I'm sure that they're gonna leave their mark this year. It'll be interesting to see if they can take home any gold medals. And we've got
Absolutely.
White up and riding.
I would put them in the contention for the gold, absolutely, with a full field of teams. Also look out for Australia and France, coming with a very strong representation, and of course United States right now up and riding. Melvin Palmiano from North Vancouver, Canada. Beautiful area there. If you've never been, I would suggest you go check it out. Place is surrounded by water, whether it's the rivers, the oceans, the harbors. Plenty of places to paddle there in Vancouver. Year-round paddling. Like to thank some of our media partners, especially supracer.com. Surfos, Latin America's leading surf publication, Passion Extrema on Fox Sports Network, and SUP Club and Waves Brazil. Also like to thank Intour, Nicaragua's Ministry of Tourism. Without them, we would not be hosting these events here in Nicaragua, so we appreciate their hospitality. Also, Lux Development, European Union, Viva Nicaragua, Channel 13, and again, our media partners, Surfers Village and StandUpLatino.com. Make sure you support those that support our events and our sports.
Yeah, and if you guys are at home watching, make sure you hashtag WSUPPC or ISA Worlds, and you can follow ISA on Instagram at ISA Surfing, and Twitter is the same at ISA Surfing.
And here's the situation, Jody. Looks like Tamil Martino in the lead with the 8.16, followed by Germany's Moritz Mausch with 6.8. And in third, Brian Sandoval from Costa Rica with a 4.7. And Melvin in fourth place with a 2.37. There at the far right of the screen, you can see what each paddler needs to advance their position. So right now we're looking at a situation between black and white for the advance that will need to get a score noted there. Right now up and riding, yellow Moritz Mausch out for, I believe this is his fifth wave. Going for that 360 maneuver. Needs a little more power in these waves. I had a chance to get out there and talk to some of our paddlers about the conditions here. They said it's pretty challenging. The waves don't have a lot of power behind them, so it takes a lot to generate that speed and complete the maneuvers. A lot of times those more radical turns are depleting their board speed, so they have to work that back up here. Tamil Martino kind of coming into a more comfortable look as we advance through, and there a nice little maneuver, popping that board up and out of the water, freeing up the fins twice there. Very nice maneuvers there for Tamil, really coming onto the scene last year as kind of a bit of a dark horse at the 2013 ISA World Championships in his home country of Peru.
Yeah, I remember last year Tamil was ripping, and he had, a wood paddle. He had a really interesting, unique paddle. But, yeah, he was ripping, and he was keeping up with the rest of them and put on a really good show last year at the ISA World Stand-Up Paddle and Paddleboard Championship. So we saw a minute ago on screen for the next heat coming up in yellow. That's Mike Young out of Ireland, and he's our oldest competitor. And with the name Mike Young, he's obviously young at heart, still coming out here. I think he's the only surfer for Ireland represented here at the World Stand-Up Paddleboard and Paddleboard Championships. And it's exciting to see all the teams come together and all the national pride. And we had the opening ceremonies yesterday, and just the Sands of the Nation, and just really cool event, you get that Olympic feeling, and that's really what the ISA is doing here with their events, and they're doing a really good job representing the sports. So thanks to the ISA and Fernando and Bob, and we see a replay here of Red Tamil out of Peru, and he uses his paddle really well too, Dan.
That's right. You can see him really utilizing that paddle, putting all of his weight on the paddle during the critical maneuvers to unweight the board, as we see right there, and actually kick it up and free those fins up and really give us some radical display of his paddling prowess there. And like you said, utilizing that paddle, and that's exactly what the judges are looking for outside of speed and flow, nice smooth takeoff. All these things really important in your wave score and how the judges are going to view your overall performance right now. Up and riding, Brian Sandoval from Costa Rica. We see that wind starting to really, really blow up against the rights, so those goofy footers might have a bit of an advantage here as they are surfing downwind, so that's going to help them generate maybe a little bit more speed, but also make it a bit more challenging to paddle back to the point, to the lineup.
Yeah,
get a little replay here.
See, this is a replay of Brian from Costa Rica, and you'll see the use of his paddle. So, you know, some guys overuse their paddle. You almost don't want to notice the paddle. It should just be a complement of your surfing. He is utilizing it to get speed, but right here, if you're able to, you know, he's digging in, trying to get to that next section, you know, switching hands back and forth. But you can see he did a great turn right there, but the judges really want to see these guys get their boards on rail. So the flat turns aren't going to get scored as high as those turns that are on rail.
That's
but
right.
I personally love seeing guys where you don't really even notice they have a paddle in their hand, and it's just complementing their surfing. Bo Nixon does a really good job at it. Sean Pointer usually does a really good job at it. Today I noticed he was overutilizing his paddle a little bit. You should see Tamil, he's really digging in. And it just probably goes to show, like, these waves probably, like you said, have a little less, you know, oomph to them. So the guys are really having to generate a lot of speed and power out of their paddles. And
that's right, and that's one of the advantages of stand-up paddle surfing. When the waves maybe aren't as ideal as they could be every day, you can get out there. So instead of waiting maybe once or twice a week to take advantage of the best conditions, you can get out there every single day and have a great time and still catch lots of waves. And that paddle helps you catch the waves. It helps you stay more stable when it's bumpy out or windy, as we see a lot of people utilizing the brace stroke technique. So it's pretty neat, and it's really opened up the realm of surfing to a much larger demographic and a larger audience than maybe we saw with traditional surfing. And I think that's led to the explosive growth in the coastal regions that are predominantly driven by waves. And it's really great to see even a lot of crossover from the traditional surfing sport itself into stand-up paddling. So we're very blessed to have the sport and to be welcomed by our surfing brothers and sisters out in the water. And that really is what explains the whole concept of aloha.
And we've got just under 2 minutes, about 1 minute and 37 seconds left in this heat. And the current situation is Tamil out of Peru is in first. He's got a 4.83, and his not the last wave he got, but the wave before that, he increased his score by getting a 4.83. And in second place, we've got Moritz Mauch out of Germany in yellow, and he doesn't have very high scoring waves. He's just sitting on a 2.97 and a 2.83, so it's pretty close between second, third, and fourth. As we see Moritz up and riding, he's looking to improve that 2.97, but just comes unstuck there. And we've got Brian Sandoval out of Costa Rica. He only needs a 3.21 to get up into that advancing situation. He's got a 2.47 and a 3.60, so it's really close between Brian and Moritz. And then Melvin's down there in fourth, and he needs a 5.43. So really the battle here is between yellow and black. And with just 38 seconds left in this heat, they're going to have to start getting busy out there, Dan.
That's right. We see a little set coming in here as everyone's posturing, looking for that wave here, focused on Tamil right here, looking to ride this wave. He's just got a few seconds left.
Well, that's the horn right there. So I think this wave might be a little too late, or it might count. He might have just gotten it. So if Brian gets a 3.21 on this wave, he will overtake Moritz. But again, nobody loses, nobody goes home. With the ISA format, everybody surfs twice, so they'll go into a repechage round. The guys that got third and fourth, and then first and second will skip around. And here's the heat recap, Dan, as we see Tamil really dominated this heat. He had a 4.83 and a 4.87, and that board looked like it really generated a lot of speed. He utilized his paddle well, was able to get his board up through the lip and do some real dynamic surfing, but also milk these waves all the way inside and just get the most out of every ride. So he did a good job out there, just strategy and surfing a smart heat, as we see in yellow, Moritz Mauch out of Germany.
Yeah, just 18 years old. Maurice Mauch has a bright future ahead of him for stand-up paddle surfing. Coming from a windsurf background, you can see as he throws that 7-4 around like it's nothing. Nice paddle transitions there, moving back and forth, keeping that paddle on the inside of his turns, which really helps lead his upper body into the rotation. And there's a great example of the same technique there from Tamil. As you see, he turns one way, changes the paddle to the other side there, freeing up the fins coming off the top, and another nice wave for Tamil.
Well, the winds come up here in Nicaragua at La Boquita, but up next we are going to see heat number 7 of the men's stand-up paddle surfing. Don't go anywhere.
Welcome back to the beautiful country of Nicaragua. You are watching the 2014 ISA World Stand-Up Paddle and Paddleboard Championships. We are in beautiful La Boquita Beach for the surfing portion of the men's SUP surfing qualifying round number 1. We are in heat number 7. Let's meet our competitors in this heat. From Mexico in red, we have Tazhui Pu Vasquez. In the white jersey from Spain, Guillermo Caracito. Mike Young from Ireland in yellow, and Dennis Picado from Costa Rica in the black jersey. I'm Bo Hodge along with Dan Gravier. Welcome to another 20-minute heat. Top 2 surfers of this 4-man heat will qualify into round number 2 of the men's qualifying, which will be run today. So today is day number 1 of competition. Men and women, winners rounds 1 and 2 being conducted by Days In today. And there's our Spanish surfer paddling back out to the lineup.
I believe we had 43 men surfers and about 17 women surfers coming out here. We're looking right now here at Team Peru, talking to some of the Canadians out here. And in the background there to the left, you can see the judges and the webcasters announcers booth. We're located in that booth. Myself joined here with Bo Hodge. We're having a great time here in beautiful Nicaragua, La Boquita Beach. Surrounded by beautiful people, excellent conditions, and some great food and culture.
Yeah, this is the 15-year-old out of Costa Rica. This is Dennis Picado, and tearing up this way from the outside. He's only been surfing for 3 years and already qualified for the Costa Rica team. And the Costa Rica junior amateur team did quite well at the event in Ecuador with Leilani Mamanagal. Qualifying both in the under 16 under 18 group, and Costa Rica coming back onto the shoreline there. There was Brian Sandoval from the last heat. He placed third place, so we'll see him in the repechage round. Remember, this is a double elimination format, Olympic type style scoring, not only for individuals but also for team points tallies. And so surfers will have at least 2 tries in the SUP surfing division. In the technical races, we may have some semifinal qualification rounds and our final rounds, and of course our distance would just be a one-shot deal. So mixing it all up. And let's watch a couple of waves that we missed during our commercial break as we were watching White right now. Let's see if our Spaniard, he can't quite get this. Here we go. This is Dennis Picado from Costa Rica, the young 15-year-old.
That's right. You can see him taking that that left down the beach, downwind, as I spoke about a little bit earlier. That might be a little bit of an advantage for our goofy footers surfing on their toe side or on their forehand here. They're going to be able to generate a little bit more speed because they're not going against that 15-mile-an-hour wind or so. Some nice maneuvers there, kicking the tail out. But you see how he really held that board flat, and what the judges are looking for are these rail turns. A little bit more of a rail turn out of our paddler in red right there. There's a nice deep rail turn right there. This is live back here for another wave and for red.
Yeah, this is Vasquez from Mexico, and look how fast and quick he is, darting on the inside, staying with the shallow section. Low tide is starting to show itself. We're seeing some of the shallow reef rocks starting to move out here as a 7-foot tidal difference from 6 o'clock this morning all the way to 12 noon to our low tide. So we can tell you Vasquez opened up with a 3-point ride. He's currently in second place. Our heat leader right now is surfer in white from Spain. Guillermo opened up with a 3.13 and a 2.67. So Basui, and we're seeing some of our competitors getting ready for their next heat in the red jersey. That's Team France, Jeremy, as he's getting ready for his heat, as he's looking on. And we saw Antoine Del Perro earlier today. Heat 1, round 1, dominate out in his heat, a former gold medalist at the ISA World SUP Surfing for Men. Very calm, collecting himself, Dan.
That's right. This is a game of physical ability and mental prowess. You got to keep your calm out there. You've got 20 minutes. It goes by pretty quick, so you don't want to get out there and start frothing too hard and taking off on less than ideal waves. So it really pays to assess the wave and read the wave. As we saw, a perfect example of that was Bo Nixon up against Sean Pointer, whereas Sean had more than twice the number of waves, but Bo was really able to pick out the diamonds in the rough, if you will, and really capitalize on the better shaped waves that were able to hold up all the way to the beach.
Yeah, and Ozzy going up against Team USA, both in heats 4 and 5 there, and not only did Bo Nixon outpoint Sean Pointer, the defending gold medal champion, but Jackson Close outpointed Colin McPhillips in the very next heat. So Australia is showing a little bit of dominance in this first round. Here we go, surfer in white, our Spaniard Guillermo trying to get onto this back wave as the wind playing a little bit of chop factor. You can see the fishing boat out on the outside. Guillermo will turn back around, and SUP surfing, you know, these guys, you see them down, sitting on their board, standing on their board. You know, this is a workout, just, you know, standing in place and keeping position.
Absolutely, and you can just see the difference between yellow and white there. Yellow is on a much wider board with a lot more flotation. You see the water isn't hardly lapping up over the board and getting his feet wet, whereas the board on the right of your screen for the rider in white is virtually underwater, so his feet are underwater. He's having to utilize his leg muscles quite a bit more, so he's having to really utilize or expend a lot more energy, I should say,
well, let's talk
just standing.
Yeah, let's talk about Vasquez right here as he goes down, but here he goes, up and riding. This is surfer in yellow and white. Who's going to get the wave? It'll be white. Guillermo from Spain. He's currently in second place. He has a 3.13 and a 2.63. Nice carving turn as he's looking for the open face section, working his paddle and getting on that open face. Needs to get back into the pocket of the wave, so he's not progressing much here with scoring potential. As
he's going to get a little double up here on the inside. Let's see what he can do with a nice paddle transition for a little roundhouse cut back as the whitewash comes up over his board there. And that'll be a decent little wave for Guillermo Caracero from Spain right now on the outside. Black Dennis Picado from Costa Rica taking a look there. Wasn't quite able to pull himself onto that one.
But how's this transition? The man in black right there, 15-year-old, up against the man in yellow, the 62-year-old from Ireland, Mike Young. He's been surfing for 49 years. He hails from, he was born in Colorado Springs, has Irish background, and he's a Panama paddle center, SUP paddler, and very active, and the only representative for Team Ireland. There he is on screen, 62 years young, Mr. Mike Young.
And age is really not that big of a factor in stand-up paddling, as I saw last weekend. Some of the rounds, some of the races, I should say, just being dominated by the 50 and 60-year-olds, really coming out and showing how athletic they are, even at that age, just absolutely burying some of the 20-year-olds in the field. So that was pretty neat to see, and how the sport really helps keep you young as you get older.
A couple of competitors getting ready for our next heat. We can see surfer in yellow. This will be Rex Carleon from Nicaragua, also his fellow teammate in black, so Oliver Solez. As the local competitors will start entering in the water, and you see our Frenchman off in the red to the left, just coming on screen there. So that will be coming up heat number 8. We have a total of 12 heats in our opening round, and up and riding is our heat leader. This is Tazhui Pu Vasquez from Mexico. He's counting scores in the 3-point range of a 3.0 and a 3.33. So this heat very much alive for all of our competitors as they're competing here in heat number 7.
And really pushing on that turn, catching a bit of a rail there and coming unglued, but you could just see the power he's trying to put into that board. Unfortunately, the wave didn't hold up for him and kind of caught an edge there, but right now, Black trying to make it happen, getting up on a rail, just didn't have enough speed to complete the turn.
As we watch surfer in the white, this is our Spanish surfer, Guillermo,
Nice.
up and riding. Nice carving turn on the inside section into the white water section. Can he stay with this wave? As he's got a big closeout set that's really on his backhand and his forehand, so not much more maneuvers that Guillermo can do. And up and riding, here we go, Mike Young.
Mike Young up and riding, representing Ireland, coming across. Coming into another competitor there. Just maybe taking a little more speed than he was expecting there, but no harm, no foul.
I'd like to thank our sponsors making the 2014 ISA World Stand-Up Paddle and Paddleboard Championships all possible. Being presented by Intour, Nicaragua's Ministry of Tourism. Avianca, our supporting sponsors including Voss TV, Tigo, and Channel 6 here in Nicaragua. Our media partners including SUPRacer.com, Surfos, Latin America's leading surf publication, and Passion Extreme on Fox Sports Latin America, along with SUP Club and Waves Brazil.
Dennis Picado up and riding. Nice little rail turn there to complete that wave there as he comes into that shallow reef inside section. We see some of those rocks poking up out of the water. Certainly a few little areas to avoid there for our paddlers as we approach onto a low tide situation here at the 2014 ISA Stand-Up Paddle World Championships and Paddleboard World Championships, with a combination of stand-up paddle surfing and flat water racing for both stand-up and paddleboards.
Well, Dan, let's talk about later in the week. We're going to have an off day Wednesday as we finish up the SUP surfing on Tuesday, and then we're going to be getting into the technical surfing and the distance racing and the prone paddleboarding. Let's first talk about the technical racing. What type of racing are we going to see there?
The technical racing is going to be based on an in-and-out format where the paddlers are basically staying within a half kilometer of the beach. It consists of a beach run coming up and in and out through the shore break and up and around a chicane, if you will, and then coming back out into the water and re-entering the board. So it takes quite a bit of ocean knowledge, wave knowledge, as well as great fitness and paddling technique to be fast, but you also have to know how to surf. So it's not just a head-down grind in the flat water. It's actually quite a bit of action and quite a bit of getting out through the waves and also utilizing the waves to surf in, which can mean the difference between a first and second place, absolutely.
And then we're going to be seeing the distance races, what, roughly about a half marathon distance?
Yeah, it's it's approximately 18 to 20K. So this is a long distance race by anyone's standards. I think the prevailing factors are going to be the heat here and the humidity. It's warm, and we've got a lot of humidity. So even if it's the mid-80s, which is a pretty cool day for us, the paddlers are really going to have to plan well. They're going to have to hydrate. They're going to need hydration while they're paddling. They might even need to bring some nutrition, maybe some bars or some gel shots or whatever they might choose to stay powered up throughout that race. And I'm predicting that race to be a 2+ hour race. So anywhere from 2 to 3 hours would be a pretty fast time for these paddlers. Some of the faster paddlers able to average 6 to 7 miles per hour on a board. You know, your mediocre paddler or mid-level paddler is probably more like 4.5 to 5.5 miles an hour. Depending on conditions. That's with perfect conditions. Even last week, again, referring back to the Carolina Cup, because it was kind of the first big race of the season, we saw paddlers really going quite a bit slower, and it was only because of the current. They were opposing the current for 13.5 miles. And that really made a big difference.
Well, with the forecast in the high 90s, you know, you talked about the hydration is going to play an important factor. We saw Connor Baxter in Carolina fall off because of hydration and running out of fuel. So a lot of these guys are going to be paddling in and out in between islands on the distance race, too?
Absolutely. The course just looks beautiful, Bo. From the aerial shots I've seen of it, it just looks like a beautiful course, so there'll be a lot of scenery. But, you know, I think it's going to just be a lot of head-down paddling. And for the distance race, I believe that the drafting is going to be the most significant factor as far as strategy goes in that race. So that's going to be interesting to see. I believe we'll probably have a draft train of 8 to 12 paddlers out front that are trying to share the load and then go for the big sprint at the end.
Well, that's a recap of what we're going to see second part of this week. Let's get you recapped on this current heat. That was Dennis Picado from Costa Rica, but here's Vasquez, who is currently in the lead, but just lost the lead by 0.5 point by our Spanish surfer, Guillermo. A nice carving turn, one busting, 1 foot open, trying to hold the position, so that'll be an incomplete maneuver there and ride. And for our Mexican surfer, who opened up with a 3 and a 3.33, now down to second place because Guillermo from Spain, now with a 3.8 and a 3.13, has moved into the lead. So welcome to the broadcast. This is day number 1 as we're hosting here at Nicaragua at La Boquita. My name is Bo Hodge, along with Dan Gravier. We have Jody Nelson and Jamie Mitchell also on the broadcast team. Jamie is en route flying into Nicaragua. Of course, he is a former 10-time Molokai to Oahu paddleboard champion and an SUP gold medal champion. He'll be joining us later on in the week, and we welcome you to the broadcast of our first of 8 to 9 to 10 days of competition as we have here. Our first 3 days, SUP surfing for men and women, and today the opening rounds, both 1 and 2 for the males and the females.
That's right, Bo, and it's just a pleasure to be here, and I'm really stoked. Never been to Nicaragua, so everything's new to me out here, and it's a lot of fun talking about a sport that I really love. And since I've had a paddle in my hand since I was a young kid, this is just an extension of what I personally love to do, and no better place than Nicaragua to come here and see the world's best duke it out amongst the waves and the flatwater racing that we have on tap all week.
As we see our Spanish surfer splitting the peak here with our Mexican surfer as he falls down. These are our top 2 leading surfers into this heat, heat number 7, with just about 1:10 remaining. And there's Denmark. Team Denmark flashing their flag. Of course, they've got Casper Steinfath coming up in heat number 12. And seeing if any other Danish surfers. Yeah, we got a competitor, heat number 9, Peter Louis Steinfath. So both Steinfath brothers are coming up competing in 9 and 12. As there's Team Denmark. As in the parade yesterday, they were proud wearing their Viking helmets.
Absolutely. Those did not look like the coolest outfits out there, but nonetheless, out there representing their country, and a lot of pride there. And certainly Casper Steinfath, kind of their team leader, putting Denmark on the map for stand-up paddling, and it's great to see some of these other countries that might not have as much access to the beautiful conditions as Hawaii or Mexico or Costa Rica or Australia coming out and really paddling up against the world's best in these wave conditions, as well as the flat water. So Casper also a very seasoned racer and was right there last year in the distance race, just a couple steps behind Jamie, but taking the gold in the technical race.
Yeah, so we're going to see Casper defending his gold medals. We're watching Dennis right now, currently in third, needing a 3.43, not going to get it there. You hear the sound of the horn, which rounds out this low-scoring heat number 7. And what an exciting heat we saw right here as we're seeing changing conditions. As let's show you the heat recap. And it began with our Mexican surfer, Tazhuipu Vasquez.
Some nice maneuvers here on that little board. Let's watch him utilize that paddle and some nice transitions there. Doing a good job of staying upright there and staying on the face of that wave. He had to throw in a little brace, switched his paddle hand to the other side, and got a nice little final turn there with the kicking the fins out. Nice big deep rail carve there, and that's what I believe gave Guillermo the opportunity to take the lead in that heat, was that one big rail turn there, which he was awarded nicely, and that's what the judges are looking for. Here, another wave.
Nice carving turns from Vasquez here, and you can see the choppy conditions. The wind's playing a factor here midday. Nice carving turn, loses his momentum there, and there's Team South Africa as they are getting ready for their competitors coming in on the lower half of this draw. You are watching the 2014 ISA World Stand-Up Paddle and Paddleboarding Championships. When we return, we're going to have heat number 8 on deck, live from Nicaragua, celebrating 50 years of surfing with the ISA.
We'll be right back.
Back to the 2014 ISA World Stand-Up Paddle and Paddleboard Championships. We are live at La Paquita Beach here in Nicaragua, surfing in the men round number 1, heat number 8. And let's introduce our surfers in this heat. We have Jeremy Messiah from France in the red jersey, up and riding in white. That's Francisco Hernandez from Venezuela. Also in this heat, we have 2 Nicaragua surfers, Rex Calderon in yellow and Oliver Soles in black. I'm Bo Hodge along with Jody Nelson. Welcome to the Day 1 broadcast of the 2014 ISA World Surfing Championships, as we are in our first of 3 days of SUP surfing for men and women, and then we'll have a transitional day off on Wednesday, and then Thursday through Sunday at the tail end of this week, the technical for the prone and the SUP distance and technical races for the SUP surfers will be conducted on Lake Nicaragua.
Well, we've had some exciting surfing so far, Bo. Some real standout performances, and things are stacking up really great for this event. We've got a lot of great teams, and the performance level of stand-up paddle surfing here displayed so far this morning has been phenomenal. So I can't wait to see the girls get out there as well.
Yeah, the girls will be coming up their first 6 heats of their first round after heat number 12 of the first round for the men. So we'll be running qualifying rounds 1 and 2 for both men and women today. And so thus these are the surfers who have not lost. And then remember, the ISA format is a double elimination format. So the repecharge heat, the loser rounds will begin coming up tomorrow. Here we go. Our first Nicaraguan surfer. This is Rex Calderon.
Well, this is Rex's second wave. He has gotten his heat underway already, but he's getting some good maneuvers here. He's on a bigger board, but he's got the technique down, utilizing his paddle, which, looking at the dredging criteria here, is definitely an important factor for the judges. You can see the white caps out the back bow. Well, in this shot you can't see it, but the wind's definitely picked up as we see our rider in black from Nicaragua as well, up and riding Oliver Solis.
Yeah, Oliver finishing up his wave, and you start to see the rocks and the reef starting to make a factor here as low tide is coming upon us at 12 noon, just about an hour and a half from right now. A 7-foot tidal difference, so the tide really playing a factor onto the surf as we are in between swells. We had a good 6-foot double overhead size swell last weekend, and it was dying out right before the competition began to start as the free surfers had a chance to practice in that. And another big swell, over a meter swell, forecasted for next weekend. So unfortunately for the SUP surfing, we are in between swells. But these guys have to compete all in the same conditions out here. And here we go, surfer in red. This is your French national champion, Jeremiah Mercieri.
You can see he's opting to go on these lefts, Bo. It's, looking at the ocean, it's a lot cleaner on the lefts. That wind's coming straight out of the south, blowing right into the right. So even as a regular footer, he had the option to go right on that wave. He was right on the peak, but decided, I think I'm going to go for the cleaner left hand.
Yeah, and we've seen Sean Pointer, Colin McPhillips, Bo Nixon, Jackson Close. A lot of our competitors take backhand rides on their on the left and taking advantage of that open face. Here we go, surfer in yellow. This is Rex Caledon from Nicaragua, up and riding on his third wave. Big board, getting very bulky off the rebound off the whitewater and goes down.
Yeah, after seeing guys on those really small boards, you can really tell when somebody's on a bigger board. And this kid looks like he's got the talent, and he could probably utilize being on a smaller board.
We can see Antoine Depero right there on the right. You can see Team France holding up their singlet and their tank top as they're come very prepared this year in 2014 with a very strong and stacked team. They're going to give Australia a run for their money. Here's a replay last of Jeremiah. Nice carving turns he sets up for this wave.
He gets a really nice roundhouse cat back, and he was able to put that board really high up in the whitewash and bank off of there. But unfortunately, the wave didn't really have much more to offer after that. And on those right-hand waves, the guys are really dealing with that wind blowing straight into them. And with the boards, they're bigger than your traditional small little short board. The wind gets under there and it just pushes these guys right off the back of the wave.
Well, we got a situation to inform you about Jeremiah, but let's first watch Francisco Hernandez here from Venezuela up and riding. This will be his fourth scoring wave. He opened up with 2 waves under a point. His third score not completely in yet, so we'll be on standby for that. And we'll update you right now with Jeremiah has been incurred an interference, so not quite sure what the interference was. We didn't catch that on camera, but now he's behind the 8 ball. He'll be counting his 1 best wave and half of his second wave, and right now scores are incomplete for his second and third ride. So this happened during the second wave of red, so we'll get you updated. And speaking of the man, Jeremiah's up and riding.
There he goes. He's able to get that board right up on top of that whitewash and get a little rebound there, and he's going to do another turn here. And the thing is with an interference, he's not out of the game. So he could get a really high, if he got an 8 per se, or even a 7, the way the scores have been going, he'd still be looking pretty good. But it is very challenging to get a 7 or an 8 out there today, just with the deteriorating conditions with the wind. But with the ISA format, he gets to surf again. He's not out. He doesn't fly all the way to Nicaragua and lose in his first heat.
Yeah, this is the closest thing that Ocean Sports has for an Olympic, and we'd like to thank President Fernando Aguirre for organizing what a great format, not only in the SUP surfing in the men and women, but in the distance, but also in all the other disciplines of the Masters, of the juniors, the bodyboard, the World Surfing Games, the longboard, the kneeboard. I mean, the ISA is really promoting a chance for countries, individuals to compete as a team. And in ocean sports, it's usually man against the ocean, is one-on-one. But here, the ISA is giving nation on nation, and here we go. One of our 2 Nicaraguan surfers up and riding. This is Rex Caledon.
We can see Rex has got a nice little inside wave here, but he just keeps getting that board stuck, and that's unfortunate. That is his 5th wave. He's got a 2.50 and a 2.30. But I mean, talking about the the ISA and the closest thing that we have to the Olympics, being these world paddleboard and stand-up championships. You know, yesterday at the opening ceremonies, it was so cool to see all the dignitaries there, and you know, there's a representative from the IOC, and you really got a taste for the culture, the local culture here in Nicaragua. When the Nicaraguan team walked down in the parade, you know, the locals were just going crazy. And, you know, there's a couple chicken skin moments there yesterday when, you know, the local dancers are getting up there, and just a real sense of pride and team spirit. So it's a really unique event, and it's really great to see Fernando and the ISA really working hard to get the sport into the Olympics.
Well, President Fernando Aguirre unable to attend because he's attending some primary and some very valuable Olympic meetings that he's been coordinating. Recently, earlier last month, he was in Turkey with Casper Steinfath from Denmark, introducing SUP surfing to the IOC committee, and that was a great meeting. Fernando said that he had in Europe, and he's currently in meetings right now with the IOC, and really not only pushing for SUP surfing, but all the different disciplines, the Masters division, the Longboard division, the Juniors division. I mean, so much is to offer in ocean sports, just not in just one discipline. And that's what Fernando, and he'll be down here, I believe, on Tuesday for our final day, and we'll have him live on the webcast and on the broadcast, and you'll be able to hear from our ISA president, as not only we're broadcasting in English, but we're also broadcasting in Spanish, and you can get involved in our social media campaign, either by Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, or hashtag us at ISA Worlds or hashtag WSUPPC. As we see Surfer in red, this is Jeremy up and riding. And we've got one partial score of a 267. He's got 4 more scores to be entered. The judges are keeping very busy with all these surfers in this heat. So we can't give you really total placings in this heat because all surfers have impartial scores right now.
Well, there's been a lot of waves caught in this heat as we see Jeremy just finishing off that nice right-hander. You can hear his team cheering on the beach. Lots of team spirit here. Is up and riding in yellow, local boy from Nicaragua, Rex Calderon, getting another right. You can see that wind just blowing straight into the face, and he does have that bigger board. And see if he can get a nice off the lip there, but just gets stuck there. Unfortunately, he looks really young. How old's this kid?
Well, we're going to check on that for you. Rex also surfing with fellow teammate Oliver Soles. We can see, so we get up the information, 21 years of age, hailing from Playa Madero. He's been surfing for 13 years. He's also into other great hobbies and loves SUP surfing. And he'll be also competing in the technical racing portion of the competition, which will be held at Lake Nicaragua. And up and riding is his countryman Oliver Soles, currently in 4th place right now. I can tell you partial scores have now come in for Jeremy, surfer in red, who had incurred the interference, a 3.67 and a 3.1, so the 3.1 is halved. Currently in 2nd place, and here we go. This is our heat leader. This is Francisco Hernandez out of Venezuela. Big open carve turn on the open face, working down the line here. Nice cut back into the whitewater section, right over the shallow rock. Negotiates that very well, and he is leading in our heat right now.
Well, he's going to be surfing or racing in the SUP Tech division. He's from Palomar, Isla Margarita. He's 33 years old, and he's been surfing for 20 years. And he loves surfing. He's got a few sponsors: Escuela Paraguido Surf, Federación Venezuela de Surf. And we're going to take a look at a replay of Jeremy Mazaret from France getting a nice little left here, Bo.
Yeah, he foam climbs this section here, then he finds the open face. So I think you're right, Jody. The lefts are offering more scoring opportunities for the surfers. Here's the closeout section. Rebounds well, and scores are coming in. This is definitely going to be his high wave right now, as he is the French national champion in SUP surfing.
So Jeremy, at just 30 years old, he's got that interference, so he's looking for a single high scoring wave, and right now he's sitting on a 3.67 and a 3.37, so he'd really just be counting that 3.67. We're waiting for that last wave to drop of his, which is going to improve his situation, it looks like.
Yeah, we just saw Mariano, one of our camera techs, filming out here at the ISA World SUP Paddleboard Championships. On the turnaround, here we go. Your heat leader, Francisco Hernandez, out of Venezuela. Big bottom turn. Nice carving turn in the open face. Let's see what he does here on the second maneuver. Nice cut turn there on the top of the lip. Look at the forehand spray that he produces a second one. So he's going to add to a score of 4.6 and a 2.77 for the Venezuelan surfer in white. Now with the big closeout section, boom, banks it one more time. An incomplete maneuver at the end, but all the damage was done out the back. Here we go. Rex up and riding.
Rex, our 21-year-old Nicaraguan local, he's looking to replace a 2.40. And this wave offering him up a little more opportunity there. He got a longer ride. That'll be one of his longer rides. We're still waiting for his last score to drop, but you know, he's just been unfortunate, coming unstuck a lot, getting his board hung up in the wind a little bit, and so he's just needs to get a nice, clean ride.
Yeah, well, Jody, I think you called it early in the heat. He's got that bigger board, and for the young competitor, he can't really turn the board like we're seeing, you know, like the Sean Pointers and the Bo Nixons, you know, the way they maneuver their smaller boards. So he needs to graduate himself into a smaller board. But this is a great competition. This is going to be a great learning experience for him, and he'll learn from this.
Well, yeah, that's the great thing about this event is all these countries coming from all over. You know, not all the countries have access to the latest and greatest equipment. So for these guys to come down here and see what the Sean Pointers are riding, the Bo Nixons, you know, guys that are in those very competitive countries like Australia, France, you know, America. But, I mean, even the guys in Mexico, they've got great equipment as well. Peru, you've been seeing those guys riding hand-shaped boards. And, you know, this morning I was tripping out when I came down and saw guys with their stand-up boards under their arms, not even with a handle, but they're so narrow, under 25 inches, that they're able to carry them like a traditional surfboard. And I have no idea how they stand and paddle on those things.
Well, there's the team coach for Team France, as Jeremy currently in second place, even though with the interference incurred a 4.1 on this last wave. You can hear the vuvuzelas being blown there as they're getting ready for their first of their competitors coming up. Justin Bing, seeded number 3 into this event, and Justin, one of the top competitors, placed 9th in 2012 and 8th in 2013. So Team South Africa getting ready, as you can hear the vuvuzelas on the beach. So Hernandez in white in first, Jeremy from France in second, and our Nicaraguan surfers currently third and fourth. Rex now needs a 3.05, and Oliver needs a 4.24 at this stage. Time remaining, 3 minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Heat 8, round 1, day number 1 of the 2014 ISA World SUP Paddleboard Championships.
So what's this I see coming up in the next heat? We've got another Steinfath in this event. Looks like Casper's got a younger brother.
Yeah, 17-year-old. This will be Peter Lewis Steinfath, and, you know, don't count him out. You know, Casper competing in the SUP surfing division and in the technical and in the distance. So pretty much he was holding down court last year representing Denmark, but Denmark supporting almost a full team this year in 2014.
That's great to see. Yeah, I mean, it's great to see America having, you know, a team this year as well, and it's going to make for some really healthy competition.
Well, I tell you what, Australia's going to have a run for the money. Team USA has a stacked team. Team France, Team South Africa has come back. They were the runner-up last year, even though Australia dominated. We'd love to see Team Hawaii put together a team and compete. Just think of what the Hawaiians could do with Kai Linney and Connor Baxter and Mike Cote on the paddleboard. I mean, they could really support a very strong team, and there's rumors about 2015 that they'll be here next year.
It'd be great to see. Yeah, I mean, obviously we want to get as many teams as possible in this event because it's just great to see this sport grow. And, you know, Hawaii being that water, surrounded by water, they've got such great watermen and waterwomen over there. And we've just got under 2 minutes remaining in this heat. And it's interesting to see that Jeremy from France, with that interference, is still in an advancing position. So lucky for him, he's got a 4.10, so his last wave was able to increase his score. Score line a little bit. So,
but Jody, going back to what you were talking about, you know, In the 2012, there were only like 15, 17 teams that went to Peru, and now this year,
27,
2
yeah.
years later, we're up to 27. We had 28 registered, but Wales unfortunately couldn't get here in time. But they were sending a team out here to compete in their first adventure of the SUP and Paddleboard World Championships. So, you know, it's growing each and every year. We're almost 250 competitors in all the disciplines. And next year, you know, there's over 84 teams that have registered for all the disciplines, from SUP surfing to masters to juniors to bodyboarding, kneeboarding, longboarding. Wouldn't be surprised if next year we're over 30, maybe even to 40 teams worldwide.
That would be great to see because, you know, like we mentioned, it's a great way to see the sport grow. So not only from the performance of the stand-up paddle surfboards, but seeing the technique that different guys are adopting, and all the different teams learned so much this week just by observing and watching and checking out other people's equipment, as we see up and riding Francisco Hernandez. With just 30 seconds left in this heat, he's our current heat leader. He's looking to replace a 377. And, you know, the racing is another thing with the equipment, too. As we hear the countdown to this heat, that's going to wrap up heat number 8 of men's SUP surfing.
So victory lap here for our leader from Venezuela, Francisco Hernandez, and well-served heat. And taking a look at these scores here, the judges have incurred an interference, but when you add up these two scores, Jody, it comes out to 7.77. So they haven't incurred the half score. So we're going to leave that open because one of the Nicaraguan surfers could mathematically qualify into the next round. So we're going to not give you the official results until they get printed. But let's look the heat recap. Francisco Hernandez started out with a good wave.
Well, he's got that nice, good turn in the pocket there on this wave, and this is going to be his 4.60. As you can see, the rocks are starting to pop up as the tide's dropping. These guys are going to have a bit more obstacles out there, but Francisco kept busy. He caught a lot of waves. He caught 9 waves in this heat, and this one he was able to ride it all the way to the inside and really utilize that board and keep busy. Nice little, you know, roundhouse, really maneuvering the board around, and that's what the judges want to see. You can see all those rocks popping up, though. As he gets that last turn in. And here's our guy, you know, this is Jeremy Mazaret out of France, who incurred the interference. Currently in second, but we're still waiting, Bo, to see if that interference, how it affects his situation.
Well, like you said earlier, even though you have an interference, doesn't mean you're totally out of the heat. You count your one best wave and half your score of your second wave. But Francisco Hernandez really poured it on here at the end of the heat.
Yeah, this is his 397, his last wave of the heat. Was able to, you know, tap his way around, get some nice turns there. And you can see he just keeps cutting back, trying to stay to the power source of the wave so that he can get in that inside section, get one last hit on there. He gets the board pretty vertical on the lip and does a nice snap to finish that one off.
You're watching the 2014 ISA World Stand-Up Paddle and Paddleboarding Championships. Stay tuned. We have heat number 9, round number 1 of the men's qualifying round, live from La Boquita, Nicaragua. Stay tuned.
And welcome back to the beautiful country of Nicaragua for the 2014 ISA World Stand-Up Paddle and Paddleboard Championships. We're here at La Boquita, Nicaragua, and we're charging right into our final rounds of the men's qualifying heats here. Up in yellow looks like we have Hironobu Hirokoshi from Japan, off and riding, I believe, for the first or second ride of the heat. Looking at heat number 9 of our men's.
Well, and just to recap, in that last heat, we saw Jeremy Mazaret with that interference still holding down that second position. So we had Francisco Hernandez winning that last heat, Jeremy Mazaret in second, Rex Calderon out of Nicaragua in third, and Oliver Solids out of Nicaragua in fourth. So pretty crazy. Team France has to be pretty stoked that Jeremy was able to pull through even with an interference. As we see in this heat, Justin Bing out of South Africa, we've got Casper Seinfeld's little brother who's 17 years old, Peter Louise, and he's making his debut here at the ISA Stand-Up Paddleboard and Paddleboard Championships. And we've got, like you said, Hironobu Horashiki out of Horikoshi out of Japan. So a 3-man heat, which will give boys a little more room out there. As we see up and riding, this is Casper's little brother, Peter Steinfeld, a goofy footer, getting busy. It looks like he's on a Nash board. And, wow, where have they been hiding this kid?
Well, maybe in the shadows of his bigger brother, but maybe not for so long. Rider in white with some nice maneuvers there. As we see the texture of the water actually calming down a little bit. I think the wind has dropped off a little bit here as we approach on low tide. Here our situation right now. Qualifying heat number 1 in the men's. Heat number 9. We've got Justin Bing in red, Peter Steinfath in white, and Hironobu Hirokoshi in yellow. Some scores starting to drop for our paddlers out here. Make sure you bookmark the webpage. Get all your updates and everything going on at the official event website at isawsuppc.com. Check us out on Facebook at International Surfing Association, Twitter at ISA Surfing, Instagram at ISA Surfing, also hashtag ISA Worlds and hashtag WSUPPC. All this wouldn't be possible without the strong support of all of our sponsors, including Intour, Nicaragua's Ministry of Tourism, Avianca, Voss TV, Tiago, Channel 6 in Nicaragua, just to name a few. Also being brought to you by our media partners. Check it out at supracer.com. Surfos, Latin America's leading surf publication, Passion Extrema on Fox Sports Network in Latin America, and of course SUP Club and Waves Brazil, just to name a few. My name's Dan Gavir. I'm joined by Jody right here, and we are in heat number 9 for the men's qualifying day number 1.
So we saw Peter get a nice little wave there. 17 years old, like I mentioned, he likes to surf, skate, ski, eat, travel. Looks like he is the Scandinavian Big Wave Challenge finalist. And
he's been surfing for 10 years, Jody, but he's only 17, so I'll let you guys do the math. And we're starting him out young. Coming from a surfing family, usually that's not really an option.
So we see yellow trying to get into this one out the back, and red having a look too, and Hironobu going on this right hand, getting a nice little float off the top there, seeing if he can make it around to the shoulder of this wave. He's just hanging on. You can see the wind just blowing straight into those rights, kind of making things a little bit crumbly, but he's going to kick out and see if he can find something a little better out the back.
Hironobu from Tokyo, 43 years old. He's been surfing for 20 years. That would be 3 years longer than his youngest competitor. Peter's even been alive, so it's great to see the spread in the ages here in the demographics here at the 2014 ISA World Stand-Up Paddle Surfing Championships.
Here we have Justin Bing out of South Africa on a nice right-hander.
And in here, closer to shore, looks like Peter taking an inside section here, trying to improve his score, looking for maybe a little higher wave count, or he saw a little more quality wave on the inside, maybe a little less affected by the wind. You can see as he gets into that shallow reef section there with some of that rock sticking up, poking its head out through the waves there. Currently, Justin Bing in the lead with a 3.5. There, as we see Peter Steinfath paddling out through the waves. I think that said France on our screen graphic, but I believe that should be Denmark. Little bit of background on Justin Bing. Looks like he's 23 years old out of Cape Town, South Africa. South African champion 2012, sponsored by Corbin, Reef, Hurricane, and Bronze Inc.
So
Justin Bing out there in the red jersey, currently leading the heat, battling against some of Mother Nature's elements here at La Buquita, Nicaragua. Looking at some team support. I believe that's Team South Africa on shore there, supporting their fearless paddler, Mr. Justin Bing.
So with just under 11 minutes remaining in this heat, we've got Justin Bing out in the lead. He's caught 3 waves. He's got a 5.17 for that last wave and a 3.50 for his first wave. And that last wave that dropped from Hironobu out of Japan in yellow, he now moves into second position. So he's got a 2.40 and a 2.13. So really low scores for those guys. Right now, Justin's in the best position. Peter's got a 2.17 and a 2.07. We're still waiting for his fourth wave to drop, which will probably better his situation because he only needs a 2.37 to move into second place. And Justin, obviously, that 5.17 is going to be a keeper score, and that 3.50 might even end up being a keeper score for Justin as we see yellow paddling into this right.
Hironobu, nice little takeoff on his backside. Nice big rail turn there, utilizing that cross nose turn maneuver or cross bow maneuver. Trying it again, almost pulling himself off the board there. You see, with about 10 minutes left, the urgency of the maneuvers maybe goes up a little bit as these riders try to stay focused. And it really is a race for this advancing position with Hironobu only needing a 2.58 to advance, which I believe is easily within his skill set.
Well, yeah, we just had a situation change with the last wave of Peter Steinfath in white, got a 2.80, so he moves from third into second. So now Hironobu, like you said, is in third. He needs a 2.58 to move back into that advancing position. And that next heat coming up, is going to be pretty exciting. Heat number 10 of the men, we've got Carlos Bahia out of Brazil. He's one of the guys I saw getting out of the water this morning that's on a really, really narrow board. He was holding it like a surfboard. And Aaron Rowe out of the UK. We've got a Tahitian contender, Ponaki Raioa. I'm probably hammering his name. And then out of Italy, Federico Benitolo. So we're going to have some more exciting heats. We've got 3 more heats of the men to go after this heat number 9 of the men's SUP surfing, and then we'll get into the women's SUP surfing, where we will go through 6 heats of the qualifying round 1 of the women, as we see Team Denmark on the beach there cheering on Peter, 17-year-old Peter Steinfath, Casper's little brother, and he's sitting in a pretty good spot, but he still has, to me, 2 throwaway scores, a 2.8 and a 2.17. But conditions are really challenging, but there's 5s out there. There's, Justin demonstrated that on his last wave, as we see both white and red having a look at this one, Dan.
That's right. We'll have to see who gets priority. Kind of depends on which way they decide to go on it. Justin Bing kicking out, I believe. Peter Steinfath taking the left on his forehand, the goofy footer out of Denmark. riding the yellow Nash board down the line. He's going to have a little bit of extra push from the wind there. A nice little slash off the top, throwing some spray. That's going to be good enough to improve his score total, I believe. With the low score of a 2.17, that might be enough just to extend his margin over Hirikoshi. We will have to see as we look on to Team Japan supporting their Japanese rider. Justin Bing taking off in red with a nice little turn off the fins there on the tail. You could see he kept his board pretty flat. Not a bad maneuver, but what the judges are really looking for are turns more like that, which was much more deep carving off the rail. Hironobu kind of getting caught up in the lip there, going down on the board. Looked like that wave really tried to double up as he was going against the wind.
Yeah, Justin Bing definitely bettering his situation there. He's looking to replace a 3.50 and, really progressive maneuver there, and that's what the judges are looking for. The SUP surfing judging criteria is a little bit different than regular surfing judging criteria, but there are still some of the requirements that they do look at in regular surfing. However, the difference is obviously the paddle. So they're looking for surfers to demonstrate board handling skills and then transition phase and the surfing phase of their performance. And they are looking for complete rides. The surfer must perform radical controlled maneuvers using the paddle as a key tool in the critical sections of a wave with speed, power, and flow to maximize scoring potential. Innovative and progressive surfing, as well as a variety of repertoire in maneuvers, wave negotiation, and the use of the paddle to increase the intensity of the maneuvers will all be taken into account when awarding points for the stand-up paddle surfing. So we saw, Justin demonstrate that with that maneuver that he pulled on that last wave, and we saw a lot of guys earlier just really risking everything and just going all out on the waves. And that's what the judges are looking for. They're looking for that dedication and people to do high-risk maneuvers, those fin-free surfing, but in a controlled manner. And up and riding, we see Yellow, our Japanese surfer, on a nice little left-hander.
Yeah, Hironobu with maybe his best wave so far with a nice reeling left down the beach. He's traveled pretty far on this wave right here, so he's going to rack up quite a few turns. Nice little roundhouse cut back there on the inside, trying to milk it for all it's worth, coming off the foam, trying to avoid the shallow reef, and that might be enough for the 2.58 that he needs to advance and lock himself into a advancing position here. Looks like we'll have a replay for Hirikoshi coming out of Japan. And let's watch as he takes off on this wave. Kind of a little check turn there. Getting back into the pocket there, trying to get some speed and flow, as Jody was talking about before. Now getting into the critical part of the wave. He's going to be able to maintain his speed. A nice paddle transition there as he works a couple turns back and forth there. Not really setting that board on a rail yet, but here we have a nice turn. Another cut back roundhouse, bouncing back off the foam pile into the inside section for another nice little cutty off the lip there. And we'll have to see what that score comes in for him. And there with Peter Steinfath just ending on a ride there. Back to live action for you right here. 2014 World Stand-Up Paddle and Paddleboard Championships. My name's Dan Beer. I'm joined here by Jody, and we're having a great time here in Nicaragua.
Jody Nelson.
Jody Nelson. Sorry. You get your last name in there.
That's fine. We're just under 4 minutes remaining, and we saw the last wave of Justin Bing drop at a 6.27, so he's comfortably in the lead. He's got a 5.17 and a 6.27, and Casper now is looking for an 8.57 to move into the lead, but he is in that advancing situation. But Casper, the rest of the field, they're sitting on throwaways, so still looking to kind of get their heat started. They've got Peter's got a 2.80 and a 2.87. His last wave just came in at a 1.20, so that's a throwaway as well. But, our man in yellow from Japan's only looking for a 3.27. He's sitting on a 2.40 and a 2.13, and judges are still deliberating on his last left, which was one of the better waves that he's had in this heat, and I would probably go out on a limb and say that it's better than any of Peter's waves that he's had so far. That left really lined up all the way down the beach, and he was able to get a lot of maneuvers and really maximize that ride. So
I think it'll be enough, Jody. I think it'll be enough to take over that second place spot, and we'll see as the scores drop here in just a moment. So we've got a tight battle between Hironobu Hirikoshi taking over the second place spot there as the scores drop for a 3.73, now forcing a situation on Peter to 3.27 wave score to advance.
And that's a totally doable score. 3.27 is a low score. So, but Peter doesn't have anything over a 2.87 right now. So he's obviously hasn't really found his footing out there. And, at 17 years old, heat strategy and watching the waves and really picking the waves wisely, that just comes with experience. So you can see right now we've got yellow and white just stroking, trying to battle to see who can get into this little right-hander.
Classic paddle battle here. Hironobu taking position there and priority as he is the closest to the break on the wave. That gives him priority. Meanwhile, Peter in the background might see something out the back with just a minute and a half. Or a minute and 40 seconds.
That's just smart heat surfing right there by Hironobu. He was really wise to keep Peter off that wave. As out the back, we see Peter actually picking off a nice left-hander. And it starts to mush out a little bit here on the inside, but if he can keep with it, it seems like those lefts are standing up a little bit on the inside. So
that's right, and let's see if he can milk this left, kind of how we saw Hironobu on a previous wave get his highest scoring ride so far with a 3.73. Will this be enough for Peter to advance? He's looking for a 3.27 as he rides it all the way in there to the
well, there's only 1 minute left in this heat. As you can see, Team Denmark, they're not looking too excited about that, but hopefully he gets the score, because I'm not sure he's going to have enough time to get all the way out the back and have another chance. So we see our heat leader right there, Justin Bing. He's comfortably sitting in the lead with that 5.17 and a 6.27. So he's pretty much guaranteed to take the win in this heat. We're just waiting to see what Hironobu's last wave was and if Peter was able to better his 2.87. But he's got to better it. He needs a 3.27 to advance and take over that second place.
And just look how small the board that Justin Bing was on, and is basically sinking that board if he's not paddling forward. And this will round out our heat number 9 here at the 2014 ISA World Stand-Up Paddle and Paddleboard Championships.
We're still waiting for a couple of scores to drop in. Last of Peter Steinfath and last of Hironobu still waiting. We won't worry about Justin because he's already taken that lead, as we see here in red. Justin Bing from South Africa really dominating this heat, putting his board on rail. Really good wave selection and, nice progressive surfing. And the judges really rewarded him for that one big maneuver he did on that 6.27.
If you look at his stance, Jody, you see he's got a little bit wider of a stance with his feet. That really allows him to utilize the fins and turn off the tail of the board. But with that front foot at the middle of the board, it allows him to quickly transition his weight from the front to the back of the board without having to move his feet excessively. So it gives him more latitude to generate speed, and he's really comfortable on that board and comfortable in this break and really showing his surfing prowess out here, and I think that's going to be enough to really put him in with some of the top riders.
Well, we had a couple rides at the end of that wave, but it wasn't enough for Peter to move on, so we saw Hironobu and Justin Bing from South Africa advance. When we come back, we've got heat number 10 of the men's SUP surfing here at the ISA World Paddleboard Championships.
prophecy. How long shall the wicked reign over my people?
Welcome back to the beautiful country of Nicaragua for the 2014 ISA World Stand-Up Paddle and Paddleboard Championships. We are at La Poquita Beach, beautiful Nicaragua, for the SUP Surfing Heat number 10, round number 1 of the men's competition. Another 4-man heat, and let's meet our surfers in the water. Heat number 10, we have from Brazil, one of the top contenders, Carlos Bahia. He'll be in the red jersey. From Great Britain, in the white jersey, Aaron Rowe. From Tahiti, Ponaki Raioa will be in the yellow jersey, and from Italy in the black jersey, Federico Bontello. I'm Bo Hodge along with Dan Gravier. Another 20-minute heat, 4-man heat. Top 2 will advance on into the next round. And here we go, surfing up in yellow. This will be our surfer from Tahiti, Raioa.
Raioa up and riding. Nice maneuvers there for his first wave, generating quite a bit of speed on that red board. You can see nice paddle maneuvers there, good transitions between the turns, bouncing up off the foam, keeping that board moving forward. That's what the judges are looking for, nice speed and flow to that ride. Right now, White now up and running from United Kingdom. On his backhand, the goofy footer Aaron Rowe with a couple nice turns to get things started. And Carlos Bahia, keep an eye on this guy right here from Brazil. Big deep rail carve there on the bottom. Coming up into the face of the wave here, milking it to the inside here. Let's see if he can get a little double up as he surfs around that rock there.
Yeah, we were watching Carlos earlier this morning, Dan and I, in the free surf, and he was just tearing it up. And now he's got windier conditions, so times have changed since earlier than 7 o'clock this morning when we saw Carlos. And look at the wind and the chop on the outside. Here we go, surfer in black. This is our Italian rider. This is Federico.
Federico Benetolo from Padova, Italy, 17 years old. He's been surfing for about 4 years. Trying to avoid that shallow reef situation right there. He was the second in the Junior Italian Championships, and his sponsors include Bic Sport SUP. He likes to windsurf, kite, surf, run, and free ride skiing when he's not out stand-up paddling.
So well-rounded, you know, he's got all the disciplines out here and now competing at the ISA 2014 SUP. Let's watch surfer in white. This is our Great Britain surfer, Aaron Rowe. Slow carving turn back into the pocket. Now he finds himself behind the whitewater section. Here's the closeout. Banks it one more time. Can he make it around? Yes, he does. Nice carving turn on the open face. And almost losing his balance as he's on top of the shallow rocks. Here we go on the quick turnaround. This will be Raioa from Tahiti up and riding.
Nice takeoff in the pocket there, generating some speed out of the most critical part of the wave. That would be the most vertical part of the wave. That's not breaking. That's where the section that we call the pocket lies, just in front of the whitewash, and that's where you're going to be getting the most potential for your scoring maneuvers, and that's where the judges are looking for these athletes to present their maneuvers and make their best possible exchanges.
Here we go, Federico from Italy up and riding, up and down, bails off his board. Can't tell you, first opening wave for surfer in red, Carlos Bahia, 5.5. Here we go, we got ISA recap, replay. Let's check this out. This is surfer in red. This is the 5.5 ride from Carlos.
Check out that turn. Nice. Before that wave's even broken, he's already got a turn under his belt and another turn, just accumulating those digits on his scorecard for the rider in red, just tearing the top off there. Carlos Bahia trying to bounce it up off the foam, but just losing his footing there just a little bit as that wave really tries to double up on the inside.
Well, Dan, the judges really like that, rewarding him a 5.5, so an average score. And if he would have completed that last foam climb on that last maneuver, possibly a chance to get up even 6-7 point range there on that opening wave. So Carlos in the lead. He has two impartial scores for his second and third wave, and a lot of waves being ridden here in the first 5 minutes of the heat. So the judges are playing catch up here, so we can't give you situation or breakdown at this stage. But we can tell you we'd like to thank our great sponsors for making the 2014 ISA World SUP Paddleboard Championships all possible, being presented by Intour, Nicaragua's Ministry of Tourism, being supported by Avianca, Voss TV, Tigo, Channel 6 here in Nicaragua, and our media partners include SupsRacer.com, Surfos, Latin America's leading surf publication, Passion Extrema on Fox Sports Latin America, and SUP Club and Waves Brazil.
And a few rides there by Red and White, respectively. Carlos Bahia and Aaron Rowe. Still waiting for some scores to drop. Aaron Rowe, 17 years old, out of the United Kingdom. Great Britain representative. And a shot there, a nice wide shot there, kind of showing you exactly what the surfers are dealing with underneath the water there at mid to high tide. So not exactly the friendly sandy beach you might find in La Jolla, California, or in the beaches of Hawaii, but certainly these paddlers are well aware of the dangers and what have you out there. Team Brazil out there. I believe that's Nicole Pacelli cheering on Carlos there with their national flag.
She's the defending gold medal champion. She'll be coming up later on this afternoon as we transition from men to women. Yeah, a 7-foot tidal difference out here in Nicaragua. So this morning, 6 o'clock was high tide at 8 feet, and we'll be at a low tide at 1 foot coming up in just about 45 minutes. So transition here, winds, declining swell, and there's the King Canada. Oh, Canada.
And they're fired up to get out of that. They had what I've heard is one of the longest winters they've ever experienced, especially in eastern Canada. A lot of the open water still completely covered with ice. So I'm sure they're pretty stoked to get off the airplane and feel the heat and humidity here in Nicaragua.
But quite a few of the competitors for Team Canada hail from the western side, from Vancouver.
Absolutely, and they too have had a pretty long, cool and cold winter.
There's Team Great Britain as they're cheering on Aaron Rowe, currently in third place, needing a 5.6. We can give you scores right now. Our Tahitian surfer in the lead, Ponaiki Raioa, with a 5.67 and a 3.53 is in first. Carlos Bahia from Brazil in red with a 5.5 and a 3.6. Aaron Rowe in white with a 3.5 and a 2.9, now needs a 5.6. And Federico out of Italy in black, currently counting a 2-point ride and a 1.77. He needs a 7.1 with 11.15 counting down.
And as we look out here, these paddlers trying to position themselves up against the point here, the break and the wind. They're keeping their momentum going upwind as that wind is constantly trying to push them down the beach. There to the left, looks like Ponaiki Raioa in red, now white and yellow looking, taking a look here. I think we're going to have Aaron Rowe getting a ride on this one as that wave tries to kind of double up here. And he kind of fades back to the left-hander. Nice roundhouse cutback just coming unglued behind him in yellow. Ponaiki with some nice explosive maneuver there, back up off the foam. Switching the paddle with some nice transition, snappy turns. Look at him throw around that little 7-foot board. Beautiful surfing here by our Tahitian.
Yeah, I like the redirect. He was going right, then saw the opportunity in the open face scoring there on the left, so he went on his backhand. So that's why the Tahitian is in the lead. There's Bahia, Carlos Bahia, currently in second place, negotiating in the rocks. And here's the ISA recap. Nice carving turn. Digging in the fins with that tail, and watch as he uses the paddle here. Boom. Banks it off the whitewater section. Close out. One more rebound off the whitewater. Still not done there. That second explosive turn on the inside. So Carlos is really going to move up here, counting a 3.6 as his low and a 5.5 as his high. So a chance for Carlos to put on the knot, but Raioa, also from Tahiti, also looking to move up on his last wave. So the Tahitian surfers came in late, so we don't have any information on them. But Carlos Bahia placed equal 17th last year for Brazil in this competition at the 2013 in Miraflores.
That's right, and I think we'll have a pretty tight battle here. It should be a pretty exciting heat between Ponaike and Carlos. So let's see as they exchange waves and see who can battle it out for the top spot going on to our quarterfinals.
Yeah, this is round number 1. Round number 2 of the men's qualifying round will be run later on this afternoon. As there's Nicole, she'll be coming up later on. She's cheering on Carlos, Team Brazil.
As we look down the beach, you see those classic thatched hut style construction here on the beach in La Boqueta, Nicaragua.
Brazil as a team finished 5th place last year, 7th place in 2012, so come with a pretty good team, and this year they hope to do even better and get into the medal rounds as 4 places are being medaled here at the ISA World SUP Paddleboard Championships with gold, silver, bronze, and copper. Yes, that's right, copper for 4th place. 8 minutes, 10 seconds remaining. Raioa in yellow in first, Bahia in red in second, Rowe in white in third, needing a 6.67, and Bentello in black in fourth, now needing an 8.17.
And still with that wind coming down the pike here, nice big tail slide there for Aaron Rowe from Great Britain, trying to get going on that backside. We saw that same maneuver kind of take him out. Also utilizing a bit of a wider stance there, allowing himself to maneuver and position his weight from the middle of the board back to the tail of the board. We see that technique being used by quite a few of our surfers. And it minimizes the amount of actual having to disconnect from the board with your feet, which just takes a couple extra seconds, and those are those critical sections when you want to be connected to your board and trying to do a maneuver or increase your speed.
There's Team Great Britain. Last year they had, let's watch Federico Bentello up and riding up and down. 6 minutes, 55 seconds remaining in this heat. He needs a big explosive score of an 8.17. And not going to get it there, so he'll regroup, look out for more.
And about just over 6 minutes left in this heat. As I was saying, a lot of elements out here for our paddlers to deal with outside of just the competition itself, battling each other and arguably against the best surfers in the world on stand-up paddleboards, but also having to take on Mother Nature a little bit here and the ocean with the shallow reef, the wind, the currents, a little bit smaller waves than most of us would like, but still a contestable conditions here. So as we see Ponaike, Raioa, making the most of it here with a nice big cutty off the top there, roundhouse cut back, beautiful transitions with that paddle. Quick and snappy, and that's what the judges are looking for. Let's see if that was enough to contest his highest score so far and the highest score of this heat with a 7.07.
Yeah, well, that last left that he took, they redirected the score, that 7.07, so he knows that's where the money scores are, is going to be on that left. Let's watch Carlos Bahia here in red, Aaron Rowe in white, 5:35 remaining in this heat, both stroking. Who's going to get this wave? Aaron's off, but Carlos still maintaining position. He's got some board speed, but he's got a big closeout section. He'll rebound off the whitewater, and now he has just walls of whitewater, and all he can do is just a couple of foam climbs here. So the wave started out with great potential, but with that closeout section, no scoring potential there for Carlos. He'll regroup and paddle out for more. 5 minutes, 10 seconds remaining in this heat. Heat number 10, round number 1 for the SUP surfing men.
And you can see how when he carved off that wave, the wind just caught his board and blew it right up over his head, but he was able to get a hand on that board and really had great awareness so that he wasn't getting hit in the head with his board. So that's great. Here we see Team Denmark posing with some of our representatives from, I believe, the INTUR, or the Ministry of Nicaraguan Tourism here.
Yeah, we'd like to thank our presenting sponsor, Intour, the Nicaraguan Ministry of Tourism, who are also being sponsored by LuxDev, and also European Union, our Viva Nicaragua channel number 13, our media partners also including Surfers Village and StandUpLatino.com. And there's our main staging area where the announcers and the judges and the officials and the webcasters are all being housed there. And here we go, surfer in yellow. This is our Tahitian, Ponaiki Raioa, up and riding. Good carving turn on the opening maneuver, gaining some speed. Foam climbs with control and speed. Carving turn with some style and some flair on the end, and still not done. Tearing apart this wave on the shallow sections. And Raioa showing you why he is just dominating in this heat.
And using one of the shortest paddles I've seen in the competition so far, and really utilizing that wave to potentially maximize his lead here. Currently has a 2.57 lead over second place, but nice wave there. Didn't get quite as many turns as he might have on the left, but with a nice floater and a good snappy turn under the lip there, there's some beautiful surfing from our That's a pretty narrow, small volume board, probably in the 80 to 90 liter region and probably anywhere from 7 to 8 feet long.
Well, Ponaiki Raioa from Tahiti, a 7.9 and a 707 combination of his waves. He's got a throwaway of a 677 and a 567, and he is your heat leader. Carlos Bahia from Brazil comfortably in second place. He has a 4.67 and a 5.5, but on the bubble right now is from Great Britain, Aaron Rowe, needing a 6.67, and Federico out of Italy now needing a 7.8. Just under 90 seconds remaining in this heat. Heat number 10. 2 more heats remaining in the men's first round competition. Then we'll move into our first 6 heats of the women's qualifying round number 1.
That's right, and black up and riding. Our Italian rider, Federico Benitolo. Federico paddling against that wind, trying to stay on that open face, taking a little turn there, losing some speed off the back, but now up and riding. Carlos Bahia from Brazil. Nice bottom turn, accelerating really quick into the face of the wave, getting a bit squirrely, having to take a few paddle strokes there, and decides to just carve out of that one with just 40 seconds left. Looks like
this will be Aaron Rowe on the left, and we also have Rohea on the right. Let's watch Rowe. He's on the non-advancing side. Here we go, our heat leader. Nice carving turn right in front of Bahia, his competitor. Foam climbs right on that last section. Can he keep on this wave? Yes, he does. And that shows you the power and the determination that Nike has right here on this wave with just seconds remaining in this heat. So making something out of nothing there. So he knows that's the end of the heat. And what a dominating performance by this young Tahitian, the 17-year-old, just going out there and just really putting everything on the line here. Here's the ISA heat recap. And we began here with the young Tahitian, Dan.
That's right. Nice big roundhouse cut back, bouncing off the foam, accelerating onto the green face of the wave here. Big snappy turn there against the wind, doing a great job at generating speeds from the rail and the fins and the paddle. Great use of all of his equipment there and the wave. Good variety of maneuvers. Another wave here for Ponaiki from Tahiti.
And this was the way that he redirected. He was going right, then he saw the big open face on the left, and he just went top to bottom, bottom to top, just tearing apart this wave.
Nice job here as you see him smacking the lip on that nice paddle transition, reaching across the nose of his board. As we're seeing, so popular technique there on the backside. Another wave here for the strong Tahitian rider with a big floater right there, right into a nice big slash there. Roundhouse cut back into the foam, climbing back up it and just milking that wave for every possible digit he can get on his scorecard. Beautiful surfing.
Stick around. We got the final two heats of the men's qualifying round number 1. You are watching the 2014 ISA World Stand-Up Paddle and Paddleboard Championships live from La Boquita, Nicaragua.
Time will tell on you. You old Jezebel. What a controversy. How long shall the wicked reign over my people?
Welcome back to the beautiful countryside here in Nicaragua. We are at the 2014 ISA World Stand-Up Paddle and Paddleboarding Championship live at La Boquita Beach here for the SUP surfing for men and women. And here we go. Let's introduce our competitors in this heat. There you see surfer in red from Brazil, Lucas Medeiros. We have from Great Britain, Matthew Baker Smith in white, up and riding. Tama Adalbert from Tahiti will be in yellow, and from Italy, Roberto Moretto will be in the black. I'm Bo Hodge along with Jody Nelson. Another 20-minute heat, 4-man heat. Top 2 will advance on into the second round of the qualifying coming up later this afternoon. And low tide conditions, Jody, making for challenging conditions out for these surfers in the lineup.
Yeah, you can really see equipment's like really key right now. We saw in that last heat our surfer from Tahiti, Ponaki, is that how you say his first name?
Ponaki
Raioa. His board was flying. You can tell he had a lot of foam under his feet, and the Brazilians are riding these really, really small boards. And here's another Tahitian surfer. So this heat has the exact same countrymen as the last heat. So we've got a Brazilian surfer, a UK surfer, a Tahitian surfer, an Italian surfer. So the up and riding right now, this is our surfer from Italy.
This is Roberto Moretto, and getting caught up in the whitewater. And the Tahitian surfers, we're telling everybody in the last heat, Jody, that they were unable to get to the opening ceremonies because they were still in transition coming into Nicaragua. So a little bit of jet lag, but not seeing it from Raioa in that last heat. His 2 throwaway waves would have still won the heat. He had 2 high 7s. He had a high 6 and a medium 5. So that would have beat Carlos Bahia even for first place with his 2 throwaways. But here's fellow Brazilian Lucas Medeiros in red, up and down on his opening transition.
And the biggest thing I saw in that last heat with Ponaki's was his board. The Tahitian's board was amazing. It was flying through sections, but still able to get vertical through the lip.
So a little bit of fashion show on the beach here. There's the girls here in Nicaragua.
We just saw Carlos Bahia walk by behind the girls, and his board, it fit, like you guys saw in the last heat, fits under his arm, and so does the Brazilian in this heat, Lucas Medeiros. He's on a really narrow board as well. As we see white up and riding, this is Matthew Barker Smith out of the UK, and this is our Roberto Moretto out of Italy, our Italian surfer. He's just trying to hang in there, get length of ride, but it's all about that speed, power, and flow. And with these lower tide conditions and the wind, it's all about equipment. It's having the right equipment. And with the stand-up paddleboards, it's not like you can bring a million boards down here, right?
Yeah, especially bringing these big bulky boards, especially the race boards. Let's watch Matthew Barker-Smith here from the United Kingdom and Great Britain. Nice carving turn on the open face, but he generates a lot of his speed with his paddle. His wave dying out, but still maneuvering, transitioning here, and that's what the judges like to see, is the combination of both the forehand and the backhand. Here we go, surfer in yellow. This is Tama Adalbert out of Tahiti. He's got closeout section. Can he get up to the open face? He's going to try to get out here 5 minutes into this 20-minute heat. Heat number 11, round number 1 of the qualifying of the men.
So Tama taking this right-hander all the way to the inside, able to really maneuver it around. You know, it's a little bit thicker, wider board, but it's still short, and it's very maneuverable. And that's what we saw in the last heat with Ponaki on his board. It's wider, a little bit thicker, probably a lot more volume than, say, the Brazilians' boards. Those guys, they're not only narrow, but it looks like they don't have a lot of volume. They're not as much foam under their feet.
Well, that's what some of these top competitors want. They want the transitional. They want the lightweight maneuvers, as you see Lucas on the outside. No scores available for us, so we can't give you situations and updates, but we can tell you that our presenting sponsor, Intour, Nicaragua's Ministry of Tourism, we are being sponsored by Avianca, Voss TV, Tigo, Channel 6 here in Nicaragua. Our media partners include SUPRacer.com, Surfos, Latin America's leading surf publication, Passion Extrema on Fox Sports Latin America, and Surf Club, along with Waves Brazil. Welcome to La Boquita, Nicaragua. Day number 1 competition. SUP surfing for men, winding down our final 2 heats of round 1. We're going to move into our round of qualifying for the ladies, coming up right after heat number 12 of the men. And up and riding Lucas Medeiros from Brazil on his backhand, throws it off the white water, now redirects on his forehand side, going left, on the surfer's left, the viewer's right. And a couple of foam climbs, small wave on the inside, just about knee-high, so he'll kick out. 13 minutes, 13 seconds remaining in this heat. Again, no scores available. You can see Matthew Barker-Smith taking a look at this next wave. And Matthew's going to get this one. He'll work off his forehand, generating some speed. Nice carving turn, digging in the fins. The judges want to see the criteria of speed, power, and flow. You can see the wind chop and the spray. Some of our athletes will be attempting some aerial maneuvers in this wind, but a majority of them not able to do that.
Well, Italy, they just have a team of 3. We saw Italian surfer in the last heat. That was Federico Bonatello, and in this heat we've got Roberto Moretto. So just 3 guys on the team, but at least they're, maybe I have an incomplete form. Oh no, it's 3 guys. They're just surfing. They're just
multiple events,
surfing and paddling, racing.
So
and
both Federico and Roberto, they're doing not only SUP surfing, but they're doing the technical and the distance racing too. So not all countries, 27 countries that are being represented here at the ISA SUP World Championships, competing with full teams, but partial teams. So scores now coming in. A 4.67 for Lucas Medeiros. He's currently in the lead. And we can tell you that Matthew Barker-Smith with a 2.77 and a 2.23. And we're still waiting for scores for yellow and black, and we'll get you updated on that. Can tell you 11 minutes, 35 seconds remaining.
So Roberto's the only one that's doing single duty here. The other boys are doubling up, but he's just focused on SUP surfing for men. But Federico, like you said, he'll be doing the
3 disciplines, yeah. The SUP surfing for men, the technical racing for SUP, and the distance racing for SUP. So he's got a big week along with Leonardo Toso, who's also doing the SUP tech and the SUP distance. Here we go, surfer in yellow. This is Tama Adalbert.
Yes, Tama on a nice starboard board, getting a nice right-hander here. The wind not really being a factor. He's able to control that board pretty well, but you know, the Tahitians coming out of the gates today just blazing. We saw in that last heat, Ponaki just really putting on a clinic with a 14.97 total heat score out of a possible 20, which I believe is the highest heat total of the day. So just behind him was Adrian Antone.
Antoine DePero at a
Antoine DePero.
13.6 on the first heat of the day. So, yeah, 14.97. Not only that, but the second best one wave of a 7.9 and also the fifth best one wave at a 7.07. So, Raioa in the last heat leading the Tahitian charge. Here we go. Smith currently in third, needing a 3.99. Could get it here. Big open face. Let's watch the attack. Bottom turns. Nice carving turn off the top with some spray. And now the wind gets the better of him and knocks him off the wave. So a transition there and losing momentum, a chance for him to move up, needing a 3.99. Let's get you updated on situation. Roberto Moretto out of Italy in black with two 1-point waves, a 1.33 and a 1.44, currently in fourth, now needing a 5.36. Here we go. Smith on his second attack here.
Well, 36-year-old Matt Barker Smith out of Oxford, Great Britain, keeping busy, turning around, getting another right-hander, but unfortunately this thing, he was kind of behind the peak the whole time. He's going to keep trying to get around a bit, comes unstuck there, dives off. As we see out the back, our Tahitian surfer in yellow getting a right. He's going to do a little roundhouse here, try and get back into the whitewash, connect again, and see if he can find something to hit on the inside. He's just redirecting again as the wave starts to stand up. Unfortunately, he's unable to get the board up and do a nice little off the lip on the inside, but he's sitting on that 4.33 and a 3.43, so he's looking to replace that lower score.
Jody's building a nice house. He started with a 3.33, then he's upped it to a 3.43, and then he's upped it to a 4.33, but that wave didn't give him the potential to score any higher, so he'll go back out, and he's currently leading right now because that last wave of a 4.33 moved him from second to first. That pushes our Brazilian surfer down to second place, Lucas Medeiros, and on the bubble right now, Matthew Barker Smith from Great Britain now needs a 4.48 to move up into the top two to advance, and Roberto Moretto out of Italy in black, now needing above average score of a 5.84. We see surfer for the next heat.
Yeah, that's Brandon Ribnick out of South Africa. You can see he had that quad set up. A lot of guys opting for the tri-fins, the thrusters today. Very interesting to see how that's all changing up. But Brandon going back to the quads, as we see our rider in red. This is our Brazilian surfer, Lucas Medeiros, on his backhand, getting a nice little turn there, using the paddle to get that board up over the lip, and now he's going to redirect and go left, get a nice little cut back there. But this is a really small gutless wave, so not a whole lot to offer here on the inside, but he's going to stick with it. No, it just kicks out. So he's looking to replace his low score of a 2.57. And we've got just 7 minutes and 35 seconds remaining in this heat. And pretty excited here to get to work with the expert, Bo Hodge.
Well, Jody Nelson, a former professional surfer, competing in your day, and we're bringing our surfing skills over here to the shores of Nicaragua for the ISA World SUP and Paddleboard Championships. And first 3 days, Jody, surfing, men and women, so dedicated to the West Coast here. And then midweek, we're going to break down, move to Lake Nicaragua, and it'll be distance, technical, and prone racing for the subsurfers also.
Yeah, it'll be pretty fun. We'll have a bigger crew. I'll be running around roving, kind of getting some stories. There's so many great stories here at the ISA World Championships for stand-up paddle and paddleboarding. And, so many stories of sacrifice and training and people raising money to get here, people running to represent their teams, and even though they're one guy or one girl, and it's really great to see that commitment and the camaraderie among the teams, as well as that team spirit for the countries. So there's going to be a lot of great stories as the week unfolds.
Yeah, later on in the week, we're going to bring on former gold medal world champion Jamie Mitchell for some commentary, too, and his expertise, not only in SUP surfing, but just coming off the XX Awards over in California for his achievements in big wave surfing. And, of course, he's a 10-time world champion, Molokai to Oahu paddleboarder, so he brings expertise in paddleboarding. He's a gold medalist in SUP surfing, so we're going to be hearing the golden tones of Jamie Mitchell later on this week. And there's your heat leader, Tema Alibert out of Tahiti. So Tahitians trying to go back-to-back with back-to-back wins here in heats 10 and 11. Don't know if he's going to better his low wave of a 3.43 on the last one, but Matthew Barker Smith needs to get on the board. The final 5 minutes, this is the crucial time for a surfer to really start to put his gear into reins. And there's Matthew Barker Smith in white right now. Well,
we've been seeing, as the tide's dropping and kind of throughout the day, that there's been one guy kind of dominating, and then it's kind of been that battle for that second place position. And I don't know if that's just, lack of sets coming through. It doesn't seem like there's been like multiple waves per set. But we saw much earlier, Colin McPhillips taking a different strategy and really utilizing the inside and the waves that were going underneath the guys that were on the outside. And he really kept busy and got his wave count. And, obviously the conditions were a lot different earlier. It was higher tide and not as much wind. But you have to adapt, and you have to be able to, either work with your coach or just have the wherewithal and knowledge of competitive surfing to know how to surf a heat, and play those cards well.
One of the local beach stands and local eateries here at La Boquita, here on the shores of Nicaragua. Adalbert in yellow in the lead just by .16 over Lucas Medeiros. Medeiros has upped his margin with a 2.93, so thus Matthew Barker-Smith in white now needing a 4.83, and Roberto Moretto in black from Italy needing a 6.2 to advance in the top two. These four-man heats, top two will advance to the second round, and that second round will be coming up this afternoon as we see a three-man heat getting ready to paddle out. We'll have Brandon, Casper, and Bruce competing for the top two spots, as there's Casper Steinfath, Team Denmark. He'll be doing multiple duties. He's a gold and silver medal winner from last year, Amir Flores in Peru, and the distance in the technical racing, and did quite well last year in the SUP surfing representing Denmark. Here we go, two surfers on the wave, but the priority belongs to Matthew Barker-Smith up and riding in white.
Yeah, out of the UK, Matthew Barker-Smith trying to get busy, generate some speed here on this inside. You can see it's only like a knee-high wave, if that, and he's really working with, against the wind. You can see his, the shorts flapping in the wind, that cross-shore, side-shore wind. It's not quite offshore, but blowing actually straight into those rights. So you can see he's really having to put a lot of effort into just staying on this wave.
So Matthew Barker-Smith looking for a 4.83. Here we go. Lucas Medeiros out of Brazil on his backhand. Nice tap off the whitewater section, generating a lot of speed, like that divot there that he made with his paddle. There he goes again, crossing the paddle over. Now working on the very shallow sections of the inside. Medeiros trying to do better than his low wave, his last wave of a 2.93, and possibly has done that and more.
Well, he's only been surfing for 2 years, which is pretty impressive at just 19 years old, out of Brazil, Espírito Santo, or its favorite surf beach is Bahia Beach. And we see up our Tahitian up and riding again. This is Tama out of Tahiti, and he's our current leader. And he's got that 3.43 and a 4.33, so he'll be just 2.5 minutes left in this heat. And our second place surfer needs a 3.09, and that's Lucas Medeiros. So we'll be interesting to see if he's able to improve his situation and move up into the lead after that last wave.
Yeah, very low-scoring heat here, 7.76 for first and a 2.73 for last. So here we go. Matthew Barker-Smith trying to force the issue there. Couldn't get on that wave. He needs to get a bigger set on the outside, needing about an average score of a 4.83. And there's some of the young locals taking advantage of the summertime conditions here in Nicaragua.
Well, all the families are out. You can see just everybody on the beach. It's great to have the locals come down here and support the event, as we see Tama picking up another wave here, our leader in yellow out of Tahiti. Smaller wave, but he's going to see if he can get the reform here. But yeah, there's great. It's Sunday. The families are all out. Everybody's hanging out and taking the day off to just spend the day together and all enjoying the warm ocean down here at La Boquita. And, it's a great location. The government's been very welcoming, the Board of Tourism. It's been a warm welcome in more ways than one.
As we see Nicole Vercelli, the gold medalist from last year, and a couple of the other teammates for Team Brazil as they're cheering on Lucas. They're still waiting for that last score, and there he's up on riding. This is Medeiros currently in second.
Yeah,
right
Medeiros.
on that inside section where it gets real shallow with this low tide. So coming up on 12 noon. So we're at the peak of the low tide here, Jody.
So he's on one of those really, really narrow boards, and you could see if he were to stop paddling, his board would just sink. So I've been pretty impressed, though, to see with the conditions the way they are that he's, at the beginning of the heat, I thought he was going to struggle on that board, but he's been able to really generate some speed on that board and stay on the waves even with the wind blowing straight into it. So obviously these guys spend tons of time on those little boards, and you just, all that memory, muscle memory comes into play.
So the Ministry of Tourism here for Nicaragua, promoting the tourism, local trade here. Some beautiful countryside. As here we go, Matthew Barker Smith needing an average score of a 4.83. Can he do it here? No. He's going to have to bail right on the inside section. So it looks like our Tahitian and Brazilian will advance on through. And here's your ISA heat recap as Matthew checking out his paddle, and he's disgusted with his performance. But he'll regroup. This is a double elimination type format, and they found most gold medal winners have come through the reprecharge rounds, through the losers rounds, so don't give it up now. Let's watch Tema Adalbert as he really started setting the pace of this heat.
Yeah, he did. We had the Tahitian and the Brazilians winning this heat. They did that in the last heat as well, and the Tahitians just flying in late last night, and not looking jet lagged at all, as we see Tama just getting his board up through the lip, and that board looking like it's the right equipment for the conditions today, and he was able to come away with 3.43 and a 4.33, which is enough for him in this low scoring heat to come away with the win.
We still have a few series of waves. I know there's 2 or 3 waves from Lucas Medeiros that still haven't come in on our screen, so I believe the judges' screen has frozen up there, so Lucas could have moved up into first place. But Tema Adalbert, surfer in yellow out of Tahiti, showing dominance out in this heat. Good carving maneuvers. Look at the transitions, using that paddle to keep going. And yes, the man, gold medalist, Casper Steinfath is coming up next. You are watching the 2014 ISA World Stand-Up Paddleboard Championships live from La Boquita Beach here in Nicaragua, celebrating 50 years of surfing with the ISA.
And welcome back to the 2014 ISA World Stand-Up Paddle and Paddleboard Championships right here in La Boquita, Nicaragua. Getting on with the day, heat number 12. My name's Dan Gavir. I'm here with Jody Nelson here at the ISA World Championships. Having a great time here, watching some excellent surfing action here as we come into the low tide situation here at heat number 12. In this heat, featuring Brandon Ribink from South Africa, Casper Steinfath from Denmark, Bruce Klimo from New Zealand are 3 competing in this round. Top 2 advancing. We do have a double elimination format, meaning that each athlete gets 2 chances to surf and advance into the next round.
That's right. And up and riding there is Bruce Climo out of New Zealand. He's 30 years old. He was one of the boys yesterday that got up on stage at the opening ceremonies and did the local New Zealand dance, and it was pretty cool to witness that as we see up and riding here. This is Brandon Ribnick out of South Africa, Dan.
That's right, at 43 years old, Brandon Ribnick, no stranger to the surf. He's been out surfing for 30-plus years, sponsored by Built Surfboards. He enjoys water skiing, surfing, motorcycle riding when he's not out stand-up paddling. Now in white, Casper Steinfath. We've talked a lot about this rider from Denmark, really helping put that kind of northern country in Europe on the map for stand-up paddling. Casper shows his paddling skills in both the surfing and the racing disciplines. Last year's gold medalist in the technical race and the silver medalist in the distance race. Very seasoned surfer as well, so we'll see a pretty good matchup here in this heat, I think, between him and Brandon.
Yeah, no, Casper brought his little brother along this year, which was pretty cool to see. We saw Peter surfing earlier, a few previous heats, and yeah, I'm sure Casper is going to want to better his performance from last year in the SUP surfing, but obviously he's got that gold medal in racing, and I'm sure we're going to see some great things from him in the race division as well this year.
And a little bit treacherous there as our paddlers trying to get in from the surf break. They're having to kind of tiptoe across the rocks there here at La Boquita Beach. As Bo was mentioning earlier, we have an 8-foot tide swing. I think we're right about on low tide now. So as it bottoms out, we'll look forward to hopefully conditions improving as that tide increases throughout the day.
There we've got our beach announcers down here at the ISA World Stand-Up Paddle and Paddleboard Championships here at La Boquita in Nicaragua. As we see our surfer out of South Africa, Brandon Ribnick, taking a little right-hander, but just kind of getting blown off the back there. It's, you know, a little bit mushy, and then, you know, that wind blowing into it as well is a deadly combination. But, you know, these boys making the best out of it and putting on some good performances today. We've seen some really high scores. We've seen some low-scoring heats, but we've seen some great performances so far today.
Bruce from New Zealand taking a look at that one, but it's Brandon who gets his leftovers and takes off for a ride with a nice open face and a little skip off the lip there. Busting those fins out just a little bit and a little chop hop there as he fights his way against the wind on that right.
And Brandon, I noted before he paddled out, is on a quad. We saw a lot of the guys that were winning heats earlier today on the tri-fins, as we see a fellow Denmark team mate of Casper's right there, waving the flag. They're cheering Casper on. That's the Team Denmark.
This is great to have the increased support from all the teams on the beach. I think we've seen a big uptick from the past years where maybe just the athletes are showing up. Now we've got whole teams showing up with families, team captains, maybe their masseuse.
Well, South Africa always travels with their vuvuzelas. That's never fails.
I like to say the vuvuzela is the cell phone of South Africa. I think that's how they communicate.
You can see, you know, usually surfing is a very individual sport, and it's a very selfish sport. Even stand-up paddle surfing competitions, you know, it's you against the other three guys. But with the ISA format and representing your country, you know, brings everybody together, and it's really cool to see that team environment and everybody cheering one another on for their fellow countrymen. And you know, it's a neat element to add to these individual sports because. Like I mentioned, they're very selfish sports, so it's great to see the teamwork behind it.
Absolutely, and I think we'll see some teamwork being utilized in some of the racing that we have coming up at the end of the week, Jody, with with drafting being a strong strategy in the flat water racing especially, I think we'll see some of the countries actually teaming up with their fellow countrymen to help share the load of leading the pack. It's similar to cycling where you get a bit of a respite or a break when you're following someone closely because of the wind that they're breaking. But even more so in stand-up paddling, you get the opportunity to surf the little wave that they're putting out from behind their board. So it can even be more of a factor for conserving energy and paddling a more efficient race with the whole drafting strategy coming into play. And it's another great example of how the team aspect might come into play as actually a strategy to get an advantage over some of the other teams. So it'll be really fun to watch and super exciting. So make sure you stay tuned throughout the week.
Well, that's our surfer from the last heat, Matthew Barker Smith, out of the UK. You can see he opted for the quad setup as well. And, that board's got interesting lines on it. It's pretty straight on the rails.
It's got a lot going on there with the fishtail and the wingers
Yeah.
and the quad fin with the +1 and great colors on the deck. There's a lot of design
Options are
elements
good.
going on in there.
When you're lugging big boards around the country or around the world, options are good to have. As we see up and riding in red, this is Brandon Ribnick all the way from South Africa, looking to replace his lower scoring wave of the 3.50, and he's getting a nice right. Screaming Down gets a nice off the lip right there, generating a lot of speed. Another off the top. And let's see if we can get a couple more maneuvers here on the inside as this thing kind of reforms. He'll cut back to the whitewash. There's a little rock there that he's just dodging. But that was a great ride for Brandon.
And I think probably the best wave of the heat so far. Let's see what Casper Steinfath has. Only one wave under his belt so far with a 3.10. I've seen some videos of him ripping in Hawaii in some pretty big surf. So let's see what he can do in the smaller stuff we find today here at La Boquita in Nicaragua, here at the 2014 ISA World Stand-Up Paddle and Paddleboard Championships. Day number 1, qualifying round 1, heat 12 of our men. Next up, we'll have our women qualifying round 1, heat number 1.
Yeah, we actually have a banger heat to come out of the gates with Shakira Westorp out of Australia, Emmy Merrill out of U.S., and Yuka Hirokoshi out of Japan. So that first heat of the women's is going to be really good as we see young Yuka Horikashi.
Horikashi right
Horikashi.
there. There she's buttoning up that jersey behind her with a little knot to keep it from flapping in the wind. Might be a little bit of an advantage there for going right against the wind there, trying to stay out of the sun a little bit. Looks like she's taking some deep, calming breaths here before the heat starts. I think that's Emmy Merrill there, putting her official 50-year anniversary ISA inspection sticker on that nice custom hand-shaped Hobie board.
Yeah, I caught up with Emmy earlier. She's on an 8.0 Hobie, and she's got the thruster set up, so she'll be ripping out there. Emmy, I used to coach her on her middle school surf team. She's a really talented shortboarder, longboarder, and now stand-up paddler. So
Excellent. And while we have a little break in the action, I'd like to send a big shout out to all of our sponsors here, presented by Intour, Nicaragua's Ministry of Tourism. Big thanks to Nicaragua. They've been so welcoming as the host of our event this year. Also sponsored by Lux Dev, European Union, Viva Nicaragua Channel 13. Our media partners also include Surfers Village and StandUpLatino.com. Stand Up Latino being headed up by Philip Mueller, who's also doing some of our web hosting in Spanish on the other side of the headquarters here, and bringing it to you also on his website. So check it out at StandUpLatino.com if you ever find yourself in Central or South America. That would be an excellent resource to find anything you need to know about stand-up paddling, where to get the boards, the paddles, the equipment, and the locations that are favored, and also all the news and happenings of what's going on stand-up paddling in Latin American countries. So thanks to him for being here. Looks like we have 8 minutes left here. The situation stands with Brandon Ribnick from South Africa in the lead. He's got it by a fairly comfortable margin. Casper Steinfath in second as we look on right here in red, dropping in on that beautiful yellow board, our South African.
Brandon Ribnick getting another nice right-hander. He's got a 4.67 and a 4.10. So he's looking to replace that 4.10. You can see the use of that paddle. He's kind of coming unstuck, and he was trying to save himself with that paddle as we see Casper up in white.
And Casper's been really trying to stick with those lefts on his forehand, but he just hasn't had anything really wall up for him or give him a very lengthy ride. So Brandon really taking advantage of his 30 years of surfing knowledge and reading the waves and absolutely picking out the best waves in the sets. So we're going to have a little replay here.
So Casper, yeah, picking off one of those lefts. You can see it's not as windy, so it kind of crumbles the lip a little bit. You can see Casper digging in, getting a nice off the top there, cut back, and he'll redirect this paddle all the way around. That's a complete roundhouse cut back into the whitewash, and he gets himself back into the wave with his paddle, and he's looking for a 5.27, so scores are still dropping. We've got 3 more judges waiting to type in their score to see if that helps Casper's situation.
And after Brandon's last ride, he's upped his margin just a little bit, and Brandon just picking off waves as fast as he can paddle out. Now taking off on the left, on his backside, the regular footer. Roundhouse cutties, back and forth, just milking it. Just lots of turns, nice maneuvers, great use of the paddle there. A little bit slow speed on that board, but really getting some nice turns there and showing some great control. Not a single bobble on that ride.
Yeah, Brandon's looking really strong. His wave knowledge is been really important in this heat, and I don't know. Sometimes the age comes into that, like just heat strategy and making wise decisions. Sometimes, you know, the younger guys make kind of rookie mistakes and doubt themselves. There's a lot of mental aspect that goes into surfing a heat, and you can get into your own head and a lot of times be your own worst enemy. So, you know, Brandon obviously showing the experience and age and knowledge just by the strategy he's picked with this heat and being able to, you know, he's got throwing away a 4.10, whereas Casper's highest score right now is a 3.50. So, you know, current situation with just 5 minutes remaining, Casper Steinfath is in second, looking still for a 6.50. His last score came in at a 3.37, and Brandon Ribnick is holding down that first position with that 5.33. We're still waiting for his last score, but it's not going to better his 4.67. So, and Bruce Climo out of New Zealand, he's looking for a 4.20. He's just sitting on 2 scores under the 3-point range, so which is 4.5 minutes. It'll be interesting to see how this the business part of this heat unfolds. If Bruce can pull something out of the hat, or Casper, you know, find a set wave and take over the lead.
Yeah, and as the wind builds here, it's not making the situation any easier for our paddlers out there, as we see Brandon maybe taking a look at another one there, decides to let it pass, standing just inside Casper there, and to the left of your screen in the yellow jersey, Bruce, all pretty close together there, poised right there at the point here at La Boquita, Nicaragua.
Well, they're standing kind of close to each other there. That's first and second team right there. Team Denmark in second with their cheering on Casper out there, and Team South Africa holding down the lead. They're cheering on Brandon Ribnick out in the water right now.
And there's your situation on the screen with 3 minutes and 45 seconds left. Brandon in the lead from South Africa. In second, Casper Steinfath from Denmark needs a 6.50 to take over the lead, and Bruce Climo from New Zealand needs a 4.20 to take over the second place and the advancing spot. So Casper's really got his work cut out for him here in the last 3 minutes of this heat. Let's see if he can do it as the the campaign continues for all three of these riders and every one of our stand-up paddlers today, trying to get their advancing positions and make their way into the final rounds and looking for a spot on the podium.
We can see the local crowd is really filling in. They're very interested to see what's going on down here at the ISA World Stand-Up Paddleboard and Paddleboard Championships. And, you know, all these 27 countries really putting on a great show representing the sport of stand-up paddle surfing. And we've seen a great display so far today of the sport. And like we mentioned before, the women are coming up next. So we're going to get to see some of the best women in the world, and especially in this first heat, we've got Shakira Westhorpe from Australia, Emmy Merrill out of U.S., and young up-and-comer out of Japan, Yuka Hirakashi. So it's going to be an exciting heat coming up in just 2 minutes for the start of the women's stand-up paddle surfing. So be interesting to see here if any more sets come in before the horn blows. And
yeah, it's looking a little flat out there, Jody, as I see some of our lovely ladies paddling out. It looks a little bit more flat than I've seen all day. Let's see if something rolls through for the last few minutes of our men's heat, and hopefully a set comes in to get things started off with a bang. For our women's 2014 ISA World Stand-Up Surfing round number 1, heat number 1, should be pretty exciting here. Maybe conditions here might be a little bit more suitable for kiteboarding or windsurfing, but no stranger to these conditions. All of our stand-up paddlers know that the wind, the current, and maybe less than ideal waves are all part of the game, and really being able to excel in mediocre to less than favorable conditions is what brings out the best surfers on the water, I believe.
Yeah.
So that's what we're seeing here, and for some, it also comes down to having the right equipment. You know, you might have planned on bigger waves with cleaner conditions, and really small boards may favor those waves, but when it gets bumpy and small, maybe a little bit bigger board with a little bit more flotation might actually be an advantage.
Well, here we've got Casper looking to better his 3.37, picking off a little left-hander on the inside. Generated some speed. You can see him doing some S-turns. He got up there and started to do a floater, but just got stuck up on the top. As we do see another little set coming through. But it's kind of looking like our surfer in third place, Bruce, is going to get that wave. A nice little right-hander. You can see that wind blowing straight into the face of that wave, which makes things a little bit challenging.
He's looking like he's getting a bit of a shower there, Jody, as he has a nice little wave there on the right. But, again, just fighting that wind. You can see that wind just picked that board up and flipped it right over with just a few seconds left in this heat. And that's going to round it out. Looks like we have Brandon on top from South Africa, followed by Casper. And in third place, Bruce. And that'll round out our first qualifying round for the men. And your recap right here, with the South African just dominating the last heat here in the men's. A nice little skip off the top. I believe this was his first wave. Nice maneuvers there. And again, that 30 years of surfing experience, I think, really favored the South African here, as he was able to really pick out the best waves of the set and position himself in the best position to catch these nice long waves, which really gave him the opportunity to lay down some nice turns and accumulate some pretty respectable scores given the conditions here. I believe his top score was a 5.33, which is pretty solid for these conditions.
Yeah, that was his 5.33 ride, and this was one of his last rides here. You can see the wind's really picking up, but Brandon really, he's got like a really smooth style. You can see he kind of knocks that back knee in, and he's able to, this is the one he came unstuck on, but you know, his flow is really nice in the way he uses the paddle.
And that's going to wrap it up, and we're going to break for a little commercial. Be right back here for the International Surfing Association 2014 Stand-Up Paddle and Paddleboard Championships here at La Boquita, Nicaragua.
controversy. How long shall the wicked reign over my people?
Welcome back to the beautiful country of Nicaragua for the 2014 ISA World Stand-Up Paddle and Paddleboard Championships. We are at La Boquita Beach and SUP surfing for women, qualifying round number 1, heat number 1. And let's introduce our surfers in the water for you. In our first heat, silver medalist from the last 2 years from Australia, Shakira Westrop. And white jersey, the gold medalist from 2012, it'll be Emmy Merrill. And in the yellow jersey from Japan, it'll be Yuuka Horikoshi. So that graphic there was from our last round of men. And we're into our first 6 heats of 20-minute heats for the ladies coming up here. So welcome. I'm Bo Hodge along with Dan Gravier, and our first rider, this will be our Japanese surfer, Horikoshi.
Yeah, Horikoshi on that little board, surfing downwind there on the left. Found a couple nice little turns. Emmy Merrill now taking a peek at something, having to fight the wind just off the backside for our paddler in white. That Emmy Merrill, 20 years old, coming out of California, your 2012 gold medalist, the ISA Women's SUP World Championship.
So, Dan, she didn't compete last year. Was she injured? What was the reason why she didn't come down to Miraflores to defend her gold medal? Do you know?
I'm not exactly sure, Bo, but it looks like we're going to have a little replay from her first wave here. Little bottom turn there into a cutty. Trying to complete that roundhouse, coming all the way back towards the break of the wave. After that heelside turn, this regular footer coming out of California. Certainly getting things started with a loaded heat here with 2 previous world champs. So this is going to be pretty interesting to see the battle commence.
Well, actually, Shakira, she's finished second in the last 2 years. So Nicola Perselli, our champion from last year, and Emily, who's up and riding, our champion from our first year of the ISA World SUP Championships down in Miraflores. So keep him busy here. I like the way she moves her board, darts in, darts left. Here she goes on the inside shallow section, using that transition, using that paddle towards her advantage here, and she's on the board with a couple of quick scoring waves. There's Team Australia cheering on Shakira. Second place, runner-up in 2012 and 2013. So she's been knocking on the door of winning her first world title. And let's watch the replay of Last of Red. This is Shakira Westrop.
She's got to be hungry, Bo, for a win here. Let's see her going on her offside. So we've got a regular footer and a goofy footer in here with Emmy and Shakira. Shakira with some nice transitions there. I believe she's on a 7-7 and trying to milk that wave all the way to the inside here. You see on the instant replay and the redirect back to the left, getting into that shallow reef section. Got to be careful with these.
Shakira not only competing for Australia for the SUP surfing portion of this competition, but also the SUP tech racing for the women and the SUP distance racing, where she is quite dominant in that field, isn't she?
Absolutely. So showing her strengths in all the disciplines out here. And she's got a big week ahead of her. So I hope she's getting a lot of nutrition and a lot of good rest, because that's going to take a lot of calories to stay up in front in all these competitions in her near future.
Third wave for Emmy Merrill coming in on the inside. And there's Casper Steinfath. And it looks like Casper qualified for the round number 2, placing second. And, of course, he's got top-of-the-line equipment, riding a quad dashboard, quick blade. And there's Shakira out on the outside. She is a 3-time Aussie SUP surfing champion, hailing from Byron Bay, 29-year-old. And scores in for her first 2 opening waves, a 1.17, a 3.67. We're on standby for her third wave. First 2 waves for Emmy Merrill. from California for Team USA, a 5.0 and a 3.9. We're on standby for a third wave score. And Horikoshi from Japan in yellow, a 2.07 and a 1.9. 13 minutes remaining. Heat 1, round 1, women's qualifying round for the ISA World SUP surfing portion of our competition.
Some impressive scores coming right out of the gate from Emmy Merrill in just a couple minutes, racking up a 5.0 and a 3.9, and really getting to work early there and showing her competitors that they're going to have to work hard to unseat her from a top spot. So I think we're looking at a situation where Yuka and Shakira are going to really have to be wise and pick good waves and really maximize their time on the wave and their turns.
Yuka right now from Japan. This will be her third wave. She needs to power back down on the face of this wave as it starts to close out and gets into that shallow section. She redirects onto her forehand. And when you've got a gold and silver medal champion in your heat, you know you got a stacked up heat here. So Yuka will regroup herself, paddle back out, and try to advance. Right now she only needs a 2.94, but still early times in this heat. There's Team Australia, the two-time gold medal winning team in the first 2 years of the 2012-2013 ISA World SUP Paddleboard Championships, held both at Miraflores. So this is the first time the SUP World Championships have moved out of Peru. And the first time we're going to see distance and tech racing in the lake.
That's right. So some freshwater action coming to you for the very first time in the ISA history of the sport, I believe. So a first here being set in Nicaragua, and super stoked on ISA's dedication to the sport of all things surf, and by positioning this event on the lake, I think that's going to really be an example of how committed they are to helping the sport of stand-up paddling grow.
Yeah, and they're showing the diversity that the ISA is taking, because there are a lot of SUP races in rivers, correct?
Absolutely.
In lakes, Europe,
Yes, sir.
the United States, South America. I mean, so they're taking advantage of the diversity, especially here in Nicaragua.
And an interesting data fact I had just was privy to about a week and a half ago is that 85% of the boards sold in 2013 were for flat water paddling. So that's only 15% of the sport actually being dedicated to wave surfing. So that's a great example of where the sport is going and how it may actually follow the path of more of a canoe and kayak industry.
Well, especially with Fernando Aguirre's goal of getting ocean sports into the Olympics, whether it be surfing, whether it be longboarding, whether it be SUP surfing, not all Olympic host countries are on the coast. Coming up, we've got Brazil coming up. That's a coastal country. But just recently in London, they had a lot of their races on the canals and man-made structures for some of the ocean sporting, water sporting events, I should say. And Tokyo coming up with the Olympics coming up in 2020.
That's right, and we've got members here from Team Germany that has no coastline. So I think a lot of those paddlers have to travel far and be creative about how to train. And from what I know, a lot of them are taking to the rivers where they can find standing waves, and we've seen quite a few actually very progressive shortboard surfing from some of those locations right in Munich, where we've seen some completed air reverses and kickflips on those stationary waves. So it's pretty neat to see that actually there's some different maneuvers that might actually be a little bit easier or more attainable in those types of situations. But it just goes to show you that surfing isn't just for the saltwater conditions and the ocean conditions that, like Jerry Lopez always said, surf is where you find it. So,
and he's a multi-ocean sport fanatic, getting into SUP surfing now from his windsurfing and, of course, his surfing background, and a great snowboarder at that, too. So Yuyuko, on her last wave, not able to make the connection of combination of maneuvers. There's still our heat leader. There's Diane Wenzel, Team Canada. I was just chatting with her in the Canadian hut that they have underneath those grass pavilions. And you see Brisa from Brazil, Diane from Canada, and we got Anna representing
the yellow jersey.
Nicaragua. So a 3-lady heat coming up in heat number 2.
And just a little bit of background on our paddler from Japan. In the yellow jersey, Yuka Hirakoshi, 15 years old. She's been surfing for about 5 years. Her sponsors are Grow brand wetsuits and Kinalu paddles. So at the young age of 15, she's out here representing her nation of Japan, and we welcome her, and we welcome everyone here to beautiful Nicaragua for the 2014 ISA World Stand-Up and Paddleboard Championships.
Well, Team Japan, the very small team, they have 2 male competitors in the SUP surfing for men and 1 female as Yuko. No representative in the distance or prone, and the technical races for the SUP or paddleboard coming up midweek. So they're growing their team. They're expanding. They're in the position of elevating, and of course they did quite well at the ISA World Juniors just recently in Ecuador. So there's the breakdown, and you see in yellow Yuka, going for this wave. This will be her 6th wave in this heat, so she's keeping busy, but she lacks the combination of maneuvers out here.
Yeah, she just hasn't been able to get on a nice long wave that's given her a lot of open face to maneuver on. She's had a couple little bumbles, but she looks very solid and comfortable on her equipment. She's got nice technique there as she's working that to the inside into extremely shallow water there. It's only about 6 inches deep with actually some rocks poking up over or out of the water there, and you got to be careful in there. You know, you can bang yourself up on the rocks and or your equipment. So not only are our athletes competing against each other, they're battling the elements here, Mother Nature, a little bit too, Bo.
Yeah, 6 minutes remaining in this heat. We'd like to thank all of our great sponsors making the 2014 ISA World Stand-Up Paddleboarding Championships possible. As we watch Emmy up and riding, your heat leader, this will be her 5th wave. We're being presented by Intour, Nicaragua's Ministry of Tourism, sponsored by Avianca, Voss TV, Tigo, and Channel 6 here locally in Nicaragua. Also, our media partners include SUPRacer.com, Surfos, Latin America's leading surf publication, Passion Extrema on Fox Sports Latin America, along with SUP Club and Waves Brazil.
And Shakira up and riding. Looks like she's on the Starboard Pro. 7-7. Shakira out of Australia wearing the red jersey. She needs a 5.07 to lead. So Emmy Merrill coming out and really putting a stamp on this heat and starting her campaign rather strong with her first wave being her highest scoring wave with a 5.0.
Yeah, well, these 2 girls were gold and silver medalist in 2012, and Emmy did not come back to defend her championship last year, but Shakira did, and she won back-to-back silver medals for Team Australia. So you know she's hungry. So the top 2 ladies in this heat have been medaling for the past 2 years out here at the ISA World Surfing Championships.
Very strong paddlers out here, and like you said before, I believe it's Shakira going to be paddling in several different disciplines. So multi-talented athlete out here, as many of these athletes are. They don't just call themselves surfers, but they're also out racing. Many of them have figured out a way to make this passion into a career. So maybe they're teaching or doing clinics. Maybe they have sponsors that are helping them go to different races and represent their brands. And it's really great to see. The sport has grown explosively, maybe even faster than snowboarding did in the late 80s to early 90s when we saw that explosive growth. And now it's become a mainstream sport. It's actually in the Olympics. So I think we can see the same kind of path that stand-up paddling is following. But I think even more so that's increasing the popularity of this sport and the participation is the internet and Facebook and all those things that people can see so visually, and hey, that looks like fun. Hey, that's something that I can do. I taught my mom how to do this in just 5 minutes. So there's a board for everyone, and there's a conditions for every single person in the world to try this sport, and I think that's why we're seeing such explosive growth.
Yeah, social media really blowing up with the ocean sporting world. We saw that live at the Triple Crown of Surfing this year, the most people we have ever seen at Pipeline. We felt like it was Huntington Beach crowd type of atmosphere because of social media just hyping up everything. And you can follow us on the social media outlets. We're on Facebook.com/International Surfing Association. Our Twitter handle is @ISA Surfing. And that's also our Instagram handle, or you can hashtag us at ISA Worlds and hashtag WSUPPC. That is the World Stand-Up Paddle and Paddleboard Championship acronym. So 2 minutes, 20 seconds remaining. Amy Merrill, gold medalist from 2012 from the United States in first. Shakira from Australia, the silver medalist for the past 2 years in second comfortably. Now in the elimination spot, even though this is a double elimination tournament. Hiroshika now needs a 4.80. And up and riding, Shakira in red, stroking hard into this wave. Low tide, extreme low tide conditions right now, experiencing out. We can see a lot of rocks on the reef.
And I do believe it's coming up a little bit, Bo. It looks like I can see the tide line creeping up here on some rocks that were maybe dry about an hour ago. Now it looks like they're starting to get some water lapping over them. So I think this hopefully will be favorable for the conditions, and hopefully we'll see the wind drop off a little bit because we've got a lot more surfing coming up for you, so make sure you bookmark this page.
And there's Team Nicaragua. They got a competitor coming up in our next heat. Anna will be in the yellow jersey, and here we go. Our heat leader, Emmy Merrill, stroking into this wave. This will be her 7th wave of this heat. And I like the way she keeps busy.
Oh, absolutely. That board is always moving. She's really got those strong legs, keeping that board directing, generating speed. You can see as she takes a little step forward there, trying to keep that board planing and keep that speed going to try to make the inside section. Unfortunately, not much to work with there as that wave sat back down. But right now she is in a commanding lead and in a comfortable spot because Shakira needs a 7.04 to take over the lead. And with only 46 seconds left, that's going to be a tall task, if you will.
Remember, top 2 is all you need. Top 2 is to advance on into the qualifying round. And we will see these ladies again later this afternoon towards the tail end of Day 1 competition. Both men and women round qualifying 1s and 2 will be run out here today. So, Emmy Merrill, a couple of high fives, a 5.87 and a 5.0. And for Shakira, she's got a 3.83 and another 3.83. So, a couple of bookend 3.83s. As you said, Dan, she needs a 7.04 for Horikoshi, needing a 5.46. She's still within reach, but time is running out. 5 seconds remaining. We can hear the beach announcer counting down the surfers in this heat. Heat 1, round 1 of the women's qualifying round, and just about ready to blow this horn. And there's the horn. So there's 3-lady heat now wrapped up and concluded. And the top seeds here, Dan, moved on through. Let's check out the heat recap. All began with Emmy Merrill.
That's right, on our ISA heat recap replay cam. Emmy Merrill coming out swinging with a 5.0. The biggest score we saw of the round was on her very first wave. So she was able to really pick a great wave and stay in that critical section and execute a multitude of maneuvers and turns there.
And great chance to watch Shakira here because, you know, she's got a mission here. She's been a silver medalist for the last 2 years, Dan, and she wants gold this year.
And it really looked like now that the rights are starting to stand out as the better waves, and you got to wonder if that gave Emmy just a little bit of an advantage there because she is a regular footer, so she was surfing on her forehand, and here we see as Shakira trying to work it on her backhand. Excellent maneuvers there, but obviously not quite as favorable.
Emmy Merrill showing while she won her gold medal from 2 years ago, did not have a chance to defend last year due to injury or other situations that prevented her from representing Team USA, but she's back in action here at the 2014 ISA World Stand-Up Paddle and Paddleboarding Championships. The ISA celebrating 50 years. We'll be right back with more action here from La Boquita Beach here in Nicaragua. Stay tuned. Welcome back to the beautiful country of Nicaragua for the 2014 ISA World Stand-Up Paddle and Paddleboarding Championships. We are at La Boquita Beach here in beautiful Nicaragua. We're in heat number 2, round number 1 of the women's qualifying round. And let's introduce our surfers out in the water. In the white jersey, hailing from Canada and via San Clemente, California, Diane Wenzel in the white. In the red jersey, Brisa Malaga from Peru in red, and local Nicaragua surfer Ana Euros will be in the yellow. Top 2 will advance on into the next round. And I'm Bo Hodge along with Jody Nelson. Welcome to the broadcast here. We apologize for some of the technical difficulties we just experienced, but welcome to day number 1 competition. We've got through the first qualifying round of the men, our first 12 heats, and now looks like, Jody, the swell is starting to pick up just a tad here with the low tide conditions. Let's watch red-white here. Brisa in red, white Diane. That's going to be Brisa Malaga from Peru just tailing off on the backside of that wave.
That's right. It looks like I'm only seeing 2 girls out there, so it looks like we might be missing Ana Euros out of Nicaragua. So we'll get you guys an update on that.
So we're on standby to see if Ana has checked in. We're going to get you information on that. Well, it was a seeded heat like that, so the surfers still have to go out and compete. As we can see, Brisa Malaga, a finalist last year, winning the copper medal for Team Peru. And Diane Wenzel currently in the lead, opening up with a 1.5 and a 107. Here we go. Brisa Malaga up and riding on her backside, taking this wave to the surfer's right. One carving turn, second turn into the whitewater section. Big open face. Let's watch her on the attack. Now she comes into that very shallow section on the inside. See how she negotiates this. She's going to stay with this wave. And not much more on the inside. So Brisa opened up with a 0.9. That's her second scoring wave. And we can tell you Diane Wenzel from Team Canada in white, a 1.5 and a 107.
And Brisa is 26 years old out of Punta Hermosa in Brazil. In Peru. She's been surfing for 19 years. And she likes to kite surf. She likes to play tennis and just do regular surfing. So, and there on the screen, we've got Diane Wenzel, 49 years old out of San Clemente, California, but born in Canada. Diane's a Canuck. Now she loves representing her Team Canada, and it's great to see her. They get really fired up, that Team Canada. And, you know, she won the Surf Tech shootout, and she's been surfing for 32 years. So it's great to see Diane here. She's a paddle surfer, a kite surfer. She teaches sailing. So she's definitely a water woman through and through. And as we see Diane up and riding on this right-hander, unfortunately just going down, but these girls lucking out, getting to surf with just the two of them out here. And, you know, conditions have definitely changed throughout the day, right, Bo?
Yeah, we saw high tide earlier this morning at 6 o'clock this morning before we even came down. It was at 8 feet. Now we're at a 1 foot tide, so a 7 foot tidal change. There's Team USA. There's Colin McPhillips on the left, Sean Pointer, gold medalist on the right. A lot of experience, paying attention as Amy Merrill won her last heat, so Team USA have advanced so far 3 of their 3 surfers, so looking good.
Well, and that's a bit of a message because there is kind of a rivalry between USA and Australia, so to see, you know, Emmy take down Shakira, that's got to make the Team USA feel pretty good because earlier, you know, you see a little bit deflated Sean Pointer. He got taken down by Bo Nixon, so, you know, he's going to come back in the repechage, but he just, you know, I caught up with him. He just said he made a few mistakes in his heat, and, you know, he gets to surf again, so he's learned from his mistakes and looking to come back strong in his repechage heat.
Well, in these early rounds, top 2 advance, doesn't matter whether you take first or second, as long as you take first or second and not third or fourth in your heat. But remember, the ISA format does allow for a second chance opportunity with the repechage round, the requalification. So surfers who do go third and fourth will be in the repo round, which goes from 20 minutes to 15 minutes. So they are cut down 5 minutes in time, and that will allow more heats to be run out in the water, and the first 3 days of competition will be dedicated to the SUP surfing for men and women. So we can update you here. We've got Brisa Malaga from Peru in red in the lead. She has a 0.9 and a 4.5. Diane Wenzel on her last wave, a 2.07. Needs a 3.34 to regain first, and still no check-in from Ana Ross from Nicaragua. She is a no-show at this stage, but still early in this heat. She could still get out there in time.
And you can see Diane's on a pretty small board because she's got to keep things moving out there. You can't sit still on those small boards or else you sink. And she sees a little bump on the horizon. You know, it's great on the stand-up paddle boards. You get that vantage point so you can see when a wave's coming in. You can actually chase it down as we see Diane positioning herself, taking a look at this wave, but not seeing what she wants. So she's going to keep paddling around and try and find maybe the second wave in the set.
You can see that first wave now just starting to break way on the inside. So that was the first wave that she was looking at. And it just didn't materialize. But as you were saying, Jody, with SUP surfing for the men and women, you always have to keep busy. You just can't be stationary because if you stand in one spot not paddling, you're going to sink.
That's why a 20-minute heat on these small boards is actually, you know, unlike a surfing heat where you're just sitting on your board waiting for waves and you know, when you're going to chase a wave down, you paddle and lay down and start paddling. But on these, you're constantly working. You're constantly paddling around. You're constantly balancing yourself. And, you know, on these smaller boards, you can't just stand there and relax because you've got to constantly have that forward momentum or else your board sinks.
Well, you figure out the 5-minute paddle out time and the 5-minute probably coming back in. That's a straight half hour of straight paddling.
Those repechage heats are going to be nice 15 minutes because you can catch so many waves on these stand-up paddle boards too. So 15 minutes to get top 2 waves, that's not a problem as long as we get a little more surf and get a little more consistency out there. And, you know, we saw this low tide has kind of wreaked havoc on this break. Hopefully, you know, tomorrow we'll be able to work around the tide a little bit more. But you can see Team USA watching intently. They you know, want to study this break. Ian Cairns is a great coach, and, you know, they want to kind of see what's happening out there for tomorrow even, you know, to work around these tides and watch what the ocean's doing and how this spot behaves throughout the different tides.
Of course, Ian brings years of experience, you know, his expertise in big wave surfing in Hawaii in the early 70s at the World Cup and even surfing Waimea at the old Smirnoff contest. And being one of the original bronze Aussies, a top 5 surfer back in his day. And there's the breakdown. We have a no-show from our Nicaraguan surfers. So it is Brisa in first, Diane in second, And that's the way this heat's going to materialize. We have 9 minutes, 15 seconds remaining. And coming up in our next heat, also another two-lady heat due to the odd number of participants of the 17 seeds coming into this event. It just works out. We're going to have back-to-back woman-on-woman heats coming in heats 2 and 3.
Yeah, coming up in our next heat, we've got Caroline Angabog out of France, as well as Esperanza Sabero from Venezuela. So another good heat coming up. In heat number 4, we got Nicole Pacelli out of Brazil, Holly Bassett out of the UK, and Jenny Kalmbach out of Costa Rica. And so
that's a real stacked heat right there with Jenny and Nicole. Nicole, the gold medalist, and Jenny originally from Hawaii but has some Costa Rica background. And so she's representing Costa Rica.
As we see Team Peru down there cheering on their surfer in red, Brisa. And, you know, Brisa's got that 4.50. She really opened up. That was her second wave. You know, getting a score. We've seen a score in that range has been a keeper today. Some of these heats, the guys have really been struggling to get the mid-range scores. So a lot of low-scoring heats we've seen. But every now and then you see somebody who comes out of the gates with a 7 or an 8. So it's all about that backup score, too. So hopefully Diane can start getting her campaign going and hunt down a nice right-hander or left-hander out there.
But this is what's so great about the ISA World Championships here. What other discipline it is, it be longboard, juniors, SUP, surfing, but it's the team camaraderie, it's the team element that Fernando Aguirre has introduced into ocean sports, where it's not in the ASP, where it's not in your local NSSA events or amateur events, the Surfing America, but this team aspect is really brings nations together. We've got 27 nations, where 2 years ago the SUP World Championships only had 12 nations, so we've more than doubled. The ISA has grown up to 84 nations, welcoming Latvia. Latvia is here competing now, and more nations are being added in Africa and all over the world. So Hong Kong just recently was added into the ISA family. So their goal is to get over 100 countries involved and get them all participating, whether it's longboard, bodyboard, juniors, masters, SUP surfing, kneeboarding, all the different disciplines that they have competing around the world each and every year.
Well, we've seen the average age has dropped tremendously, even just since last year in the World Stand-Up Paddle and Paddleboard Championships. We saw in that last heat, our surfer from Japan was just 15 years old. So we've seen a few 16, 17, 19-year-olds today in the men's division. So it's been pretty exciting as we see Diane Wenzel out of San Clemente, 49-year-old, but that's not a great example of how Diane surfs because she actually really rips, but it's hard to navigate with this. You know, it's kind of a weak wave at low tide with that crosswind makes things pretty difficult out there.
Yeah, they're finding the elements of the tide, finding the element of a declining swell, finding the element of a side wind. Well, you saw Brisa just throw her paddle at her board. She was frustrated at herself.
Yeah, then you have that fine line of equipment, right? So on a normal day, Diane at home, if the waves were like this, she would probably get herself on a much bigger board because it's easier to get into the waves on it. But in a high-performance event like the World Stand-Up Paddle Championships, you have to have a high-performance board, and you lose that stability on a high-performance board, and you lose that ability to get into weaker waves and generate more momentum. So there's that fine line of making that decision, and in a competition that's, you know, as important as this, you kind of still have to keep yourself on a high-performance board.
Our heat leader in red, Brisa Malaga from Peru, the 2012-2013 Peruvian SUP national champion, as we see Diane Wenzel from Canada just not able to get on the front side of that wave. She may be able to get the backup, but we see Brisa up and riding with 5 minutes remaining.
Brisa on her backhand, you know, able to utilize that paddle to get that board up into the lip, and that's difficult to do on your backhand, but you know, she's making great work on that little right-hander that she was given, and she's looking to improve a .90. So Diane's still sitting in second place. She just has a 1.50 and a 2.07. And you can see Diane struggling just getting into the waves with the wind, and the waves are kind of backing off a little bit as well. So that combination makes it pretty difficult. And two, you can see Diane standing in that parallel position. And a lot of people in those smaller boards, they stand in that staggered stance, which is it makes it easier to balance, but you can't let off the gas. You have to constantly be paddling.
So there's Team Brazil, Team Great Britain, Team UK being representative on the beach there. 4 minutes, 10 seconds remaining in this woman-on-woman heat, man-on-man, as you want to call it. We did have a no-show from our local Nicaraguan surfer, and can't expect that anything happened to her, injury or anything like that, so we will not speculate. So we'll just keep you updated on the current conditions. Another man-on-man, woman-on-woman heat coming up next, and just the way the heat has been drawn out. And as we watch Diane Wenzel looking at this wave with 3 minutes, 35 seconds, she's going to paddle back out, maybe a quick turnaround, but this possibility, she just passes this one by. She was in that very shallow rock section, so maybe she didn't want to take off and go right into that rock.
Yeah, from a pulled back shot, you can see Diane's really moved down the beach south. So she's off the main peak. You can see the surfer in red is up on the main peak a bit more, but Diane has now scooted herself down to the south, and she's going to try and pick off some corners here on the rights. But I'm not quite sure this is the strategy to go, because there is that one main peak. But let's see if Diane can prove me wrong here.
She couldn't get on that last week. We'd like to thank our presenting sponsor here at the 2014 ISA World Stand-Up Paddle and Paddleboarding Championships, Intour, Nicaragua's Ministry of Tourism. We're also being sponsored by LuxDev, the European Union, the Viva Nicaragua Channel 13. Our media partners include Surfers Village and StandUpLatino.com. So again, 2.5 minutes remaining. Brisa Malaga from Peru in red in first with a 4.5 and a 2.8. Diane Wenzel from Canada in white in second with a 2.07 and a 1.5. No show from Ana Uraz from Nicaragua in this three-lady seated heat. So these two will advance on through. But they'll be seated in the second round, Jody, how they finish first and second. So that's why we're running this heat.
Yeah, seating's important, because you get yourself in a stacked heat, and it's not an easy work. So it's important to win your heats, and hopefully you can get up against a lower seat. As you can see, Brisa out there, she's sitting way, she's on the main peak, and if we could pull it back, we'd be able to see that Diane's sitting way south. So they've really separated themselves, and Diane's going with maybe a different strategy. She's not liking what she was getting up on the main peak, so she's going to hunt around and see if she can find some corners to the south.
1 minute, 20 seconds remaining. We'd like to welcome all those watching live on the webcast, wherever you may be, and get involved in our social media campaign. Our website is isasurf.org. You can find us on Facebook at facebook.com, International Surfing Association. That's the /. Our Twitter and Instagram handle is the same, at ISA Surfing, and you can hashtag us at ISA Worlds or hashtag WSUPPC. 45 seconds remaining.
So this is when, that mental game comes in. She's obviously gone to Plan B, Diane Wenzel, out of Canada. She wasn't liking what she was seeing up north. You can see how the girls are separated. Brisa out of Peru in red, our heat leader, is on the main peak, but Diane has now decided to go to the south and see if she can get one of those little inside corner rights. And, with just 12 seconds left in the heat, she's probably asking herself right now if she made the right decision.
Well, she ought to just treat this heat as a free surf heat, because she's advanced no matter how she does, and she's staying away from Brisa, staying away from a possible interference confrontation, and there's no sense of hassling, when it's both of you are advancing out. So you're watching the 2014 ISA World Stand-Up Paddleboarding Championships. We're going to be right back with our continuation of qualifying women's round number 1 with heat number 3 on deck. Stay tuned for more exciting action live from La Poquita Beach here in Nicaragua.
And welcome back to the beautiful country of Nicaragua for the 2014 ISA World Stand-Up Paddle and Paddleboard Championships. We're here at La Boquita, Nicaragua, infamous surfing spot here with our women's qualifying round number 1, heat number 4. In the water right now, in the red jersey, Nicole Pacelli from Brazil. In the white jersey, Holly Bassett from England. And in yellow, from Costa Rica, Jenny Kalmbach. There on our ISA on-screen graphic. Shots of all of our paddlers there. As we see Holly paddling out. Yellow up and riding, Jenny Kalmbach. Probably known a little bit better for her surfing or for her racing skills, being the champion of the very first Battle of the Paddle. Something that has been a bit of a silver lining to her resume over the last 4 or 5 years. Jenny Kalmbach, a very strong racer, but also a very strong surfer as well, and one of the co-creators of Destination 3 Degrees out here paddling for Team Nash.
She's also a Molokai to Oahu champion. And yeah, so this is heat number 4 of the women's. They skipped heat number 3 because it was just a 2-woman heat. Heat number 2 was meant to be a 3-person heat, but we had a no-show. So just to move things along, top 2 surfers advance. So Caroline and Esperanza, Caroline Angabad from France and Esperanza Sabero out of Venezuela automatically advance into qualifying round number 2. So.
And there we see the graphic again with Nicole Pacelli from Brazil in the red jersey. In the yellow jersey, Jenny Kalmbach representing Costa Rica, and in the white jersey, Holly Bassett from Great Britain, up and riding right now for another wave, just not quite being able to pull off that big rail turn there, Jenny Kalmbach. Looks like we may have our ISA replay cam up and running here with Holly on the left here. I think she's on the Fanatic there. Looks like about a 7-foot board. Just working her way down the line with a nice little cutty underneath the lip, but just burying the nose of that board a little bit. That's going to have her come unglued. But right now the situation is Nicole Pacelli out in front. Jenny Kalmbach in second, and Holly in third. Of course, Nicole Pacelli from Brazil. 2013 ISA World Stand-Up Paddle Surf Champion.
Nicole, just 22 years old. She won last year in the surf division down in Lima in Peru, and her sponsors are Red Bull, FCS, Pacelli. She has her own Pacelli model board, and she loves surfing and traveling, as you see up and riding here in red. This is Nicole, our gold medalist from 2013. She's a nice little right-hander, cuts back right into the pocket, but you can see getting a little blown with the wind there, almost getting pushed out the back of that wave, but she's going to turn herself around and go back out the back and look for another wave. She's sitting on a 417 as her opener, and her second wave is just a throwaway 0.87 as we see our surfer Holly Bassett out of the UK. She's just 15 years old, so another one of the young surfers. We saw a 15-year-old out of Japan in an earlier heat. The average age, Dan, has really dropped tremendously this year. I've noticed a lot more younger stand-up paddle surfers, and it'll be interesting to see if we have that same trend over Lake Nicaragua for the racing disciplines.
I think we're starting to see that a little bit more in the racing. Certainly it's much more obvious in the surfing disciplines. I think a big part of that lends to the fact that probably a lot of these younger surfers have parents that are into stand-up paddling that got them started, that gave them the resources to do that. Here we have Jenny Kalmbach taking off on a wave. But getting back to the age thing, and I also think that, you know, like we were talking about earlier, maybe maybe it's a size thing too. It seems like the smaller paddlers, the lighter paddlers that are able to paddle and use a little bit higher performance equipment. Now the wind really starting to pipe up here. I think it's probably hitting close to 20, 25 knots here in the gusts. So certainly everyone's plan and strategies have to be flexible and take into account not only your competition on the water and your competitors, but also what Mother Nature's doing and what kind of conditions you're given. So everyone's got to perform in the same or similar conditions. So it's really going to bring out the best paddler today. And here we see Jenny Kalmbach, no stranger to paddling upwind, coming out of Hawaii, now representing Costa Rica. Originally from Costa Rica, Jenny Kalmbach sitting on a 4.43. Nicole Pacelli comfortably in the lead with a 7.87, and that forces a 5.44 score to Jenny Kalmbach to take over the lead. But remember, just the top two automatically advancing into the second round of qualifying.
Yeah, as we see Jenny picking off a little left, but then she redirects and goes right, tries to get one more turn off the top there. She caught that wave way far on the inside, as we see Nicole Pacelli out the back catching another right-hander. Her last score came in at a 3.70. So she's getting, putting herself into a really good position here. 12 minutes remaining in this heat, and she's constantly, starting to try and build. She had that great opener, but she'll probably want to try and replace that 3.70, but I think she's looking pretty strong in this heat so far.
And your goofy footer taking off on another left from England, Holly Bassett, just 15 years old. Looking for those lefts on her forehand since she has her right foot forward, or what we call goofy foot. That tends to favor the left-hand breaks, whereas the regular footers or leading with their left foot are going to probably favor a right-hand style break. You always have a bit of a performance advantage and maybe a comfort factor when you're actually facing the wave, when you can see the wave and kind of your knees are bending into the wave, and you're also a little bit easier to paddle on that toe side here, as we see Nicole Pacelli on her forehand, the regular footer, taking that right-hander against that wind. You can see that wind blowing her jersey, and just kind of taking some little rides here. She's pretty comfortable. She came out swinging with a 4.17 on her first wave and a 3.70 on her third wave, with a combined score. She's sitting pretty well at a 7.87 right now.
Well, her last score just came in for Nicole Pacelli at 3.07, so that does not improve her situation, but she still holds down the lead with that 4.17 and a 3.70. So still a low scoring heat going on here, but Jenny's going to still be holding down that second advancing position, so she'll want to hang on to that and improve on that 2.0 ride. So Jenny looking at a little left-hander, but just kind of gets pushed out the back there.
Looks like she wanted to go right on that one, Jody, and then it just kind of crumbled in front of her, and she took a look at the left and the shallow reef and maybe perhaps the possibility of losing a great position, so decided to let it go by. And there we see just the tail end of the white jersey, Holly, trying to go right there.
So it looks like this heat's kind of stacking up with 9 minutes and 44 seconds remaining to really be another battle between, for that second place. And so Holly Bassett, she loses this heat, she'll go to the repechage, but Jenny and Nicole will advance into qualifying round number 2. If you stay in that qualifying round side of the draw, you'll continue, you won't have to surf as many heats. So if you never lose, you'll surf 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 heats to get a gold medal. But once you go into that repechage round, you'll have to start doing some more work.
And that's just going to require a lot more energy. So it really favors those paddlers who can do well in these qualifying rounds, because they can conserve their energy and be a little bit more efficient and leave a little in the gas tank, if you will, to come out with with your best performances towards the end of the competition here?
Nicole's on a really nice looking little board here. It's it looks like it's maybe even a hand shape. I'll do a little research on what she's riding, but once you start getting into performance stand-up paddling, custom boards can be pretty beneficial. Although a lot of people are making really good stock boards, but if it's a smaller person, like Nicole is pretty petite. She's and then some of the younger guys that are like 15 years old can really benefit from getting like a custom hand-shaped board that works perfect, for their build and their weight. But I've seen a lot of guys ripping on a lot of production boards out here today as well.
Absolutely, and I think we've seen a paradigm shift in the whole industry to creating and mass producing more of these, i.e. pop-out boards in the much smaller shapes and sizes for the younger demographic and the lighter, more petite riders that are getting into performance surfing. So with companies like Nash and Starboard in particular, making sub 8-foot boards and sub 100-liter boards. These are pretty small boards built for extremely talented advanced riders that can actually just stand on them and paddle them is a challenge, let alone catching a wave on them and some of them absolutely ripping on them. So it's a bit of a trade-off. The smaller the board, the harder it is to paddle, but the more performance-driven it is on the wave. So you got to find the happy medium between both. A nice ride there for Jenny Kalmbach with a couple nice cutties on it, and Nicole Pacelli up on another wave. So it's just nonstop action in this heat right now. These riders just going wave for wave there. Nicole Pacelli just kicking out a little turn there right in front of Jenny Kalmbach. We'll have to see what kind of strategies that come along.
Holly had a nice little left too for her, and but yeah, Jenny got a really great little right-hander. You see she moved south down the bank. Nicole followed suit behind her, but you can see Jenny got a couple little turns here. She's bending her legs really well, utilizing that paddle to kind of redirect there, and she got her board up in the lip a few times, so I think that's going to be an okay wave for her. It wasn't anything super vertical, but at least she got a decent wave with an open face and was able to put some distance in. But yeah, we saw Nicole move down as well. So in that last heat, Diane Wenzel towards the end of the heat thought she was going to move down and try and pick off some corners on those rights, and it looks like the girls in this heat are picking up where Diane left off. Even though Diane didn't really benefit from her strategy change, I think it might have sparked some light bulbs in some of these girls in the next heat. They've kind of shifted their thinking to see if they can pick off some of these inside rights.
Yeah, and that's just kind of watching your competition and playing it smart. And look at that signature technique from Jenny Kalmbach, just a technique that she really developed for her distance and racing paddling, really coming into play here. And she won't let any wave pass that she wants to catch. I guarantee she's going to be able to get herself on that wave with that extremely strong, powerful forward stroke. Here we've got Holly Bassett on a nice little left here. It's just going to peter out a little bit under her feet.
Holly's got good paddle control. She's at such a young age. She's got that cross bow turn kind of pivot in her repertoire. You can tell it's second nature for her. So, I mean, at such a young age, it's just more time in the water. She's only been, she says she's been surfing since she was 10 years old, but, I'm sure surfing in...
That's only 5 years ago.
Yeah, I know. Surfing in the UK is got to be challenging just with the coldness, So I'm sure the whole team is loving being here in Nicaragua with the warm water and warm air. And, that sprint stroke you were talking about with Jenny, she was heading straight into the headwind. So just to even catch that wave, you got to do those short bursts, and that way you're not getting pushed backwards with the headwind. But yeah, it's cool to see the crossover athletes, Jenny being a distance racer coming over to SUP surfing, and Nicole's strictly a SUP surfer out of Brazil, and our 2013 gold medalist for the ISA World Stand-Up Paddleboard Championships. So great little heat we have on our hands here, and we've just got 4 minutes remaining in this heat, and Nicole's still holding down the lead with that 3.7 and a 4.17. And Jenny, she wanted to move up into the first place zone, she would just need to get a 5.14, and Holly is sitting at a Great Britain. Holly Bassett, she needs a 5.47 to take over Jenny's position. So
Here we have Nicole Pacelli back up and riding on another nice right-hander here, really favoring that right-hander. I don't think we've really seen her on too many left. See her on her backside here, and Jenny Kalmbach on virtually the very next wave. Let's see if she can get a little bit more out of it. She's going to surf right past Nicole, doing a good job of staying connected on that right there. Is absolutely laying back. We see Jenny's strong suit is really that deep rail carve on the bottom turn, but her off-the-lip roundhouse cutback isn't quite as strong as maybe some of the top paddlers in this field. But here's a little replay for you here. Watch this bottom turn here. Nice rail turn right there, accelerating up. And this is just amazing as she lays back completely head underwater and maintains her stance on that board. That was a beautiful maneuver there, and that could be her highest scoring wave so far. And with a 2.87, looks like it was so. Narrowing the gap there just a little bit, but she still needs a 5.0 to take the lead away from Nicole, but comfortably sitting in second right now.
you might wonder, okay, that was a pretty progressive maneuver. Like, she hung on, why is it under a 3-point ride? And, it's just the size of the wave, but it's also, there was no water that came off of that turn. So even though she laid back and really put herself on the edge there to pull that maneuver off, there was no water. There was, she wasn't able to put it on rail. And we saw earlier with the men's heats, for example, Sean Pointer, he surfed a great heat, but I think the difference between he and Bo was putting a lot more on rail than Sean was. And, just like regular surfing, these judges want to see these guys and girls throwing water, really putting it on rail, and not just these flat turns.
Yeah, that would be the difference between turning on the rail and turning off the fins. Whereas turning on the rail, especially in these conditions, tends to be a lot more challenging. If you can't generate speed, you lose the speed, or sometimes you chop a rail and you fall off the board.
Yeah.
So you certainly have to risk more to gain more out here.
And to Jenny's credit, it's really difficult to put stand-up paddleboards on a rail. I'm not good at it either. I'm a regular surfer, and you get yourself on these bigger boards, and it's a lot more challenging to put these boards on rail. You got to put a lot more into it, really utilize that paddle, and have a good board under your feet.
Absolutely. Well, the boards just naturally have so much more buoyancy from the volume in the board. It takes a lot more commitment than it might to, a short board or even a long board, which has maybe half or even a quarter of the volume of some of the boards that we're seeing being ridden here. And then it comes down to your paddle and utilizing that paddle to help generate the speed and the stability to stay up on those deep rail turns. And we see Jenny just bailing off there as she gets into the shallower sections here on the inside, and you can see she's probably touching the bottom right there. And we're going to have a little recap here for heat number 4. Nicole Pacelli, nice snappy turn right there. Up off the lip into the foam pile. Working the whitewash here, trying to generate some speed out in front of the wave, into the pocket of the wave. This wave's going to double up a little bit on the inside and give her a little pocket here to play with, but she gets caught a little bit behind the break there. We're really benefiting from one or two maneuvers from each of her rides. And I believe this is one of Jenny Kalmbach's more memorable maneuvers from that heat. Nice little layback turn there. And looking out onto the beach. We're going to break to a commercial. Thanks a lot for joining us. Don't leave. We'll be right back with the ISA, International Surfing Association 2014 World Stand-Up Paddle and Paddleboard Championships, coming to you from Nicaragua.
Welcome to beautiful country of Nicaragua for the 2014 ISA World Stand-Up Paddle and Paddleboard Championships. We are at the beautiful La Poquita Beach and surfing in the SUP surfing for the women, qualifying round number 1. We are in heat number 5. And let's introduce our competitors out in the water. Taryn Kite from South Africa will be in red. Annette Kersing from Denmark will be in white, and Alexis Poulter from New Zealand in yellow. I'm Bo Hodge, and we're bringing along Jamie Mitchell. Jamie, welcome to the broadcast. And now turning athlete into broadcaster for 2014.
Yeah, thank you, Bo. Thank you, ISA, and thank you, Nicaragua.
Okay, there we go. So welcome, Jamie. Get your microphone on.
Yeah, no, thank you. Thank you, ISA. Thank you, Nicaragua. It's great to be here and looking forward to commentating the surfing and the racing part of the ISA, World Paddleboard and SUP Championships. So it's going to be a great week.
So being a member of Team Australia the last 2 years, you guys won the gold medal. Very competitive team for Australia returning this year for 2014?
Yeah, definitely. I think no matter what team Australia's going to put out there, it's going to be competitive. So, a lot of returning members, a couple of guys from the first year, some from both years, and they're going to be hard to beat. But as always, the competition has got stronger over the years, and they're going to see some stiff competition from Europe and obviously the USA, South Africa, and some of the local teams.
Yeah. I'm Bo Hodge, Jamie Mitchell, 10-time Molokai to Oahu world champion, multi-gold medalist here at the ISA World SUP and Paddleboard Championships. Welcome to the broadcast, where you may be watching on the webcast, live on Oceanic Cable 250 in Hawaii, delayed in the Southern California Time Warner Networks, and locally here in Central America, live on Nicaragua TV. We welcome you to the broadcast. And how exciting is it that the ISA is now taking the racing portion of the tech and the distance into the lake this year?
I just think it shows the diversity of where stand-up is. It's it doesn't need to be in the ocean. I think that's one of the biggest draw cards about stand-up paddling and prone paddling, is that you can do it anywhere. You don't need to be in the ocean. So, from what I hear, the weather's going to be windy over there. So, as we cut to the surfing here.
We're watching our South African kite, Taryn Kite, up and riding on her first scoring wave. On her forehand, nice carving turn right in front of the tricky rock section, using her paddle to rebound there. And that's the great thing about SUP surfing here, is that paddle can be used for, where a normal surfer would have wiped out there.
Yeah, definitely. That's the great thing about stand-up. And, wow, it's this is my first time really checking out the surf spot. I just got in last night at 2 in the morning, and I just paddled down this morning. So it looks very tricky out there, as a beach break, lots of rocks to dodge, and we have a stiff offshore wind, and as we have yellow up and riding.
This is our Kiwi surfer, Alexis Poulter, up and riding on her first wave. Bigger, wider board. And we're seeing a lot of small short boards being utilized by the athletes this year, but the wider boards are finding a problem for the surfers out in the water. Let's watch the opening wave here of Taryn Kite from South Africa, Jamie.
Yeah, it was a very nice first turn, and she backs it up with another little slash there. You can really see with the offshore wind, it's really hard on the stand-up, because the wind is, she finishes off there with a nice little turn as well and braces herself with a paddle. So that's a nice score for her, and it's nice to always get a nice wave under your belt in the first bit of the heat. So good start from the girl from South Africa.
South Africa runner-up last year in the team standings, and the seeds are done by teams. As we see, that is not Nicola Pacelli, that is Taryn Kite that's paddling back out in the red jersey. And so earlier in the earlier heats that you missed out in the men's, we were seeing USA and Australia teamed up in heats 4 and 5 with Bo Nixon, Sean Pointer, Jackson Close, and Colin McPhillips. Very competitive, very good heats there, and the Aussies came out 1-2 in both those heats.
Yeah, I saw that. It's interesting that nearly that some of the top couple of seeds are seeded together, but all those 4 guys could potentially be in the final. So, throwing the guy, Antoine from France and a bunch of other guys. I mean, there's some great surfers here. So, hopefully the ocean cooperates. We get some really contestable waves, and those guys can show the world what they're capable of.
Well, you just recently come back from the Carolina Cup. Talk about that. That was a very competitive race.
Yeah, one of the most competitive races of the year for sure. It probably will be, you got the Battle of the Paddle as well, but this one there wasn't too many people missing. So a brutal race, a tough race, a really bit of downwind, flat water, crosswind, against the tide. So, yeah, really hard race. So, and a lot of people. Just great to see a huge amount of people there.
We say aloha to all those watching live in Hawaii on the Surf Channel, Channel 250. Dean Luke and company waking up early and making sure the broadcast coming on through in HD and 1250. And, of course, the Time Warner outlets in Los Angeles, the Desert Cities, San Diego, and the Time Warner Sports Net also on delay. So check your local listings. So aloha back home to all those people in Hawaii watching on the Surf Channel 250. And Jamie, just coming back also from the Double X Awards. Talk about that.
Double XL's awards are awesome. I was nominated, but for me, I'm there as a fan. Like all the waves of the whole year just bunched into one, and it's an amazing event, and it's one of the highlights of the year for us.
Yeah, and such a big year in big wave surfing too. I mean, 2013, 2014 really exploded.
Yeah, it's gone to another level. The ASP is now taken over the Big Wave World Tour. We have a proper tour. With proper stops, and we have a minimum wave requirement, and so it's going to be a huge year. We're going to get to surf some amazing places, and for me, like I was lucky enough to finish in the top 12 this year, so I have a start in every event, and we get to surf Piahi Jaws, and I think that's going to blow the surfing world if we get a big day out there. I think it's going to be one of the greatest things that happen in surfing.
Well, even right now with the South America leg being opened up for, I heard there was a close call in that last swell from Chile.
Yeah, it potentially could be happening right now on Monday, Tuesday. So I was nearly going to have to come in later than I was. I was on call for that. But, we have a long waiting period. That's what's great about we have 4 or 5 months to do Chile, Peru, and South Africa. So there's no hurry. We don't need to pull the trigger. We want to show the world what we can do in 20-plus surf, and we're talking 20-foot Hawaiian, so we're talking 40-foot plus faces. We don't want 12 to 15-foot, 30-foot faces. We want to show the world that big wave surfing is, like 20-foot plus, and that's what we'll be waiting for.
Well, we apologize right now. Our computerized scoring system is getting rebooted, so we don't have situations for you. That's why we're going on a few extra subjects here. We are in heat number 5. Round number 1 of the qualifying round for the ladies. In the water right now is Taryn Kite from South Africa in red, Annette Karsing from Denmark in white, and Alexis Porter from New Zealand in yellow. Time remaining in this heat, roughly about 12 minutes remaining. Our time is not scheduled, and right now, slowly, the judges are rebooting their computer as we see Annette Karsing almost on the backside of this wave, but that wind playing a major factor, Jamie.
Yeah, the offshore wind is brutal. It's brutal when you surf a normal board, let alone a stand-up. So, what advantage we do have paddling downwind when it's offshore, it's the opposite. So, it's tough for the girls, but they're getting some waves, and what a great sort of round of people, like countries we have here. We have South Africa, Africa, New Zealand, close to Australia down the southern hemisphere, and then we have Denmark, right in Europe. So what a great diverse, round of countries we have surfing in this heat.
Of course, you have history with Casper Steinfeth, and he's really helped grow stand-up surfing in Denmark, hasn't he?
Yeah, Casper's a great role model. He's a great young kid and has a great attitude, and he'll be really good for the sport, and he'll really drive it in Europe. And I think it's great to have kids like him. He can interview well, paddles well, surfs well, and he comes from a pretty remote sort of country like Denmark, but compared for surfing wise, so great to have Casper on board, and I know he's been really helping with ISA to bring it to the next level.
Yeah, and he's been helping out President Fernando Aguirre recently in Turkey, helping introduce SUP to the International Olympic Committee just last month.
Yeah, and that's great. I think stand-up has this initial buzz about it, and when you can go somewhere like Turkey and actually get people on the water and show them and really show them how easy it can be and also how hard it can be. Like we have a sport that basically anyone can do it off the street, but then you have the things that we can do with big waves and downwind paddling that you need to be super, super skilled and talented to do. So we have this wide array of things that we can do with stand-up paddling, and I think that's why it's such a great sport.
Let's watch Taryn Kite out on the outside. She's your heat leader. She opened up with a 3.67. We have scores available now. Her high is a 5.67, and her low is a 5.33. 8 minutes remaining in the heat. Alexis Poulter, the Kiwi surfer in yellow, up and riding, currently in second. She's counting scores of a 2.33 and a 1.83. So on the bubble right now is our surfer out of Denmark, Annette Karsing, now needing a 2.39. She's counting two 1-point waves, surfer in white, with a 1.77 and a 1.33. So we apologize for the technical difficulties there with our computerized scoring system, but now up and running again. 7 minutes, 30 seconds remaining in this heat, with Kite in red in first, Poulter in yellow in second, and Karsing in white in third. And there's the graphic up there. And South Africa sporting a good team. And we're seeing a lot of athletes not only doing the SUP surfing, like Shakira and Casper, and a couple of the South American surfers are not only doing SUP surfing, but even the technical SUP distance and the technical technical races.
Yeah, it's amazing. Like a girl like Shakira, she's won the Battle of the Paddle, she's won Molokai in the prone, and she's Australian stand-up surfing champion, 2-time second in the ISA world title. So she could potentially do everything for Australia. You know, like there's people talented like that can do that, and guys like Casper can do the technical and the distance and the stand-up, and then back it up with the surfing as well. So, you know, there's a lot of talented people out here that can really be diverse, and that's what's great about the sport. It's just not, you give them a chance to be diverse and be able to do different challenges.
As we watch surfer in yellow, Poulter paddling for this wave. She's up and running, currently in second place. Remember, whether it's a 4-man, 3-man format in the water, top two will advance on into the qualifying winners round. The bottom two or bottom one will be delegated into the reprecharge round, and that'll be a 15-minute heat format from this 20-minute heat format in the winners round. So there's your heat leader, Taryn Kite, currently paddling right now. She's scored on top two waves, and there's her top two scores, a 5.67 and a 5.33 of a total of 11 total points. She is leading this heat by 6.84, so dominating for the young South African out in the water right now.
That would be a pretty good heat total for anyone today, I would say, from what I've seen. And the funny thing is the waves look like the rights are the best, but they have this devil wind blowing up into it. It's offshore, but it's sort of like it's coming from the south. So for the rights, it's blowing into the face, and then the lefts aren't quite as good, but the lefts would be cleaner. So it's interesting to see what the regular footers are obviously going right. They're wanting to go right, but then you have the goofy footers. I know Shakira, she was looking at the lefts, and but they just don't quite have the scoring potential from what I can see right now. So, but talking to a few of the guys, it looks like that will get better with the tide. It's more of a high tide spot. So when the tide pushes in, hopefully we'll see a bit more consistency and a bit better quality waves.
Yeah, 7-foot tidal difference. Earlier this morning, 6 o'clock, we had an 8-foot high tide. Just about 12:30, we had a 1-foot low tide. So extreme conditions here, and we're in between swells too. We had a 6-foot swell last weekend, just petering out on Friday. Another over meter swell is forecasted for next weekend. So we're just in between the forecast here. And unfortunately for the SUP surfers out in the water, they're just having to deal with the conditions. But hey, every surfer's got to surf these conditions.
Yeah, this is a contest. So the person that can get their head around what they're surfing and just, really just got to think that it's 6 foot and perfect right now and go out and surf your heat. So, everyone's the same. And as we have, and is that a net casting or just getting stuck up there? Just the wind offshore is tough for these girls. You can't get too high when the wind's offshore like that. Your turns need to be half-face turns so you don't get stuck off the top. But the girls are doing a great job. They'll learn from this heat. Whoever gets eliminated will hopefully, their coach will be watching and they'll be able to just, regroup and maybe just have a little bit of a different approach to the next heat.
And there's Team South Africa. They got their vuvuzelas and cheering on Taryn as she's out in the water, and the Kiwi girls.
The Silver Ferns.
Yeah.
The Kiwis.
And at the opening ceremonies yesterday, the men performed their traditional haka, and welcoming everybody to the ISA World SUP and Paddleboard Championships. And a great opening ceremonies downtown in Grenada. And we'll be back in Grenada in Lake Nicaragua coming up Thursday through Sunday. And how about paddling in the distance, this almost half marathon race in between islands, dealing with the wildlife into the lake. It's going to be an exciting race.
Yeah, it's awesome. Distance races can tend to be very sort of boring, out and back course. But, if you're racing around islands and in between, and there's, that gives chances to break away. And, if you've gone over the course, which I would hope most of the paddlers have at least take even a boat to go around the course to see like sections where they might be able to potentially get away and break away and, have a game plan. So, that would be very interesting, as we have South Africa up and riding in red and struggling just a little bit on that wave, but just it's such tough conditions, a couple of little turns there, and she's going to ride it right through the inside. But, the girls making the best out of these smaller waves right now and the offshore wind.
Well, Taryn, she is the local South African SUP national champion from down at Vic Bay. And
there's the win.
Yeah,
you do not want to be on the other side of that board when that does that.
Yep. We'd like to thank our sponsors presenting this great 2014 ISA World Stand-Up and Paddleboard Championship in Tour. Nicaragua's Ministry of Tourism. We're also being sponsored by Avianca, Voss TV, Tigo, and Channel 6 locally here in Nicaragua. Our media partners include SUPRacer.com, Sophos, Latin America's leading surf publication, Passion Extrema on Fox Sports Latin America, and SUP Club along with Waves Brazil. Here we go. Our second place competitor right now, Alexis Portner from New Zealand in yellow.
Yeah, and her board looks, even though it's a bit bigger board and a bit wider, when the conditions are like this, it's a bit of an advantage to have that because you need the paddle power, and once you're on the wave, these waves, you need to try and generate the speed. But she got a nice little left there, and that'll consolidate her in second place. So,
but traveling around the world and coming to a venue like this, you can't be bringing a whole quiver of boards because stand-up boards, they're quite large.
Yeah, you got to try and. Here we go, the replay of red. Like I said, there's that devil wind, and the boards are so light these days that she's just going to lose concentration for a second here. Both hands go off the board, and wow. Yeah, you do not want to get one of those fins anywhere near the head. So that was a very lucky escape from Taryn from South Africa.
Yeah. 40 seconds remaining. That's Surfer in white. And here we go. There's Taryn Kite up and riding again, getting on the backside, so the wind getting the better end of her there. But she's dominating in this heat from the get-go. She's had a 3.67, then she had those 2.5s, and then the wind really played havoc with her. But we're starting to see a little bit improvement of the swell. I think with the tide pushing in, we're going to see a little bit better conditions this afternoon. And quick turnaround and nice catching wave on the last second here.
Yeah, she heard the hooter was about to go off, so she turned around. Smart move. Nice little inside reform. Nice little slash off the top, and she's going to finish it off with another little check turn, and she knows she's in front and she's won the heat, so she's going to bring it in nice and easy. And speaking of the wind, Bo, it's always offshore, right? I hear 300 days of the year, straight off the lake, and yeah, and it starts to back off towards the end of the day.
Yeah. Here's a heat recap courtesy of the ISA, and it was Taryn Kite's heat all the way, Jamie.
Yeah, she this is a nice wave, probably one of the highest scores of the day. She got a little bit vertical there on the hit off the lip, and you can see the wind looks a little less, and again, she just, nice little top turn, just trying to find a section there. Again, nice little slash, and she's going to try and finish it off with a nice little rebound just before the rocks there, and to lay back. So they were her two best waves, and pocket fives. We probably would have won most of the rest of the heats of today. So good job, Taryn.
Well, mission accomplished. Getting out of the first qualifying heat. That is always a good shot. And the winners will be advancing on into qualifying round this afternoon. And with the low tide condition, you see the surfers not only battling the wind, but battling the low tide conditions and the reef and the rocks.
Yeah, and those rocks are very tricky because they're just popping up, but I guess they'll become less and less visible as the tide comes in. So, first place, South Africa. They'll be stoked.
Stick around. You're watching the 2014 ISA World Stand-Up Paddle and Paddleboarding Championships. Stay tuned. More exciting heats with men and women on deck next, live from Nicaragua.
And welcome back to the 2014 World Stand-Up Paddle and Paddleboard Championships, brought to you by the ISA, International Surfing Association, celebrating their 50th year. And we are underway here with all kinds of action being brought to you. My name is Dan Guevara. I'm being joined by Jamie Mitchell here in the announcer's booth here for your live webcast. Looking at our next heat with, in red, we've got Karen Jacobson, Ibaya Ruano, and Jocelyn Alibi from Mexico, Spain, and El Salvador, respectively. Looks like White heading out there. Ibaya Ruano. It looks to me like the conditions have gotten even more challenging since my last break. Jamie, what are we seeing out there?
Yeah, the wind is definitely, it looks like a little bit devil wind going into the right-hander, but who we have up and riding, Karen Jacobson from Mexico, and then as you see, a lot of the girls getting hung up. They're going a little too high up on the face, and the wind is just blowing them back. So, these girls should be looking at the heats before, because that was happening with the heat before as well. So, Karen just getting caught a little too high there. You don't really want to be doing a proper bottom turn right now. You nearly just want to be doing half turns and doing half face turns, just so you don't get blown off the back. But the girls, they'll have to adjust, and I think Ibala is a windsurfer, so she definitely likes the wind, and she's a regular foot, and she's taking off now in the first wave, and that's a nice slashing turn right in the pocket there. She's going to try and generate a little bit of speed, hit another turn again, a little bit of a layback, get past this rock on the inside, and she'll try and finish off with a closeout re-entry as she does. Changes the paddle in the hand, little cut back, and not a bad little wave to start off from the lady from Spain.
That's right, Ibaya Ruano getting right underway with her campaign. Certainly a force to be reckoned with a long history of windsurfing championships. I believe her sister also a pretty experienced windsurfer and stand-up paddler as well.
Yeah, I think she's a multiple world champion in the windsurfing, if I'm correct.
Absolutely.
So, she's no stranger to the wind, and you see these a lot of these girls and guys from Spain and Europe that have a lot of kiting and windsurfing background. That won't phase them at all, so they'll actually probably welcome the wind. And as we have, looks like Karen in red, she looks like she's hunting the lefts, being a goofy footer, so she's a little bit caught behind the foam ball there, but a little less into the wind on the left, so but she's just going to kick out there. Nothing really to no potential on that wave, so she'll go back out and set herself up for the next set.
Trying to kind of hold her place in the lineup there rather than taking off on a less than ideal wave and losing your spot and potentially maybe missing a set wave and expending some extra energy you probably don't need to. So looking at Ibaya Ruano heading back out for that right. Looks like we'll be looking at a little replay here of White, Ibaya Ruano on that last wave, dropping in on that carbon stand-up paddle surfboard. I believe that's a starboard. Coming down the line, nice roundhouse cut back there right in front of that shallow reef rock, poking its head out of the water there. But she got a nice reform here on the inside, Jamie, and she's able to do actually quite a bit more than I thought she would coming into the inside there. Should be good for a great score.
Yeah, and it looks like some scores are starting to drop for that wave, and they look going to be the highest wave score of the heat so far. And as here we go again, Abella is up and trying to get into this wave. And this looks like a little nice, decent sized set. She's going to do a nice little hack there, little layback, little foam climb off the top, and she's going to come unstuck. But nice to see she's getting pretty radical, doing some laybacks, using that paddle. And, she looks like she's started off this heat very dominant and very aggressive. So, she looks like she's going to be the one to beat.
Absolutely. So the situation as it stands right now in first place, Ibaya Ruano from Spain holding it down with a 2.67. Karen Jacobson just needs a 1.34 to lead, but we haven't had that last wave of Ibaya drop yet. And Jocelyn Alibi looking for 0.37 to advance. Still pretty early on in the heat. We haven't even hit halfway point, so just a few waves ridden so far. Only one for yellow. Looks like 3 for white and 2 for red. paddlers being a little selective out here, as we saw in some of the earlier heats. Some of our riders getting 8, 9, maybe even 10 waves in a heat, and so that's an average of a wave every 2 minutes, and that's a lot of work out there. So maybe these paddlers looking to be a little more selective, as we saw that working out for some of the Australians in the men's heat, where we had the more selective riders actually getting the higher scores and finding the better waves of the sets.
Yeah, well, you know what they say, you only need 2 waves, and that's, you you can go out and get 2 good waves, and if they're 2 good ones, well, then you're going to get through the heat. So we just saw Karen there get her best wave of the heat. She went backside for her and into that wind, and as we see the scores drop for Abaya, and she dropped to 6.17, so she got a 6.17 and a 3, and she's consolidated this heat with a 9.17, so she's got one really good score, and she'll just be looking for a backup. And this is where the girls can get selective now. She can sit and wait. She doesn't have to hustle right now, and she can just wait for one more good wave. And if she gets up into that mid-range score again, then she's in the box seat and she can control the heat.
Yeah, well, she really had a really nice wave there, and the judges rewarded her for that with a 6.17. So far, that's one of the highest scoring waves we've seen in the whole women's round here. So I think that's going to put her right up there with the Nicole Pacellis and Shakira's and Emmy Merrill's out there. So I think we're going to have a really exciting women's SUP surfing final coming up for us. So.
Oh yeah, the girls are going to another level this past year or two, and they're surfing very, very well. And it's exciting to see. The equipment, they're going shorter and smaller and lighter as well, and the paddles are getting shorter and allowing them to change paddles and the hands. And so, the evolution is, just when you think it's got to a level, it's going to another level, and not only the men but the women as well. So, Karen's has just dropped to 3.77, so that's her highest score of the heat, and that'll put her in the second place. And so she'll be looking for one more other solid wave to consolidate that second place. Looks like Abella is paddling for a nice looking wave out the back.
Yeah, a little set wave out the back. So we look to some of the team support. Oh, she doesn't quite have enough oomph to get herself onto the face of that one, but it looked like it sat back down a little bit there on the inside.
Yeah, and that devil wind blowing straight up the face. It's unless you're right down in the perfect spot, you're going to be hung up in the lip. So. Jocelyn getting a nice little wave and just barely getting past that rock there on the inside, and we do not want to see the girls fall right on the button there. The lifeguards will be earning their money if that's the case. Look how close she is there. And another thing with that is the leash. You do not want to get your leash stuck around that rock. That can be really dangerous. So, oh wow. Anyway, she can obviously see that hopefully, and get away from that rock.
Yeah, it's right there. She's making friends with it, I think. But she's looking good, paddling on the Fanatic. Meanwhile, Karen Jacobson out the back, maybe looking for another lefty, being the goofy footer. Abaya Ruano, the regular footer. So we'll have to see if that comes into play as well. We've got the riders that favor their backhand or their forehand, but it seems like the rights are holding up a little bit better than the lefts now. So it's interesting. It's changed a bit because some of the higher scores were actually the lefts in the men's round. So it's interesting to see as this tide rises up, what's the ocean going to do for us, what's it going to give to us. And it looks to me like there's a little less texture on the water right now, but when looking at the screen here, it still looks pretty windy.
Well, it's funny, just going back to what way the goofies and regulars would go. Well, Karen tried a few lefts, and she was on a forehand and wasn't getting the score. Then her 3.77 came from the right. So, I was watching the early heats, and with Shakira, I liked the way that she was surfing on a backhand better than the forehand nearly. Like, the backhand, she was able to get a little bit more vertical. So, sometimes backhand can be an advantage. They can square off the bottom a touch more and get a little bit more vertical. So, but like you say, the goofies will be loving a few lefts if they come through. They'll definitely be hunting for them.
Yeah, absolutely. Especially with the wind pushing them out their back, that's going to help them generate a little bit more speed to perform those deep rail turns that the judges are looking for, and rewarding with higher scoring rides.
Yeah, as you can see the flag there, so there's still plenty of wind, and as you can see that south wind is sort of blowing up into the face of the right. So, but from what I can gather and what I've seen, I hear the wind does back off towards the end of the afternoon again. It picks up through the middle of the day and then potentially backs off. So, maybe we'll get lucky with the wind backing off with the incoming tide, and we may have some really nice conditions this afternoon for everyone.
A little scenic shot there as Jocelyn looking for another wave here. Hopefully Mother Nature going to throw a set our way there with a little on-screen graphic of our situation right now. Ibaya Ruano from Spain out in front. Karen Jacobson from Mexico in second. Needs a 5.41 to take the lead. And Jocelyn in third with the necessity to produce a 3.28 to advance into that second spot. Ibaya Ruano up and riding.
Wow, and that was going to be on the way to being a really big score. She just caught a rail on that second turn, but the first turn was really crisp, really sharp, and the second one was on its way to being exactly the same, but just caught a little edge and went over. But, not only what's been talking about the wind just for surfing, but keeping yourself in position. The girls have probably got their lineups on the beach, and just with that wind, it's hard to keep yourself in position. So, the girls will be trying to, paddle against that wind to keep themselves there. And then, obviously, the way you position yourself and use the, if you're going left, you can really use the wind to come from behind the peak with speed and, generate speed. And then going right, obviously, especially on your backhand, you nearly want to be just a little bit ahead of the peak, just with that wind blowing up the face. And, we call that the devil wind. It's not very nice when the wind's blowing right up in the face of you. Especially on the stand-up with all the, all the wind, all the body you have that, the wind can go against you and keep you holding up.
Absolutely, and it creates a texture on the water and a bump on the water that becomes another force to reckon with. Whereas we saw Ibaya Ruano just kind of getting hung up on a little piece of chop there, and that's where she tripped on her edge. She's sitting in a good position, but again, there's a lot of different factors at play here.
Yeah, if we get to see a replay of Ibaya's that last wave, she started off with a great turn and she was on her way with a second turn. But as she's looks like she's going to paddle for another wave, but just that wind's going to hold her off this one. And Karen out the back, maybe looking for the left. As we see a couple of the Tahitian boys on screen, it looks like.
Yeah, I think that's Tama Audibert. Looks like he's got maybe a little different way to protect himself from the sun. I'm not sure.
Maybe the boys were doing some boxing training or something.
some jiu-jitsu training. Right now your situation on screen. Ibaya Ruano in the lead with an 11.34. Karen Jacobson in second with a 4.77. And Jocelyn in third with a 2.53. Just under 5 minutes left in this heat. My name is Dan Guevara. I'm joined by Jamie Mitchell here at the 2014 World Stand-Up Paddle and Paddleboard Championships, brought to you by the ISA. We've got a whole lot of action coming to you live. Continuing on today, our next round will be our second qualifying round for the men, so stay tuned right here. And still tons of action, and some of the top surfing athletes in the world about to hit the water here. And we can see there in the background, looks like Sean Pointer out there kind of getting a little taste of the ocean here.
So do we just explain for the people at home, Sean Pointer finished second. If he'd won, does he skip this second round, or do these guys all surf the next round as well?
Yeah, each paddler, this is a double elimination format, so the qualifying rounds, the top two paddlers will advance to the second qualifying round, whereas the third and fourth paddlers are going to go into what we call a reprecharge round, which basically is a bit of a last chance qualifier. It gives them the opportunity, if they had a couple bad heats or a bad heat, it gives them the opportunity to kind of have a mulligan, but they're going to have to work a lot harder. They're going to have to go through those reprecharge rounds to gain positions back, and they're going to have to surf quite a bit more. So it's going to take a lot more energy and a lot more effort for them to get back into a contentious position.
He looks like a nice wave for Ibella here. Just setting herself up into that wind, you can see, and Nice positioning right here. She moves herself up the front of the board just to get down the wave. She shuffles her feet back. Nice bottom turn to carve. Really see her using those feet to, up and down the board. And another little check turn, and she's going to try and, dodge that board. And another little slashing turn.
Beautiful slashy
Slides
right
it back.
there.
Wow, that's a really nice turn. And she's going to try and finish it off. Another slashing turn. And, wow, she's going to...
That's a strong wave, and she's still got it. She's going to milk it to the inside section here. Let's see what she can do. She's going to want to watch out for some of the rocks, trying to go for a little head dip there.
Shampoo.
Boom. Little foam climb, and I think that might be her highest scoring wave yet, Jamie. That was beautiful.
Exclamation point on that heat as Karen takes off on the backside, and looks like this is Karen's, probably potentially nice turn off the top. Wow, that was a really nice turn from Karen, nice and vertical, and that potentially could be her, her second best scoring wave. So, I think with just a few minutes left in the heat that Karen and Bella have sort of locked this heat up, but good surfing from the girls there.
Yeah, absolutely. Two great rides there. Looks like we're going to get a little replay here. Let's check it out. I think this is going to be Baya's last wave there. A nice little cutback turn there. She's got to paddle pretty hard there. You see the wind trying to blow her off the back of that wave. She did a great job of moving forward on the board, as you mentioned, and just gaining a lot of speed there. Look at her throwing the tail out just a little bit, sliding that tail, doing a good job of staying upright on that board as it was sliding sideways a bit, and just milking this wave for all it has, Jamie.
Yeah, that was 4 turns out the back, and she milks it onto the inside, and here we go, called that going for a little head dip there, but she just a little exclamation point there, not a rebound floater, and she, I would dare say that potentially is going to be another good score, which looks like it's going to be into the excellent range, that's for sure. So, there we go. It drops it at 8. So,
wow. Probably
one of the highest heat totals of the day so far is 14.17.
Absolutely. That would have put her in a comfortable position. A lot of the men's heats, Jamie. So she's coming out swinging, and I think maybe the likes of Emmy Merrill and Shakira might have just perked up a little bit watching Ibaya there and like, okay, well, we got our work cut out for us. So
yeah, and it's you got to sometimes play mind games. You want to go out and say, hey, I'm here. Look at me. I've surfed a great heat, and it just puts other competitors on notice, and might make them a little nervous and change their game plan. So she's done a good job. She's definitely got the highest heat score of the day, and Karen has just moved up into second place, or consolidated second place with a 5.33. So those two girls look very solid with about 20 seconds remaining in this heat.
And it looks like Ibaya Ruano has been surfing for 18 years, and I'm not sure how old Karen Jacobson is, but that's probably a good majority of the amount of time she's been on the planet. So, her wave selection and knowledge of the ocean is really showing itself here in her performance.
Yeah, and you know what? It's funny. The wave selection and knowledge becomes more important in these technical sort of ways. When it's pumping and it's breaking in the same spot and the waves are great, everyone can get good waves. But these conditions where the good waves are hard to come by, this is where you'll see the more experienced competitors come out and choose the best waves.
Absolutely. A little recap here on our ISA replay camera. Ibaya Ruano, again, just putting an exclamation point on her campaign to claim a gold medal here at the 2014 World Stand-Up Paddle Surfing Championships. And a nice use of the paddle there, Jamie, in those transitions, using the backside of the paddle here. Karen Jacobson